Leave anything for us?
Just bodies.
I'd just like you to start off your unit again, John. All it would take is you're coming back.
This was the last time.
Until the next time.
Throughout 2023, I spent my free time playing through every entry in the Assassin's Creed series, several of them for the first time ever, to put together my definitive ranking of that franchise. I'll put a little bubble thing up here for people to click on to go and watch those if that tickles your fancy, unless you're watching on the TV app, in which case you'll have to navigate to my channel page and find the playlist yourself like some sort of Neanderthal. After having spent a year playing through Ubisoft open world games, I've decided to try something different and play through the entire Far Cry series of open world games mostly developed by Ubisoft. I do consider myself a fan of the series, but not so much that I'll run out on release to buy the new ones, not anymore anyway. I've played all of the games that were released on PC, other than New Dawn and 6, but I've not completed all of them, either due to being distracted by other games, technical issues preventing me from loading saves, or by younger me just not being able to get past certain sections. Like with my Assassin's Creed ranking series, I'll be doing one game per video and keeping a running list as we go through them all. And this isn't one of those S rank to D rank tier lists either, none of that cowardly stuff. This is a definitive, numbered list of these games so that if I ever find myself at gunpoint being asked for my most and least favourite Far Cry games, I'll be able to confidently give them that answer and save my life. So we kick things off with the first game, simply called Far Cry. A bit of an odd duck this one, as it's the only title in the series not developed by Ubisoft and only appeared on PC. Far Cry Instincts and Predator were developed exclusively for the Xbox, but both were scaled down remakes of the original Far Cry due to hardware constraints of the platform. I will not be playing either of those games as part of this series, mainly because I don't have easy access to them and I just really hate playing shooters with a controller, so those games can suck it, frankly. It's somewhat fitting that the last series I covered, Rage, was initially sold on its graphics more than anything else, as the original Far Cry was also surrounded by conversations about just how good it looks. Without going into too much detail, the game began as a tech demo called Exile that was packaged with Nvidia graphics cards, and developers Crytek signed a deal with Ubisoft to turn it into a fully fledged game. I've linked a series of posts on the ModDB forums from a user called Changer of the Ways, which goes pretty deep on the development of the game, which seemingly started out with players battling aliens which are the descendants of dinosaurs, but gradually morphed into the game we know today as Far Cry. Far Cry was released in March 2004, making it 20 years old now, and oh god, Smash Mouth was right, the years start coming and they just don't stop coming. At some point after release, I managed to acquire the PC Gaming Presents edition, the box for which features several quotes from their review of the game. They labelled it as one of the best shooters ever seen on PC, and what Halo would have been if it continued to be a PC game. While the legacy of this game and its impact on the gaming industry is undeniable, it's interesting that this original release isn't talked about that much. Especially when you consider that in November of the same year, Half-Life 2 was released, which does still get brought up from time to time. Maybe it's because Crysis is just a more recent remake of this game, and the fact that it was only released on PC limits its audience considerably compared to the rest of the series. Other than the never-before-seen level of graphics, Far Cry was notable for the size of its environments. Now, I've not played the original Halo, at least not yet, but apparently one of the things that it was noteworthy for was its huge levels. Were they the biggest levels seen in a shooter at the time? I don't know, I couldn't tell you, that's a tricky thing to try and research, but I feel confident in saying that Far Cry presented players with the largest playable environments seen in a first-person shooter at this point. Back in the early 2000s, World War II was still very much the fashion for shooters, and any shooters not set during that time frame would have emulated the tight corridors and the shades of greys and brown. Crytek, being keen on making games that actually stir emotions in people, which is apparently where the cry comes from, wanted to break the mold and so went in the exact opposite direction. Wide open level set on a bright tropical island. Well, except for the brown corridor bits, but we'll get to that. The game opens with a cutscene that feels like a bad drug trip, but after a few watches, I think it's supposed to simultaneously depict how player character Jack Carver ends up on the island, while flashing forward to events Jack will encounter throughout the game, like the jungle full of monsters killing mercenaries and falling into a big volcano. We eventually take control of Jack in a sewer, where we learn that the local mercenaries are on the lookout for him.
Listen, dirtbag! Keep an eye out for some punk in a red Hawaiian shirt. If you see him, call me at once. Am I understood?
Yes, sir!
I'm heading out!
These sewers serve as a basic tutorial section, and I was surprised to see that throwing rocks to distract guards is a thing here. I've not played either Far Cry 1 or 2 since 3 was released, so I think my brain just assumes that Far Cry 3 introduced pretty much everything to the series. And this wouldn't be the last time I was surprised by some of the mechanics included in this seminal title. Before leaving the sewers, we pick up a gun and a communicator with a chap called Doyle on the other end. He knows about you and the woman from the cutscene, Val, and tells you she's been captured and he will help you to rescue her. Shortly after this, we emerge from the sewers into the tropical paradise of death that we've seen on the box and in the screenshots. We got ourselves a pair of binoculars and probably pick up an assault rifle from one of the nearby mercenaries we just killed. Maybe playing this after spending 20 hours with a couple of id Software shooters has numbed me to other weapons, but I found the weapons in this game to be fine, not great, not too bad, just okay, really. They sound pretty good, but they don't feel like they have as much impact as they should. Headshots are the way to go here, and later on when enemies start wearing helmets, you'll need to shoot them right in the face to get a one-hit kill. This next encounter sets the template for most outdoor scenarios for the rest of the game, and this template is arguably what this game is most famous for. You're presented with an enemy outpost and an objective. In this instance, it's to steal a vehicle, but later on it might be to set off some explosives, collect a piece of equipment, or just to get to the other side. You use your binoculars to do some reconnaissance of the area and tag any enemies you see. Tagging enemies adds them to your little radar thing in the corner of your screen, rather than let you see their outlines through walls or whatever. This recon stage is important, as once the firefight starts, surrounding enemies will come and get involved. Jack is a fairly standard human fellow, and without body armor will die in a small handful of shots. I played through this game on medium setting, and even then it doesn't take much for one chap you didn't spot to take you out completely. The inevitable death of Jack will also bring to light another significant aspect of this game, that being the lack of quick saving. For the life of me, I can't remember where I read this, but I do remember when I first played this game thinking that I just couldn't find the quick save button. I went online to figure it out, and I remember reading maybe a quote from Crytek saying that they deliberately left out quick saves and instead left the game with automated checkpoints. Their reasoning was that this would encourage players to try different approaches and tactics, and maybe explore this vast level a bit to work out other methods of getting through an encounter. In the first few levels, this ideology does shine through. I charged headfirst out to a dockyard, guns blazing, and suddenly got taken out by a rocket to my spine. I learned that my racing past a watchtower after just gunning down submergs caught the attention of the chap in said watchtower and his fully loaded rocket launcher. Once I stood still for a minute to take stock of the firefight I found myself in, he unloaded everything he had all over my back. So, the checkpoint loads, I use the hedges to cover my approach up to the tower and take him out, and I bring his rocket launcher with me because fuck those guys at the dockyard. One thing I'm not a fan of in these encounters is Jack's mobility. You have a stamina meter which depletes when you sprint or jump, and unless you sit perfectly still, it takes an absolute age to refill again. You can crouch and go prone and move around in these positions, and your general movement speed is affected by what weapon you currently have equipped. You can only carry 4 different weapons with you at any point, including a machete, so I soon ended up keeping the knife on me at all times just so I could move around more quickly, which unlocked some deep-rooted memories from the early internet and sent me on a bit of a rabbit hole for a few hours.
Run faster with the knife. So yeah, I like FPS's. What can I say? There's nothing like the rush of hunting people down and killing them. You know, my dad owns a gun shop, but, you know, he doesn't like to admit it, but I think it makes him real nervous when I work there, because anytime I get a gun in my hand, it just automatically points to somebody's head.
Maybe this was more related to the Xbox releases, but I do seem to remember marketing material for this game talking about becoming the stalker and hunting your prey in the jungle, and there are strong Predator vibes, not those kind, once you get hold of the thermal goggles, but I found that the mechanics just weren't there to back up this style of gameplay, not entirely anyway. Yes, you can tag enemies, your radar shows little sound ripples with every noise you make. You can silently take people out with your knife, and something I only learned after I completed the game is that apparently the MP5 is silenced, but I never used that gun, so I can't say for certain. So there are elements of mechanics here that would allow a stealth playthrough. But for me, the glacial pace at which Jack moves while crouched, coupled with the sheer size of the environments, and the fact that you are most hidden while in the bushes, so sneaking through them meant spending hours looking at this sort of thing, really put me off the idea of trying to clear bases without being spotted. So my default strategy became to scout around and tag as many guys as possible, particularly keeping an eye out for dudes in towers, make note of any explosive barrels and buildings that can be used for cover, and head on in. Most of the guns have multiple fire modes, whether that be fully or semi-automatic, and later on you'll get underslung grenade launchers. When fired in controlled bursts, I found most of the guns to be surprisingly accurate at longer ranges, and luckily the mercenaries in these earlier stages are fairly soft targets, so they don't take too much to bring down, which provides a nice balance to our lack of durability against bullets and rockets. Another noteworthy feature in Far Cry, and one which prevented 20 years ago me from ever completing it, is that these mercenaries are smart. People wax lyrical about the soldier AI in the original Half-Life, but I played that long after it came out, so by that point I didn't see anything special in it myself. But even now, the enemy AI in Far Cry still caught me by surprise. They will pin you behind cover while others flank you, or they'll flush you out with grenades. Helicopters will fly around whatever you're taking cover behind to get a clear shot. If you hide in a building with 2 entrances, you will get surrounded. Another feature I thought was introduced in Far Cry 3 is base alarm points, and if an enemy gets to one of these, they will be calling in pretty much every enemy within a reasonable distance, whether that be a patrol group or another helicopter with an itchy trigger finger. The enemy AI, your lack of durability, and the reliability of your weapons makes some intense combat situations, something that would be lost somewhat if your health regenerated while you took cover. The openness of these levels really lets you experiment too, something which is mostly lost on me because I'm not that creative, but when you realise that those jeeps are armoured and have a minigun / rocket launcher attached to the roof, you realise that maybe you can take on this patrol group and helicopter after all. I should also point out, for anyone unaware, this is not a fully open map like later entries in the series. This game is split into levels, it's just that these levels are huge. So while you can wander off and find a jeep to bring to another part of the map, you can't sneak your way to an endgame area and steal a tank to bring back to early areas or anything like that. Each level is like a huge bubble that is completely separate from all the other bubbles, but you can use everything in that bubble to make your way across to the exit point of the bubble. One thing I will note though is that the version of Far Cry I played had a pretty severe bug, which apparently is also present in the Steam version of the game. The enemy soldiers will be able to spot you and shoot you through walls in these open environments, which does make it tricky to survive when the entire camp and their helicopter friend are out to get you. There is a patch which you can just drag and drop into the game files that fixes this, and I'll leave a link to that in the description, but I would consider this an essential step before playing this game, so keep that in mind. These big open levels do include a couple of sections fighting through the bowels of a beached ship and a small mountainside facility, breaking up the wide-scale shootouts with small sections of more traditional corridor shooting. But it doesn't take too long until these sections start to last longer and longer, and in a level which feels very much like early sections of Half-Life, we meet the other enemy faction. I'll put an obligatory spoiler warning here, but if you're coming to this game for the narrative, you're wasting your time. This would be considered shallow and lazy writing for a Schwarzenegger film, and what story there is only exists to move you between different locations. But just like any good Arnie film, its lack of complexity, depth, or acting ability actually makes it enjoyable in its own way. The cutscenes and dialogues are terrible, but it's clearly not taking itself seriously, and again sets a good Schwarzenegger tone throughout.
You might want to take some precautions.
Precautions? Like not blowing up a nuclear weapon while I'm standing right next to it?
I'm dead serious.
Let's prep the nuke, and then we can go grab the serum.
What is this? A bad spy movie?
While exploring a facility built into a cave, we come across the Trigens, the evil Krieger Corps, headed by Dr. Krieger.
My penis can only get so erect.
Has been performing genetic experiments on primates, and we later learn on humans in order to, I think, create the ultimate evolution of mankind. It is here that we encounter the primate version of these mutants as we battle through the labs still trying to find Val. This marks a rather notable gameplay shift, where after spending a couple of hours showing us what shooters could be like, we now have to experience what they have been for the past decade or so. Brown corridor shooters fighting monsters that just charge at you. This is as far as I got back in the day. I would just replay the first 3 levels or so until I got to this section, because I had other shooters that did this sort of thing better. The good news is that Trigens will fight the mercenaries as well, so it's not like everyone is out to get just you, and it doesn't take too long until we're back in the open environment again. Except the objectives from here on out generally give you less freedom than those earlier levels, and other than a couple of exceptions, I didn't feel like they ever really got back to the high point offered by those opening encounters. In an example which will really show my age, remember when entire thirds of games would be released for free to encourage you to buy the whole game? That's why the original Doom was so popular. Everybody could play the first chunk of the game for free, but because of this, developers would front load the game with the best bits to get players hooked and then buy the full thing. To me, Far Cry fails to match the promises hinted at in the first few levels, and slowly gets more frustrating as the game progresses. As an example of this, several objectives will require you to simply get to the other side of the level and through a door, and there will be an enemy base or something between it and you. However, the game world is built so that to reach your objective, you will have to pass through what is essentially a gate, whether that be a zipline up a tower in one example, or a bridge kitted out with a minigun emplacement in another. This takes the open world template and shoves a bottleneck into the middle of it, stripping you of your freedom to navigate the world in your own way. As you progress through the levels, mercenaries will start wearing armor, making them harder to kill, and eventually human variants of the Trigens will start appearing. To be fair, I quite like the first version of these, as they are invisible and you can only see them with thermal goggles, and they bounce around the environment to dodge your shots. Later on though, we encounter giant versions of these with rocket launchers for fists. And if you're within a few meters of the impact, you will be taking damage from those rockets, and these chaps take about 8 or 9 shotgun rounds to the face before they die. Even the basic Trigens get stronger, being able to almost one-shot you if they get within range, which they will because they can jump at you from across the room. The increased difficulty, the increasingly regular corridor-based levels, and the checkpoint system all came together for me to create a scenario of repetitive frustration that had me begging for a quick save option. Just to remind everyone, apparently the developers wanted to remove quick saves in favour of checkpoints to encourage players to try a different approach and different tactics, to think outside the box to overcome their struggles. This ideology doesn't work when I'm stuck in a corridor with enemies coming at me from the other side, and it's a curved corridor with a huge space in the middle, so they can shoot you from the opposite end of the area, and they're wearing armour, and they have shields. And you have no real cover, as the thin struts you can hide behind can be overcome by the enemies moving a little to their left. What other tactics can I employ with this? What outside the box approach would help me survive this onslaught? It was around this point that I started to view these corridor sections more like big levels of Hotline Miami, except with longer load times between deaths. I had to learn how many of which different enemy types were involved and generally where they would go, as their AI does add some unpredictability to their behaviour. It's one thing dealing with this in the corridor sections, but later on open levels started to equip the majority of snipers with incredibly accurate rocket launchers and enemies that can literally shoot at you before their character model has even been rendered into the game. The enemies start to become more alert too, like one example where I followed the main path and was spotted by snipers as I crested a hill. Fair enough, that's the main road into the base, it makes sense that they'd be watching it. So I steal a boat, sail all the way around to the back of the island. Do you sail boats if they don't have sails? And before I even pulled onto the beach, that same sniper had spotted me and started shooting his load right at my face. At the start of the game, Doyle warned you about being spotted in your bright red Hawaiian shirt, and I feel like the only reason we're wearing this is to explain away the hawk-like vision of the guards here. I've just stolen one of these boats that these guys are using all over the place. Why are you launching rockets at it as soon as it's within range? Also, just a quick question to anyone who remembers the release of this game. Do you remember how big of a deal that hang glider was back then? I guess it was because it really showed off the size of these levels and the fact that you could just peacefully glide over big chunks of it. But I do have a memory of coming across the first one and getting excited because it had been talked about so much pre-release. I think there's maybe 3 or 4 of these throughout the game, and maybe it was just because this is the first time we had levels big enough to use something like this. Just another piece of video game history, I suppose, but these did become somewhat of a staple in the series moving forward. So I at least wanted to ask if anyone else remembers the excitement around this thing from the time. While my frustrations with the game did persist until I rolled credits, every time I got close to putting the game down for good, it gave me a section which drew me right back in. There's a section where you bomb down a river in a boat, shooting at dickheads on the shoreline as you pass, and a section leading up to ancient ruins was the closest I felt during my playthrough to being a predator, no, not that kind. Back in the story, Jack finds Val, who reveals that she's a CIA agent working to bring down Dr. Krieger and his experiments, and we eventually detonate a small nuke to wipe out the labs. By this point, the island is overrun with Trojans who are just killing everyone they can get their hands on, and Jack gets kicked off a helicopter for a second time and dropped into a jungle with nothing but an assault rifle and 10 bullets, all of which I used to kill the first Trojan I encountered. What I had assumed would be a very long, tense, but also incredibly tedious crawl through the jungle avoiding rocket-armed tank men turned into a jog along a river past a soldier mutant that clearly had a bit of an AI issue, because how the hell did he not see me there? Then there's a slightly spectacular section after this where, still with limited ammo, you have to make your way up the side of an erupting volcano through a huge battle between the mercenary forces and the pissed off Trojans. With limited weapons and ammo, you grab a nearby jeep and race your way through the chaos and likely into the path of a rocket launcher equipped sniper. But luckily there's an armory nearby and you can get geared back up to full again and move on to the final level. The final level of Far Cry is set in a base built into an active volcano, which tells you all you need to know about how serious this game takes itself. Both Jack and Val, who you have to rescue yet again, have both been infected with the mutagen after blowing up the lab which contains it, despite having taken antidotes to prevent this. We find that Dr. Krieger has infected himself and has now turned into a giant Trojan, so we have to get the antidote from him and then kill him to save the world, or whatever it is we're doing. After doing this, we learn that it was actually Doyle who tricked us into getting infected, because he wants to use us as carriers for the mutagen so he can sell it on the black market. You know, standard action movie stuff. The gameplay throughout this final chapter is also hilariously bad, but in all the wrong ways. Remember earlier when I mentioned being stuck in a shootout after a checkpoint because your options are almost deliberately limited? Crank that up to 20 and then crank the knob a little further until it breaks off, and that kind of describes this entire level. First you have to fight your way through a corridor of armoured, shield-equipped pricks with rocket launchers and grenades. Then you have a little boss fight, which isn't too bad. Then you have to fight your way across a huge open area, filled with rocket launcher for armed dickheads, those twats that jump around a lot, and a sniper who is so far away they haven't rendered into the game yet, but they can still pinpoint your head without much trouble. This bit was bad enough until I thought I'd cleared it, cautiously crossed the area to an open door only to be greeted by 2 more big wankers, the ones that almost take an entire magazine of shotgun rounds to the face to kill, firing rockets at my face. Then, because it's not over yet, you have a squad of guys that you can't see in a small area full of stuff to hide behind and get disorientated in, all willing to shoot rockets at you at point blank range. Fuck this level, fuck this nonsense, and fuck whoever thought this was a good way to end their shooter that they sold on its huge, lush environments that you could approach from multiple angles. After dying and reloading so many times I forgot how to count, I then learned that you actually can quick save in this game. You just have to open the console and enter a command to create your own save file. I am not ashamed to admit that I exploited the hell out of that for this final section. The idea of repeating each section of this level time after time, again and again, just to get taken out at the last minute by a rocket launcher dude who just woke up from his nap nearly put me off playing the game altogether. Again, for a game trying to set a new standard for shooters, it's disappointing to see it resort to adding lots of strong enemies in a limited environment to create a sense of challenge. Games are already moving past that sort of thing at this point, and just like with the brown corridor sections, this forward-looking game still has one foot firmly in the past. If nothing else, I don't think any other game has made me feel so frustrated, angry, and relieved all at the same time after seeing the credits roll, with a lackluster ending cinematic that seems to use the name of the research, Project Far Cry, as some sort of cliffhanger. The biggest shame about this game is those few sections that kinda ruin it and would really put me off the idea of replaying this game later down the line. It feels like the developers got lazy and just added lots of high-powered enemies in your face instead of coming up with a more clever increase in difficulty and challenge. That said, I am glad to have finally completed this game after all these years, and I would recommend other people play it too, but don't be afraid to use quick saves during the corridor sections, it'll save you quite a lot of stress. The game still looks pretty good, and while the open environment shooter style has been improved on over the years, this doesn't feel as outdated as I expected it to, and in many ways provides a nice challenge to people looking for a more difficult alternative to what future entries in the Far Cry series currently offer. Or you could just play Crysis for a better looking version of this, but with aliens and superpowers thrown in as well. So this is a ranking series, but this is the first episode in it, so for now Far Cry stands here on my ranking list, both as my absolute favourite and my complete least favourite entry. While being very different from future entries in many ways, I was surprised at how much of the DNA from this game is still present, well up until 5 at least, I haven't played any past that. I am glad that the series continued under the Far Cry name, as if not for that, I can't imagine this game would be as easy to get hold of these days, and I think it's this game's legacy that keeps bringing new people to it every so often, making sure it stays readily available for those curious enough to explore the origins of one of gaming's biggest franchises. Which just about does it for this episode. Thank you very much for watching, and please do consider giving the video a like and subscribing to the channel to see future Far Cry ranking videos. Obviously, next up is Far Cry 2, one of those games that seems to have become more popular as time goes on. Is it because the game was just that good, or is it like AC Unity and the general public perception has been swayed by a few TikTok videos? Come back next time to find out.
No, please, you don't understand. They sent me. They're always watching. You can't change this. You can't change the future.
Probably not, but I can make sure you're not a part of it. Stupid bastard.
Having been a fan of the series since its release, I have taken it upon myself to play through every Far Cry game except the Xbox exclusives in order to finally put together my definitive ranking list. None of that pointless tier ranking stuff either. This list has 9 slots on it, and by gum we are gonna fill them. Some of these games I haven't played in years, some of them I never completed, and a few I've never played at all. This time we're taking a look at Far Cry 2, which, regardless of your personal opinion on the game, is a very unique entry in the series, and not just in terms of its gameplay. This game came out in October 2008, which looking back was a pretty decent year for games. GTA 4, Metal Gear Solid 4, Devil May Cry 4, Persona 4, Left 4 Dead, Gears of War 2, Fable 2, Far Cry 2, Resistance 2, Saints Row 2, Army of 2, 2 Human, and Fallout 3. Lots of sequels there. Oh, and Dead Space. Looking at that list, a fair few of them still get talked about semi-regularly due to how different they are to the other games in their series, and Far Cry 2 is no exception. I've started seeing mentions of a Far Cry 7 floating around, and I guarantee that within 24 hours of that game's release, if not already taken from whatever leaked footage people have found, we'll see more than a handful of videos comparing many aspects of it to Far Cry 2. This game was also handled by a completely different team than its predecessor Far Cry. That game was developed by Crytek, who in 2005 signed a deal with EA to develop a new game based off the Cry engine, as they wanted to show that they were more than just a one-trick pony. I'm not sure why they thought that another open world shooter set on a tropical island fighting mercenaries and then monsters would prove to anyone that they could do other things, but with their EA partnership they developed the CryEngine 2 and released Crysis in 2007, melting computers all over the world for years to come. This deal resulted in Ubisoft retaining full rights to the Far Cry license as well as the CryEngine used to create the original game. With full control over the future of the franchise, Ubisoft had to decide what to do with it. The tropical island setting had become more popular since the release of the first game in 2004, so that once unique aesthetic would no longer allow them to stand out from the crowd. According to the foreword in the concept art book that came with the collector's edition for Far Cry 2, they decided that this game world should be more realistic, so no more mutants. Apparently they looked through several settings, such as South America and the Australian outback, before eventually settling on Africa. According to this book, the reason for this is that, quote, few if no other setting can stir up the primeval instincts buried deep within all of our layers of civility. I'm not sure any of that comes across in the game, as it's mostly people shooting you on sight. The collector's edition also came with a making of DVD, which disappointingly consists of an incomplete documentary about the art and sound department research trip to Kenya. Far Cry 2 is set in a fictional country that I don't think ever gets named, though it is heavily inspired by Kenya and its neighbouring countries. They also decided against trying to create a narrative sequel to Far Cry and instead focus on reinventing the franchise, so we never get to find out the true extent of Project Far Cry or what Doyle was talking about before Jack Carver shot him in his stupid face.
You don't understand. They sent me. They're always watching. You can't change this. You can't change the future.
Probably not, but I can make sure you're not a part of it. Stupid bastard.
Leaving this game to be a clean slate with absolutely no connections to the previous one. And before anyone starts commenting, actually the Jackal is Jack Carver, I'll get to that later, but no, he's not. With this clean slate, the team at Ubisoft Montreal, whose other games include Assassin's Creed, Prince of Persia, Splinter Cell and Watch Dogs, decided to focus on making an immersive open-world first-person shooter experience. There's a great post-mortem article written by the game's creative director Clint Hocking that I found on Game Sutra, which was originally published in the March 2009 issue of Game Developer magazine. Here he talks about them wanting to create a fully open 50 square kilometer world with no loading screens, with dynamic and destructible environments with realistic fire propagation effects. Apparently Far Cry 2 was supposed to be a PC exclusive until they were convinced that the current generation of consoles could handle it, and they soon started working towards a simultaneous launch on PC, Xbox 360 and PS3. I bought into the hype and got this game on day one and treated myself to the collector's edition, which comes in this pretty cool box. Inside the box was a copy of the game, which apparently is becoming an increasingly rare inclusion in collector's editions these days, that concept art book and disappointing making of DVD I mentioned earlier, a map/poster of the game's 2 maps and the player character option used in all the promotional material, and apparently it came with a t-shirt, which I vaguely remember but either lost or threw out over the years. Before we go any further, I do just want to stick an obligatory spoiler warning in here, though I really wouldn't worry about that sort of thing, as I don't think you should be playing this game for the narrative. It certainly has a unique vibe to everything, but what bare bones story is here is just something that exists to excuse the fact that everyone is trying to kill you all the time, and gives you some sort of underlying motivation for progressing with the game. I've seen plenty of people compare the story here to Heart of Darkness, but I've played that game and I can't see any similarities to this, so I don't know what people are talking about. Also, that game came out in 1998, and people claim that Apocalypse Now was inspired by it, despite that coming out in 1979. God, people really are stupid. It's also worth noting that I don't consider myself very media literate, so I may have missed some deeper meaning in amongst the rapid-fire dialogue. Like, I can figure some things out, like I knew Starship Troopers was a satire of fascism. I mean, those uniforms kind of make it obvious. But I do think that maybe people looked a bit too closely at this game and assumed that the technical limitations Clint discusses in that post-mortem article were actually deliberate choices made to create certain emotions. It's like the final episode of Breaking Bad, where people were going mad trying to figure out why Walt leaves his watch on top of the phone box, and Vince Gilligan later said that they only filmed that because they'd already filmed future scenes where he isn't wearing a watch and they needed to prevent a continuity error. You start Far Cry 2 by selecting one of 9 mercenaries to play as across the next 10 or 15 hours or so. These chaps vary in their nationalities, ages and backgrounds, be that ex-military or freedom fighter / terrorists, depending on whether you agree with them or not. And importantly, none of them are from this fictional African country, or even from Africa at all. None of them are women either, which is weird because as 3 female buddies you can encounter, you just can't play as them. I think the reason for this is the limited animation resource that caused other problems with this game, but I'll go into that in a bit more detail later. Whoever you choose, you are playing as a foreign gun for hire being sent by someone, it's never actually stated now I think about it, to this fictional African nation that is currently embroiled in a civil war being waged by 2 groups, the United Front for Liberation and Labour, or the UFLL, and the Alliance for Popular Resistance, known as the APR. The country is cut off from the outside, with someone, I guess neighbouring countries maybe, stopping people coming in or out, essentially locking everyone in until they all kill each other or learn to get along peacefully. However, a gun runner called the Jackal is supplying both sides of the conflict with weapons, and your mercenary of choice has been sent in to take him out. Your choice of character has no impact on the game, only affecting what your arms and legs look like and which other characters you can bump into along the way. I went with the Irishman Frank Builders purely so that I could pretend that the malaria attacks were actually sunstroke caused by being that pale while running around Central Africa without any sun cream on. The game properly kicks off with you in the back of a taxi, being taken from the airport at the border to a hotel in the nearby town. Along the way, the taxi driver tells you what's going on, that most civilians have already fled the country, but now the borders are closed to everyone, unless you've got some spare bribe money or you know the right people. He talks about the foreign mercenaries, people like you, coming into the country and taking everything, leaving the locals with nothing. You get stopped at a checkpoint while you get stared at menacingly, and the driver bribes the guards with beer, which gave me flashbacks to a similar instance I had in Pakistan a couple of years ago. We didn't have to bribe anyone, and certainly not with alcohol, but we got shouted at to stop after driving through a checkpoint when they spotted my very white self in the back seat. I had to show them all my documents and plane tickets and such. It was a bit scary because they all had guns, though that didn't stop my mother-in-law climbing out of the car and having a go at them, which actually seemed to expedite the situation. You get through the checkpoint without any in-laws getting involved and pass by several other soldiers. The driver tells you that they mainly keep to themselves, just before you pass by some soldiers and the row of stalls they've just set fire to. We arrive in town and suddenly start feeling queasy to the point that you black out, waking up in a room with a man in the corner going through all your stuff. I haven't played this game since Far Cry 3 came out, so it's been at least 12 years since my last playthrough, and I was surprised to see the little details I was picking up on that I didn't realise were there. There is a lot more world building in this game than I remember, but you'd be forgiven for missing it because it's all delivered through dialogue or sometimes monologues from other characters. Everyone, with maybe the only exception being the taxi driver, talks incredibly quickly and flatly. There is no cadence, no life to the voice acting here, barely even pauses to take a breath. People will stand or sit or lean perfectly still while hurriedly spouting words at you. You may get the occasional arm gesture mid-sentence, but for the most part, it's almost like the Oblivion dialogue scenes, but without the extreme close-up, and you can still walk around. The man examining your luggage just happens to be your target, the Jackal, who then starts very quickly running through some philosophy to you, tells you that you failed in your job to kill him, so you might as well consider yourself fired and without work, free to seek other employment. It's an odd assumption that I never really understood, as surely once I'm better I can go after him again? I don't know, everything involving the Jackal is confusing and feels underdeveloped. There is a lot of mystery to this chap though, and despite his flat and fast line delivery, he manages to feel like an imposing figure, stirring up a bit of an oh shit feeling whenever you see him again. IGN wrote a piece in 2021 about the villains of Far Cry, pointing out that the Jackal is effectively a prototype for villains in the future games of the series. And I agree, he appears here about as much as Vars or Pagan Min, and he does have interesting stuff to say, I just have trouble following it because he rushes through it so much.
There's a goddamn disease where it is, a cancer. You see it, they can't get enough. They just take until it kills them. And once they're gone, someone else takes their place and their disease too. Every cell is infected. He's not Jack Carver though. This article claims that the creative director of Far Cry 2 has confirmed the fan theory that the Jackal is Jack Carver. Let's have a look at his quote though. Quote, "The Jackal is actually supposed to be Jack Carver from the original Far Cry.
Jack was this shifty, smuggler, gun runner kind of crook. The idea was the Jackal is just him, just 10 years later or something. That word there, supposed. He's supposed to be Jack Carver. When have you ever used the word supposed to describe something definite and concrete? You haven't. The word supposed is defined as generally assumed or believed to be the case, but not necessarily so.
Captain? I know we live in a world where anything can mean anything, and nobody even cares about etymology.
Far Cry 2 was supposed to be a PC exclusive. Half-Life 2 Episode 2 was supposed to get a sequel. Your mom was supposed to stop calling me drunk on Friday nights. The Jackal was supposed to be Jack Carver. That was the idea. He isn't though. The article even says later on, his link to the original Far Cry only existing within the minds of the people who made him. Oh, but the texture files are named after Jack Carver. Yeah, well, I hardly think this chap's actual God-given name is G-Man, it's just a file name. Oh, wait, what's that? He wears a red shirt? Just like Jack? Holy fuck, you're right, it must be the same person. I know none of this really matters, but this seems like an obvious example of a journalist deliberately framing a quote to maximize clicks through to their article, and millions of people read it with confirmation bias. More people will click on "The Jackal officially confirmed as Jack Carver" than they would "The Jackal was meant to be Jack Carver but isn't, so carry on as normal." God, do your own research, sheeple.
Apparently that's a trigger for me.
Yeah, apparently.
The Jackal leaves just as we start to hear the sounds of a gun battle raging outside. We pull that machete out of the wall, grab a gun and go and get stuck in, all while still suffering the effects of the malaria attack, or sunstroke if you're a pale fella. This is one of those fights that I don't think you're supposed to survive. I didn't get shot to death, but I did eventually pass out from sunstroke, and you get picked up and carried off to a safe house by one of the warring factions. I think this could be a random chance of being either the UFLL or the APR, but it literally makes no difference to the story or the mission. I was picked up by a mercenary working for the UFLL. He knows that we killed several of his men in that firefight, so instead of leaving us to die in the hotel, he decides that he should look after us for a bit, give us some weapons and money, and then employ us. He also asks us who we're working for, which frankly I'd also like to know, but we're a silent protagonist, so we never get an answer to that. Apparently that gunfight took place during what was supposed to be a ceasefire. See, there it is again, there was supposed to be a ceasefire. It seems like the fighting between the factions is picking up again, so while the bulk of his men are preventing the APR from taking more territory, he needs you to do some grunt work, the first of which being to fix his car, because apparently we look like we know a thing or two about cars. Now fully in the tutorial section of the game, we are introduced to two major mechanics here. One of which being weapon slots. Like the first game, we can carry 4 weapons at once, but unlike the first game, each slot is limited to a specific category of weapon. The first slot is your machete slot, and weirdly there are no other melee weapons available, so this is less of a weapon slot as it is a fixed permanent weapon. Then you have your sidearm slot taken up with one-handed firearms like pistols, things like a MAC-10 or an Uzi, or you can use IEDs instead. Then you have your primary weapon slot, which could be assault rifles, shotguns or sniper rifles. And finally you have your special weapon slot, which might be machine guns, rocket launchers or a flamethrower. Well, you can eventually put together different builds using these slots, for instance loading up on silent weapons for a stealth approach, or maybe grabbing an Uzi, an automatic shotgun and a rocket launcher and charging straight through the front door. I do find this system needlessly restrictive. Like I say, I found some builds I liked for different scenarios and managed to work with the system well enough, but I'm not sure what benefits this has to just giving us 3 slots to use however we want. Would it really throw the balance of the combat off if I had a machine gun and a rocket launcher at the same time? Again, this doesn't ruin the game or anything, but when they talk about their open world with their range of weapons and tell you that it lets you approach situations in whatever way you like, this restriction on weapon categories adds what I think is a needless weapon restriction. We don't have to worry about that yet though, because at this stage we only have 1 weapon per slot, that being a pistol, an assault rifle and a rocket launcher. We also have a ratchet, which is going to come in handy with the second mechanic introduced here, which is fixing vehicles. At some point in the history of this unnamed African country, a law was seemingly passed that required all vehicle issues to be solvable by tightening one specific bolt near the engine, and mandated that this bolt be a universal size. whether it be a little boat, a quad bike, a licensed jeep for some advertising money, or a huge transport craft, tightening one bolt will get that vehicle fixed up like new once again. I'm not actually complaining about this, I just find it quite funny. A rocket could go off right next to your vehicle after you've just crashed it into a wall at high speed. Thick black smoke starts billowing out from under the bonnet, which may or may not have been ripped off at this point, but just keep tightening that one bolt and it'll be good as new again in no time. I guess another way to go with this would be to have other things go wrong with the vehicles, but then you'd have to figure out what was wrong with it and where you needed to stand to start the animation, and that's suddenly gone too far in the wrong direction. I like this system overall, as it means you can't just make a quick getaway in a shot up car because it may fail to start a couple of times, or it can slowly crawl to a stop while you're trying to outrun someone, and you can't just pause a gunfight to fix the problem. You need to make sure no one is shooting at you before you fix it. It can also create unique story moments for yourself, like if you're frantically trying to fix the vehicle as a wall of fire slowly creeps towards you, burning the grass around your ankles just as you finish in time to outrun the blaze, like a scene from Volcano or something. After we fix his car, the irrational UFLL man gives us a call and tells us that there's a small outpost down the road that he wants cleared out, and we are introduced to the fairly infamous map system. I really like this because you literally pull up your map and have a look at the routes you can take. Your location updates in real time so you can never get lost, and road signs at junctions will be lit up in either red, blue or yellow depending on the objective. It's a method of navigation that I appreciated and enjoyed here, much more than having a line on a mini-map to follow in real time. We kill the guards and unlock our first safe house, and I encountered my first bug with the game. In the graphics menu on the PC version, you will see an option for which version of DirectX you want to use. I've since learned that there are several issues with the DirectX 10, one of which being that the majority of phone calls you receive throughout the game will not play their audio, leaving me feeling pretty lost and having to look at my objectives in the pause menu to figure out what's going on. I didn't knowingly encounter any other issues with using this version, but simply swapping to the DirectX 9 version fixed my issue and hopefully any others that I didn't know I was encountering. Over the course of the game, you'll end up unlocking safe houses all over the map, and these let you save your game and also have a bit of a kip to progress the time of day. Generally speaking, stealth is easier during the night, but enemies are also harder to spot too, so swings and roundabouts and all that. Your mate gives you another call and tells you to scout out an APR stronghold down the road, so we follow our trusty map again and head over there to have a look and be introduced to Far Cry 2's tagging system. With your map equipped, you hold down the right mouse button to bring up a monocular, which will allow you to highlight points of interest on your map, such as enemy vehicles, ammo crates, medicine boxes, and explosives and fuel storage, all things which you can use to either replenish your various ammo types or healing items. You can't tag enemies though, you just have to look around as much as you can and try to remember where they are. After you tag something, you'll get another call telling you that they have a foreign mercenary held captive there and maybe you should go rescue them. I'll talk more about the combat later, but this section introduces the scenario which will play out in different arenas for the rest of the game. An outpost full of enemies with an objective of some sort. It could be a person to kill, a person to save, something to collect, or a specific item to destroy. We clear the outpost, rescue the foreigner, who will be one of the other characters you didn't choose to play as, or one of the 3 women buddies, and they tell you that if you come and meet them at the nearby bar, they will help to hook you up with medication for that nasty sunstroke. You return to the slightly odd UFLL chap who tells you that diamonds are the only currency worth working for in this country, as actual money is worthless, and he tells you that there just happens to be a case of them lying around that you can help yourself to. He then suggests that you can get more work from the UFLL from their headquarters in town. Diamond cases can be found all over the map, and you'll know you're near one when the light on your GPS, which luckily every vehicle in the country has equipped, will start blinking. The faster the blinking, the closer you are. If the light stays on, that means you're looking directly at it. The handheld GPS you use with your map also has this light, and cases of diamonds will have a varying amount in them. Sometimes just the one, but I think I once got one with 3 whole diamonds in there. There are 221 of these cases scattered around, so collecting them all would leave you with a tidy sum, but that would take way too long. The best way of earning money is doing work for the 2 factions, and our man has just told us where we can get some of that. But I'm still suffering from malaria, so we should probably look into sorting that out too.
never mind, man. I'm not gonna fight an invalid.
At this point, the game world opens up. The tutorializing is pretty much done. We know how to shoot people, how to find diamonds, how to get around, and a prompt told us that we now have a best friend.
Oh, friend!
This whole find and kill the jackal thing gets completely forgotten about for the next few hours as we just start taking odd jobs from pretty much anyone offering them. We don't seem to be trying to get any information on this chap, so I'm left confused as to whether we are still looking for him, or if all it took was for our target to tell us that we can't kill him and should give up trying, and we just do that. With no clear long-term objectives, that leaves us with the various mission types for us to complete and start earning money to buy new and better equipment. The most obvious source of employment are the UFLL or the APR, who both have their headquarters on opposite sides of the street in a town under ceasefire. You cannot use your weapons here at all. Well, not without everyone else in town opening fire on you anyway. I love the idea that the local headquarters of these two opposing factions in a civil war are just on opposite ends of a street from one another. I imagine them shouting insults at each other from their windows, watching them buy their lunch from the shops and loudly taking the piss out of their choice of meal deal combos. Oi, Bellend, what's that you got there? Egg and cress sandwich with a granola bar and sparkling water? Fuck me, mate, didn't know they had Waitrose round here. While I question the decision making of setting up directly opposite your arch rivals, it does make it incredibly convenient for us to get new missions. As the UFLL were the ones who got me set up, I started working for them first, doing all of their missions until they ran out, and then I strolled across the street and did some work for the APR. They're all bastards round here anyway, so there's no guilt. Also, the fast-paced flat dialogue makes it incredibly difficult to remember anything about any of these people. These missions all blur together as they all involve travelling somewhere, blowing something up or killing someone. I'll get more into the buddy system later, but your buddy will almost always offer you an alternative objective, though you have to go to them and see them before they tell you what that alternative is. I tended to only go and talk to them if it wasn't too far out of my way, but these usually include doing another mission before carrying on with the original assignment. For example, one mission later in the game tasked me with blowing up a specific truck. My buddy offered me the alternative of repairing and stealing said truck and driving it into an enemy base and rigging it to explode. Another mission asked me to kill a radio DJ to stop him talking down about one of the factions. My buddy calls me and instead offers an alternative that can help them complete their task at the same time. They want to create a riot so that they can take out their target, a foreign doctor or something like that. The radio broadcast is on a delay, so the sensor at another facility can cut the feed if the DJ starts spreading the wrong kind of information. We first need to kill the sensor before heading to the DJ and making him read out a statement that will turn the civilians on this foreigner, allowing a distraction for our buddy to kill him. These optional objectives do mix up the missions and allow for some extra world building if you can catch it in the extra dialogue, and while they won't provide you with extra diamonds, they will upgrade your safe houses with things like vehicles, ammo crates and healing syringes. Outside of these, there are also missions for gun stores that will unlock new weapons for you to buy. These always, and I do mean always, require you to travel to the opposite end of the map and take out a vehicle carrying a shipment of, I assume, weapons for a competing gun shop, I'm not sure. These convoys just keep doing laps until you come and take them out, and they always have a couple of vehicles escorting them. There are also radio towers, which will involve a mysterious and terrifyingly distorted voice giving you an assassination target.
Listen very carefully. There's an available target of opportunity. Proceed to the objective marked on your map. Terminate the target.
Hello?
I only did a couple of these, and one of them required me to take out someone inside a ceasefire zone, which certainly presented a different challenge. One which could be overcome by running away quickly, but still it was different. Then you have the resistance missions, which grant you medicine to keep that malaria/sunstroke under control. When you meet your recently rescued roommate at the bar, they will point you towards a reporter who can hook you up with some medication. This chap gives you a wad of passports and tells you to take them to a priest in town in exchange for some pills. He also tells you that he once interviewed the jackal and recorded it onto several tapes. This was back in the days before you could upload to the cloud, you see, and the local militias have confiscated these tapes for some reason. He asks you to find them around the world and return them to him. These can be found in the same way that diamond cases can, and they automatically play when you pick them up. These are pretty interesting and do add more to the mystique of the Jackal, but there's a seemingly common bug that I failed to find a fix for, where after the second or third pickup, each tape will play the same recording. I heard the same story about the Jackal seeing a child with a shotgun eyeing up the shoes of a man he's just shot to death. A harrowing tale, sure, but when I first heard it on this playthrough, I wondered why I remembered so much of this little snippet despite it being so many years since I played the game. And then eventually I realised it's because I heard it so many bloody times during each playthrough. There may be a fix out there by now, but I didn't really look too hard because they're all on YouTube to have a listen to whenever you want, which I do recommend because, again, the Jackal is, or at least was supposed to be, a really interesting character, and I feel like they just failed to realise that within the game. I once heard a brief description of Far Cry 2 that I think pretty accurately explains why this game is so fondly remembered and talked about to this day. While I can't recall the description verbatim, it goes something like Far Cry 2 is a series of separate systems and mechanics that regularly overlap each other. The main way the player interacts with this world is by shooting people, and luckily, at least in my opinion, the shooting here is pretty damn good. So, let's talk about guns. Roll the montage. I mentioned earlier that this game has a certain vibe to it, and events surrounding and including combat are a good way of explaining that vibe. People talk about how certain game worlds can make you feel like you don't matter, that you are insignificant, and the world will carry on around you due to your insignificance in the grand scheme of things. Far Cry 2 feels a bit more like the world doesn't like you and wants you out of it. After the malaria attack, the first sign of this I spotted was that the aiming reticule is turned off by default. You can fire from the hip, but that really isn't the best way to go about things. There's a minimalist HUD here which does the thing I wish more games did, and it turns off the HUD when you don't need it. So you'll only see the ammo counter when you swap or shoot a weapon, and you'll only see your health when you lose it or replenish it. The guns sound pretty damn tasty too. The assault rifles have a metallic rattle to them, the shotguns sound nice and punchy, and the bigger guns made me have to turn my subwoofer down because my computer is up against the adjoining wall and I don't want to upset my new neighbours. Along with the lack of an aiming reticule, you also get no notification as to whether an enemy is dead or not. They'll fall down when they're shot, but they could get back up, or they could writhe around for a bit, or they could pull themselves up and start shooting at you with a pistol. Other enemies will sometimes come to help out the injured, letting you play the part of the German sniper in that one bit from Saving Private Ryan. One complaint I had about the first game is that you would often get shot at by enemies that are so far away they haven't even been rendered into the game yet. This doesn't happen here, as enemies are more concentrated into set areas, though still spread out enough that you can regularly get caught out by people that you haven't spotted. Not being able to tag enemies makes it very easy for you to get flanked, and soldiers will fire at your position to keep you behind cover while others make their way around you. Later on in the game, outposts will have dudes on vantage points firing rockets at you. These travel slowly enough that you can take a split second to understand the impending destruction coming towards your face, but I never felt like I had enough time to line up a shot, fire, and then get out of the way of the explosion. The same thing happens with dudes with mortar launchers too, except I found these much harder to find as I tended to prioritise getting out of the way rather than watching the sky for the smoke trail leading back to their position. So you've geared up for your approach style of choice from a gun shop, scouted out the environment and planned your assault. You've spotted a few enemies, maybe changed position to make sure you haven't missed any others, and made note of the ammo points where you can replenish your supply. These things can also be used as makeshift explosives should the need arise, with ammo boxes shooting bullets out in all directions and others just erupting in fire and taking everything nearby with it. Sir or madam might also like to bring along an armoured vehicle with some automatic weaponry mounted to the top to help clear some troublemakers out. However, no plan survives an encounter with the enemy, and you may find yourself scarpering for a plan B that you never accounted for, low on health and low on ammo, with your sniper rifle suddenly no good in this close quarters claustrophobic predicament you found yourself in. Luckily, that dude over there dropped his shotgun, so you'll pick it up, take a swig of the nearby water bottle, and change tactics slightly. The story in this game, just in case by this point you've forgotten, is to kill the Jackal to stop him supplying arms to both sides of this conflict. I'm not sure how any of this conflict is actually able to happen or why they haven't killed the jackal themselves, because the guns all of the enemy soldiers carry will jam up with enough regularity that you'd often be better off using harsh language. Only when you're using them though. The chap you just killed may have fired off a good 10 or 15 shotgun rounds towards you, but once you pick it up, it will probably rust up and get a round stuck in the chamber. Ironically, I think the only weapon I never had rust up on me was the machine gun, as I'd had to go on an M40 in Vegas and that thing jammed up for every one of us in the group, and the guy looking after us had to call his mate over to fix it a couple of times. I didn't need to tell that story, I just wanted an excuse to use this footage from that one time I fired proper guns.
I like that.
I actually don't mind this weapon degradation system. In fact, I actually quite like it because it adds to the desperation of the situation. You run out of ammo for your chosen weapon, or maybe your weapon will take too long to reload as the enemies pile in around you, so you grab whatever rusted piece of crap is on the ground next to you and do your best with it. I'm not normally a fan of weapon degradation in games, though I usually come across similar mechanics in RPGs where you'd have to enter a menu to select a new weapon or something like that, so when it happens mid-combat you either just have to pause the game and select something else, or if it happens in Dark Souls you have to give up the fight and visit a blacksmith or hope you've got a secondary weapon equipped, which you haven't because you're trying to keep your fast roll. I do enjoy this system in Far Cry 2 though, and I guess it's because it feels faster paced for me. You can either select another weapon to get you out of the pinch, or go and pick up another weapon from somewhere and hope it's the sort of thing you're after. I can't remember where I read or heard this, but I do seem to recall that the degradation of a weapon is tied to the reloads, so the more you reload the weapon, the quicker it will start to jam on you. When a weapon does jam, you just have to press the reload button and let the animation play out before it starts working again. I don't know if you only have to press it once, as I tended to mash it frantically in the futile belief that doing so would unjam it more quickly. If guns degrade too much, they will explode, which on this playthrough only happened to me once, and I can't find that footage, so here's one I deliberately made explode. As far as I can recall, this system is not present in any other games in this series, and I've heard people make comparisons to the animal attacks we see from Far Cry 3 onwards, where instead of a jammed shotgun, it's an angry honey badger or a pissed off eagle. I seem to remember these being more lenient though, as I don't recall animal attacks happening during firefights, unless you let a tiger out of a cage or something like that. It is a shame because I feel like it adds to the chaos and creates memorable scenarios for you to successfully fight your way out of, or die and start the fight again, which comes with its own issues, particularly on consoles, but I'll come back to that later. As much as people have complained about this system over the years, eventually I found it to be largely ignorable. Weapons from gun shops are completely clean and reliable, so whenever I was near one I would just pop in and swap to a newer copy and get on with my day. I still encountered it when I either ran out of ammo or needed to swap weapons for an on-the-fly change of approach, but I didn't have nearly as many issues with it as some parts of the internet would have you believe. I actually found it quite funny when in the last mission of the game, which has you moving through large areas that are perfect for sniping, my sniper rifle started to jam, which just happened to be just as I was lining up my first shot. At least twice I scouted the enemies, picked out my target, waited for the perfect moment, and click, jammed, start again. Another system which might affect your ability to shoot people is that old malaria problem. Seemingly randomly throughout your game, the screen will glow yellow and you'll start wobbling around. You just press the heal button to pop in a pill and it all goes away. There's no way of knowing how many pills you have left, but when you take your last one, you'll clearly see that the bottle is now empty. So now would be the time to go and do one of those resistant missions to swap passports for pills as soon as possible. Again, this is another system I've heard people complain about as if it's a more common occurrence, but I never found myself having an attack without pills. I know we can't all be as brilliant and as fantastic as I am at these games, but I did come to see it more as a notification that I now have to postpone whatever it is I wanted to do next and go and get some meds, which again seems like an odd design choice for a game they were hyping up on its openness. On the topic of health, when you start firing rounds, the health bar will appear, which is split into 5 sections, and each section will regenerate up to full unless it's completely depleted. You start off with a maximum of 5 syringes, and each syringe will pop your health back up to full. The only exception to this is the final health section, which once you get down to it will slowly degenerate until you die. When you try to heal here, you will play out one of those healing animations that the series is famous for these days, be it pulling shrapnel from your arm, or digging bullets out of your leg, or popping your shoulder back in its socket. These animations take time, they prevent you from moving, and leave you open to further damage, so you need to get yourself to cover before you start them. You can buy bigger syringe bags from the gun shops, and these eventually allow you to carry a maximum of 8, and almost all outposts and checkpoints will have medicine boxes to let you top yourself up, as well as being littered with water bottles that will also fill up your health. Which in terms of major noteworthy mechanics, I think just leaves us with the buddy system, and disappointingly, my recent playthrough did not give a proper insight into this feature. At the start of the game, you rescue another foreign mercenary and they become your best friend.
Oh, friend!
You also have another friend who is whoever happens to be standing around at the bar whenever you get there, and they just replace your best friend if your best friend dies. We already talked about the alternative and optional mission objectives that your buddies offer, though I didn't point out that if you carry out your buddy's request, you will always have to go and help them out of a gunfight. In an early mission, I helped my best friend secure a big stash of gold, which was then set upon by other thugs looking to take it for themselves. In the chaos, I failed to notice that my buddy got downed and then killed. My next buddy also got downed in a gunfight, but I noticed this before they died, and you can give them one of your syringes to bring them back into the fight. I do remember that this is supposed to happen the other way around too. If you get downed in a fight, one of your buddies will turn up, drag you out of the way, and then fight alongside you until the area is clear. Except this didn't happen once for me during my entire 13-hour playthrough. It happened to me when I played it years ago, I remember it happening, but this event never occurred to me this time, which was a bit disappointing. To be fair, I did get through a fair few buddies this time though, to my shame. That first one died without me noticing. I did notice the second one die, but I couldn't get to him in time to save him. My third buddy died along with several other mercs in a mid-game mission that I believe you are supposed to fail. I accidentally launched a grenade at another buddy in a shootout because everybody looks the same during combat, and my final buddy died off screen after another scripted event. Another odd occurrence I had was during that final mission of the game, part of which involves a big shootout between you and 4 or 5 other buddy characters. At least 3 of these characters were previous buddies who I'd seen die during the game, yet here they are stood in front of me plowing me with shotgun rounds for reasons I don't quite understand. In terms of mechanics, that's all there really is to this game. You'll either be assassinating people for a stranger on the radio, hitting targets to help contribute to the Civil War, take out weapons convoys, or deliver passports in exchange for medication. All of these will involve shooting people, which may involve your guns jamming and a light attack of malaria. If that was all there is to this game, then we could wrap this up and we could all get on with our lives and go home to our loved ones. But there's another big element of this game that I haven't touched on yet, which I would argue could be the biggest barrier to people trying this game either for the first time ever or for the first time in a long while. The world of this game is split into 2 separate maps, both of which are apparently based on various parts of Kenya and the surrounding countries. There's thick jungle, tree-lined roads, grasslands, plains, deserts, canyons, rivers and lakes. I think it visually still holds up pretty well. I mean, it's clearly an older game, but it still looks pretty damn good, especially when the lighting comes in just right. It's full of little details that often get compared to other releases, like bullets splashing in water or the leaves of plants actually bending out of the way as you pass through them or reacting to explosions, adding to that immersion that the team set out to achieve. To be honest though, I didn't really stop and take notice of how good it all looks until I got to the second map, which I think is far superior to the first. The first is mostly closed off areas, with the world feeling more like a series of corridors with big rooms every so often. Yes, there's open spaces around this square piece of fictional Africa, but there's not much there to look at. The second map is similarly shaped, and again the main town is slap bang in the middle, but it just has so much more variety and details in more places. It also features much more, I guess you could call it environmental storytelling, or maybe set dressing or something. I quickly came across a site on the road with a destroyed bus, a few destroyed cars, and a few bloodied bodies littered around. You'll find similar sites scattered around this map, driving home the hostility of this place and building into that narrative that they quickly seem to give up telling. The second map also provides many more open areas and has more wildlife running around as well. The animals here are purely for show and serve no functional purpose, but it is pretty cool to be bombing around across some grassland in your buggy alongside a couple of terrified zebra running for their lives. Although it's in these open areas that I did see a possible explanation for the majority of this game feeling more claustrophobic. There is some very noticeable pop-in of textures over long distances, an issue that you don't have if the trees are so thick you can only see as far as the next turn in the road. It's unlikely that any of this will put people off this game like I mentioned a moment ago, but what might do it is the restricted fast travel options here. Most of the time you will be driving around these leafy corridors up and around mountains in both directions in order to get anywhere. And this wouldn't be so bad in itself if not for the fact that everyone, absolutely everyone, will make it their life's mission to end your life as soon as they see you. You could be rolling around in an armoured truck with a grenade launcher on the top, and some twat in a fucking Vauxhall Corsa will chase you down and try to ram you off the road. The roads are littered with enemy checkpoints, and these will famously respawn the enemies within a few minutes. So unless you are super quick in completing your objectives, you will have to fight your way through them all over again. Every single time. I've seen people justify all of this, that the aggressive enemies and respawning outposts are there to enhance the oppression on the player. Like I said, the world feels like it is actively trying to get rid of you, and these elements do add to that feeling. This is not a comfortable position to be in. You are one man fighting a pointless war, not a one-man army liberating a country, so of course the enemies repopulate their checkpoints. That's what they would do in a war. And of course you get chased down and shot at by absolutely everyone. You're a foreign mercenary working in secret. They all want you dead. Both faction leaders will even tell you that you are a deniable asset. Your work is a secret, so even the troops of the people you are working for will see you as a threat. The thing is, this is just added to cover up a problem with the game. In that post-mortem article, creative director Clint mentions that they first built the combat-focused AI for the NPCs. And when they came to add in the AI that had them going about their business, like popping down the shops or whatever, everything fell apart. The ceasefire zones all had to be scripted individually by hand, as there was no other way of having soldiers not shoot at the player on sight. On a related note, the reason mission givers seem stiff and wooden in their animations is because they didn't have a full-time animation lead working on the project, and the studio wouldn't give them one as they were all busy working on Assassin's Creed, Prince of Persia or Splinter Cell, meaning they just didn't have the staff available to put in the required work for Far Cry 2. Originally, the outposts were supposed to stay clear for a longer period before the enemies would respawn, but they found out that it was possible to clear the entire map at once, so they shortened the respawn period to a frankly ridiculous level. Something I've not seen talked about is how the enemies all look the same. It is impossible to tell whether the people you are killing are working for the UFLL or the APR, and I assume this is done so that they didn't have to worry about making sure the right NPCs are in the right places or anything like that. Now, this isn't me trying to poo-poo people who read something deeper and more meaningful out of their experience. You do you. It's just interesting to me to see the cutbacks the development team had to make because a Far Cry game wasn't seen as important enough to properly staff. Another thing they did nail with the open world though is the dynamic weather system, something which is kind of expected in open world games now. The fog can roll in and the rain starts pouring, and while I don't think it ever gets to thunder and lightning levels, sneaking and fighting your way through an enemy compound in the dark and pouring rain really does add a whole different and memorable atmosphere to the proceedings. While open world games weren't exactly new in 2008, they were in still somewhat an experimental phase, and the maps we have in Far Cry 2 almost feel like a bit of a halfway point between linear levels and open world environments. Yes, it is open, and the limited fast travel and traversal mechanics mean you can and often will approach the same situation from different angles. Enemy outposts are generally in wide open spaces, but you'll have to travel through several jungle corridors to get to them. The fast travel system does allow some ability to minimize your corridor travel time, but generally you can only travel to the outer corners of the map or to the center, and you have to be at a fast travel point to use this feature. The fast travel option is actually you catching a bus, and I did chuckle to myself about catching the bus into town, picking up a contract, get the 144 to the gun shop before hopping onto the 316 to the opposite end of the map just to quickly blow up a pipeline before hopping on a quad bike back into town again. Like I say, the second map is more open and does offer more opportunities to cut corners between roads and around enemy outposts. You will get stuck though, this isn't Mud Runner, and it won't take much of a rock or just a little bit of a ditch to get your vehicle stuck and immovable. You can flip an overturned car over, but you won't get it out of that ditch, not without getting the AA or the RAC out here. Annoyingly, there will be some parts of your map which look like a route, but just aren't, or they are, but only from one direction. Like one instance where I thought I'd found a back way into an enemy base. Turned out that this was not the case, so I had to backtrack along the river I just skipped along all the way around to the front to eventually find that this area has been placed for an exciting escape involving a hang glider. Oh god, I almost forgot about those. There are a few of these things placed around the map, but I found them to be largely useless as, unlike the last game, you cannot use any weapons while using them, they're very difficult to control, and once you land you will probably find yourself in the middle of nowhere with no vehicle. Also, if you get shot while you're in the air, you will spin wildly out of control and could die from the fall, so their inclusion here feels token at best. Or maybe I'm just shit at them and they're actually really useful. Be sure to let me know in the comments. A few of the features in Far Cry 2 did make my brain jump to an odd comparison with a more recent game. Can anyone else think of another game set in a big open world with incredibly limited fast travel, that also requires you to make sure your guns are clean and has extensive animations that you have to regularly sit through, and at times the world can feel hostile and uncomfortable to be in? That's right, Red Dead Redemption 2, of course. I'm not at all suggesting that Red Dead 2 was inspired by the violent commuting of Far Cry 2, but there is another game that has a focus on immersive details that are fairly polarizing to the point that some people would loudly defend it, whereas others will be put off playing it altogether. The narrative structure also reminded me a bit of the original Assassin's Creed. In that game you had 9 targets to kill, and each time you killed one you had to go back to the same place and get your next mission. It's similar here, except you're only after one person, but you do have to keep going back to the same place again and again to get more missions to kill more people. I don't think Ubisoft had properly started merging ideas from their various open world games yet, but I do imagine we'll spot a few crossover features in Far Cry 3 at least. Overall, I enjoyed my time with Far Cry 2. The combat is tense and unpredictable in all the right ways, and the objectives are varied enough to avoid becoming too repetitive. The traversal though can quickly become tedious, especially when you have to keep stopping to kill people that are chasing you, then repair your car, and then carry on again. But that tedium is required to get you through to the combat, which again I think is worth playing this game for. I do feel for the console players though, as you guys can only save your games at places like safe houses, gun shops, and faction HQ buildings. There was one mission where I caught the bus to visit my buddy who wanted me to visit a crash site and steal a warhead. I saved my game at the bus stop but forgot to save it at her safe house, so when I died during combat, I had to carry out that 5-minute back and forth commute again. And guess what? I forgot to save there again because I'm shit, and then I died for a second time. Then I remembered that quick saving is a thing on the PC, unlike in the last game, and kept on quick saving at key points to limit the amount of backtracking. This also made me try some different tactics too, like giving myself a sniper rifle and leaving my car out of the way to sneak up onto the hill to get a good vantage point, which kinda reminded me of that bit in Better Call Saul. So the gameplay is great with some annoyances in between the good bits, but the narrative still sucks and is confusing. Halfway through the game you meet the Jackal again, who saves you from a sandstorm and starts to seem concerned that maybe all these angry people with guns are not the best thing for the innocent civilians. On a mission to retrieve diamonds to be offered as part of a peace treaty, we find the members of the UFLL killed by the Jackal, who then jumps us and tells us that the factions only want peace so that the rest of the world will stop paying attention to them and they can get on with the quote raping and pillaging. He then steals the diamonds and knocks us out after telling us that we will be blamed for all of this. We wake up in a prison where my latest buddy seemingly gets killed off screen, and we escape to learn that the UFLL is under new leadership and they want you to kill the APR leaders. Then someone else in the UFLL wants to take over, so sends you to kill their new leaders, and then some random dude who works for the APR wants you to take out the new APR leaders so they can take over. Near the end of the game, you save that journalist friend from earlier at an airfield, and he tells you that the APR and the UFLL have now joined forces, which he also thinks is a bad idea as it means that they have full control over the population that they have generally been pretty shitty to, and he tells you that there's an uprising taking place over at the prison that we just escaped from, and that the Jackal is responsible. We head over there to find an empty prison yard with the Jackal just standing there, looking menacing. Can I pull up my rifle and kill him to finally complete my mission? No, we're buddies now, or something. He confirms that the UFLL and APR have joined forces and tasks you to, you guessed it, take out their leaders. Again. He also sends you to collect some diamonds so that he can bribe the border guards to let the civilians out, leaving only the militia soldiers left in the country. He compares this to quarantining a disease so that it can die out, making it seem like instead of profiting from this situation, he is now trying to end it. Anyway, we silently accept all of this and head out into a linear area only accessible during this section of the game, and it's that bit with the open areas perfect for sniping that I talked about earlier. We work our way through these large areas before being greeted by a buddy that I haven't met yet, but my pause menu tells me is my best friend. He calls you over to him because he's found the diamonds, and we then hear a voice urging him to shoot us, and out walks the second buddy I had that died hours ago. They all then start shooting at me out of nowhere, and after a few reloads and killing people I thought had already died, I was left standing with the diamonds. I wish this bit was explained, like why are they all teaming up against me all of a sudden, and how did they know about the diamonds? Anyway, we carry on to an enemy base and once again take out the faction leaders, and then keep yomping through the jungle until we find a hut with the Jackal in it. He tells us that the soldiers are still coming to stop the civilians leaving the country, and we have to hold them back. The diamonds we recovered are to bribe the border guards to let the civilians through, and he's planted explosives on a cliff to block the road and stop the soldiers from getting to the civilians. Fair enough, I'm on board so far, except he then tells us that no one involved in this whole situation is allowed to live, making cancer comparisons, saying that if anyone survives, including us, then it will all just start up again. Whoever detonates the explosives will die doing so, and whoever delivers the diamonds needs to kill themselves. I really don't get this angle. Why do we both need to die? Can't whoever delivers the diamonds just leave the mercenary life and go work in Morrison's or something? Again, the player character just goes along with this. Oh, we both have to die? Sure, I won't push back on this, no problem, just show me where to put the bullet in my skull. We haven't displayed any signs of empathy or guilt with anything else we've done, and we have done some abhorrent stuff during this game. We've destroyed medicinal plants just to stop other people making medication, we've cut off water supplies to towns and flooded mines to stop people making money, but sure, I'm happy to die to help out the civilians all of a sudden. You get to choose whether you deliver the diamonds or to set off the explosives, and what follows is a short combat scenario in the jungle. Whichever you choose, the same cutscene plays showing the explosion, and your journalist friend takes a photo of the huge group of refugees crossing the border to safety. We then see some text saying that no media outlets wanted to run his story, so he posted it all on his blog, and that the body of the Jackal was never found, dun 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 and all that. It's a really weird ending that could have worked if we had some actual characterization throughout the game. Hell, a bit of back and forth between the Jackal and us would have been nice, have him convince us about how we need to die to save the civilians, rather than just us accept it. There's no story worth paying attention to for the whole game, and then the last 2 or 3 hours become back and forth of leader assassinations culminating in a suicide pact. It doesn't make any sense, and it makes for a very unsatisfying ending in my book. Or maybe there's a deeper meaning I missed, I don't know, please do let me know. So yeah, do not come to this game for a deep and thoughtful narrative, or even a coherent one. This does, however, still hold up as an open world shooter from a more experimental age, and one which still has arguably the best fire physics in gaming. Oh god, I completely forgot about the fire propagation. Yeah, it's awesome. A few Molotovs, an exploding vehicle, or even the backdraft from an RPG will set any dry grass on fire, and this stuff can spread quickly and unexpectedly. The most memorable instance for me was when I took cover behind a building on a series of wooden struts as a rocket flew past my head. I was focused on the dickhead with the rocket launcher in the distance and eventually took him out, and only then turned around to realise that the entire structure was on fire and I really needed to get out of the way. And that's what this game does. It creates stories unique to each player. It's a series of systems that all overlap at various times to create encounters that are unique to you and would be almost impossible to replicate. The unpredictability of the systems and the unreliability of your equipment will give you an experience that you will remember for a good long while, and I think that this is a big reason that the game is so fondly remembered even today. In my opinion, this is closer to what Far Cry 1 promised it would be. This is closer to an actual open world with plenty of options for you to experiment with, even if it is oddly limiting at times. And for this reason, I would rank Far Cry 2 above Far Cry 1, making it my favourite in the series so far. So with all of that now out of the way, we can start looking forward to Far Cry 3, the entry which firmly established the series as a heavy hitter and arguably changed open world gaming across the industry. This one may take a while to put together as I've just started a new job which will give me less time to work on these videos, so please do bear with me and I thank you all for your patience. Please do consider subscribing as I will try to put more updates on the community tab so that future releases don't just appear out of nowhere. Thank you for everyone who made it this far in the video. I really do hope you enjoyed it, and if you didn't, then I admire your ability to watch something you didn't enjoy for this long. But also that's a bit weird, life's too short for that. Go do something you enjoy, please.
Did I ever tell you the definition of insanity?
Freeze, motherfucker!
Before learning that 2024 marks 20 years since the introduction of the Far Cry series, I had already decided to play through every Far Cry game in order of release, except for the Xbox exclusives, and finally put together my ranking list for this franchise. And this is a sequential list here. Those tier lists are for people who struggle with commitment and are afraid of upsetting people. This list will grow and change as we go, but at the moment it's pretty small and looks like this, with Far Cry 2 currently in the top spot and Far Cry 1 at the bottom. It should go without saying, but this is the internet, so I'm going to say it anyway, but this ranking is my personal preference. Far Cry 1 and 2 are very different games, and I imagine many people prefer the style of the first game over that of the second. After two such different titles, Far Cry 3 had a lot of freedom to either imitate one of its predecessors or to build off them and end up doing something completely different again. Unfortunately, I couldn't find much information about the making of this game, certainly not to the extent of the previous titles. Most of the behind the scenes stuff I found on YouTube is either about the live action promos that they filmed, which are admittedly rather brilliant and definitely worth a watch, or their retrospectives from people talking about how impactful the game was and how brilliant everything was and all this other nonsense which doesn't give much of an insight into their thought process going into this game. So I'm left with relying on the Wikipedia page and its links to get what little behind the scenes insight I can. If you watched my Far Cry 2 video, which you absolutely should because it's fantastic, hilarious and insanely cool, you may remember the bit about how Ubisoft wouldn't give the Far Cry 2 team an animation lead because their people were busy on other, more popular games like Assassin's Creed and Splinter Cell. It seems like this attitude majorly shifted for Far Cry 3, with Ubisoft clearly having a lot of faith in the product and throwing multiple studios at it. The company was overseen by Ubisoft Montreal, the same studio who made the last game, but with a completely different team. Once again, for anyone who doesn't remember, Ubisoft Montreal is a studio that basically makes all of your favourite Ubisoft games, and they also made Assassin's Creed Unity, but no one's perfect. With Ubisoft Montreal taking care of the bulk of the single player experience, they brought in Massive Entertainment to work on the multiplayer side of things. A part of the game that I have never touched, will never touch, and have no intention of talking about. But it is interesting to note that prior to working on the multiplayer for Far Cry 3, Massive had made the rather enjoyable World in Conflict RTS game and the first-person Desmond sections of Assassin's Creed Revelations. Not sure why these guys were chosen to put together the multiplayer mode for an open world FPS, but there you go. Is it any good? I doubt it, no one ever talks about it, but feel free to tell me how awesome it is in the comments. Ubisoft Shanghai were in charge of designing the missions and the wildlife AI, so you can thank them for that random leopard attacking you while you're trying to murder some humans. Ubisoft Bucharest were working on quality assurance. Red Storm Entertainment, the studio that was part founded by Tom Clancy to make all those Tom Clancy games, were responsible for the PC port, and believe me, I'm going to come back to that later, just you wait. And finally, they had Ubisoft Reflections assisting with the design of the vehicles, which I found interesting as I did feel that the driving in this game is a dramatic improvement over the last two, and knowing that the studio that created Driver were helping out with that made this make a bit more sense to me in hindsight. All of this is to say that Ubisoft were now fully invested in the Far Cry series and did not want to skimp on its support like it had done with the previous entry. The game started development shortly after Far Cry 2 had shipped, and over the next few years it saw a few changes of direction and an entirely new creative staff. The original narrative designer Patrick Redding wanted to continue to explore the African setting, and then creative director Raphael van Lierop, I'm probably mispronouncing that, wanted to bring the stories of the first two games together. For some reason I can't find an explanation for, Van Lierop left Ubisoft in 2010 and several others from the creative teams left with him. Ubisoft Montreal did not stick with the original vision for the game and instead seemingly decided to do the Tropical Island thing again and apparently focused on addressing the complaints made about Far Cry 2. For anyone who doesn't know, I did a series ranking the Assassin's Creed franchise, and while doing that I noticed a few games in the series that seem to directly address criticisms made of previous entries. This is just something Ubisoft does occasionally. It makes sense from a business point of view. I mean, people like your game but generally agree on things that could be done to make it better, so why not do those things and make a product more people will want to buy? It almost goes without saying that Far Cry 3 was a massive success, and many people point to this game as the turning point for open world shooters. The open world genre was still in its experimental stage prior to Far Cry 3, with different studios trying different things to see what works in that relatively new genre at the time. Far Cry 3 not only established the formula moving forward, but they printed it out onto a piece of paper, laminated it, rolled it up real nice, turned that son of a bitch sideways and stuck it straight up the candy ass of almost every other development studio out there. Ubisoft themselves basically copied this formula and pasted it into most of its other franchises, and elements of this game are still being imitated and built on in releases to this day. Well, at the time of writing anyway. If you're watching this in 10 years time, that may no longer be true, and I'm sorry for having lied to you. Did Bloodborne get released on PC yet? I don't specifically remember buying this game, but this would have come out during my peak disposable income days, so I imagine I got this as close to day one as possible. I didn't pick up any collector's edition though, which surprises me, to be honest. I'd have thought I'd have been all over something like that. I also don't remember anything about the marketing prior to the release of the game, but I imagine it featured that definition of insanity cutscene because the box art makes some subtle references to things getting a little bit insane maybe. This box art did make me think about the narrative of the game from a slightly different perspective though, but we'll get into that a bit later. We'll kick things off properly here with a bit of a look at the story, so please consider this your spoiler warning as I will be talking about almost every bit of story and gameplay content here. And unlike the previous games, I do think that this is a narrative worth experiencing for yourself, rather than having some boring twat with mediocre gameplay abilities badly explaining it to you. The game opens with a montage of young, sexy rich people doing young, sexy rich people things, like skydiving, jet skiing, and dicking around in countries whose annual GDP is less than the allowance their daddies give them each month. We get a very brief introduction to each of them with their names flashing up, and the screen eventually pulls back to reveal that we are being shown this footage as it plays on a phone while we are locked inside a cage. The man holding the phone is called Vas, and we soon learn that he's a bit of an odd duck, this one.
Do you want me to slice you open like I did your friend? Shut the fuck up! Okay? I'm the one with the fucking dick. Look at me. Look me in the fucking eye. Hey! You fuck! Look me in the eye! You're my bitch. I rule this fucking kingdom. Shut the fuck up, or you die.
The story of Far Cry 1 was so firmly entrenched in 80s action movie stereotypes that the bad guy is just as forgettable as that bloke from Running Man or what's his face from Total Recall. Far Cry 2 gave us the Jackal, who managed to be an imposing and enigmatic presence throughout the game, even if his vocal performance was flat and seemingly sped up. Vas feels like the first of those points of criticism that Ubisoft wanted to correct with Far Cry 3. Far Cry 2 lacked memorable characters. Here's a character so memorable that people still talk about him 12 years later, helped to launch the motion capture and voice actor's career to new heights, managed to eclipse the actual main bad guy in the game, and create a high point that the development studios are still trying to match to this day. Vas is just as threatening, unpredictable and unhinged as the internet says he is, and why they created this character and still felt the need to give him a boss to answer to, I will never understand. I'll get more into that later, but for now Vas threatens us, berates us and insinuates that we are being held to ransom. Vas reveals our name to be Jason Brody, and the other chap in the cage with us is our brother Grant, who apparently used to be in the army, so he hatches an escape plan while Jason just worries about it the whole time. We sneak through the camp to escape and get the usual basic tutorial stuff like crouching. We also get tutorials in using plants for cover, and we see the series introduction of the detection meter. An arrow will appear on screen when you catch the attention of a guard, and the arrow will grow bigger until they spot you and then go on alert. We also see the ability to throw rocks as a distraction returned from the first game after being removed from the second, and we also have the ability to properly climb certain structures like platform edges, window frames, hanging ivy, and any ledge with a little bit of rope hanging off it. We make our way through the camp, passing by piles of luggage strewn everywhere, suggesting that a lot of tourists have gone missing here, and we witness an execution or two. Seemingly escaped from danger, Grant starts talking us through the plan just as he gets shot in the neck. In a move seemingly just to allow the rest of the narrative to play out, Vas gives us a head start to run away, and we are soon being chased through the jungle by dogs and angry men with guns. Jason gets jumped by a pirate and is forced to kill him in self-defense, marking his first kill. Understandably shaken, he is just having the worst day, Jason continues his escape through the jungle until a helicopter shoots the bridge out from beneath him. He blacks out as he hits the water, but awakens to see a chap called Dennis giving him a tattoo, because obviously that's what would happen, what else would you expect? Dennis wears a US Army shirt with his name on it, though he only lived in the US for a few years after leaving his home country of Liberia, and then he left the US because of all the racism. He eventually found himself on Rook Island, which is where Far Cry 3 takes place, and is also home to the Rakyat, the natives of the island. We later learn that Vas, that kooky chap from earlier, is the brother of Citra, the leader of the Rakyat. I'm not 100% sure on the backstory, but I picked up that Vas left the Rakyat to start his own pirate gang with blackjack and hookers, and eventually a chap called Hoyt turned up with some military spec hardware and started taking over, but using Vas and his boys as muscle and keeping them in line with the supply of drugs. Hoyt is in the business of people trafficking, or it might just be the slave trade, I'm not sure, but he's also a bit of a drug dealer on the side as well. Dennis has been accepted as one of the Rakyat after Citra, quote, set him free, whatever that means, maybe sounds a little bit sexual. He clearly quite fancies her, and we see him struggling with the fact that she doesn't like him at a few points throughout the game. He's taken it upon himself to give you a tattoo because he and the rest of the Rakyat see your escape from Vas's camp as a sign that you are some sort of prophesized hope for their people. They also don't call it a tattoo, they call it a tatal, which, being the sheltered white boy that I am, I don't know if that's just how some people say tattoo, or if it's the name for this specific pattern, or whatever it might be. Please do enlighten me in the comments. Dennis introduces you to the Rakyat and says that they will help you to find your friends, but because it's a video game, you have to help them first, and the first thing you need to do is to climb a tower. Far Cry 3 isn't the first time we've seen climbable towers in games before. 5 years before this game, there was another little game called Assassin's Creed, which had a mechanic that involved you climbing to the top of towers scattered around the world that would reveal the surrounding areas of the map, including world details and quest markers. I may be incredibly wrong here, but this stands out to me as the first example of Ubisoft pretty clearly taking a mechanic from one of their games and sticking it into another one with some different paint on it. They would eventually go on to do the same thing with the entirety of Far Cry 3, but for now it's just the towers from Assassin's Creed. There are 18 of these scattered around the game's 2 islands, and while you certainly could complete the game without doing any other towers, you're gonna have a much easier and much more fun time if you do a few of these. Not only do they reveal part of the map to help you get around, they also reveal which animals can be found in which area, and more importantly, also unlock new weapons that you can acquire for free. So these things make exploration easier and give you more options to kill people with. Why wouldn't you do them? Oh, right, the repetitiveness. Obviously, these things are a bit more tedious when it's been 12 years since they started appearing in more and more games, but I do feel like these fit well into the world and they make sense as an activity, and they are all different at the very least, with each climb feeling like a miniature environmental puzzle. Not a difficult puzzle, though a couple of them on the second island did give me a little bit of bother for a couple of seconds. They also give you a passive reminder of the world you are exploring, as the climb will provide some scenic views of the surrounding island. This is something that I likely didn't appreciate back on release, but I did this time around, but I'll get into that more when I start talking about the fast travel system. Reaching the top of the tower and removing the jamming device plays a little video of the camera swooping around the area, highlighting some points of interest. What it doesn't do is add any of these points of interest to your map, so you better just try and figure out where anything interesting was and hope it was near a unique looking tree or something. There will always be a couple of zip lines to help you get down quickly, as a leap of faith would be a little out of place in this setting. So you zipline back down to Dennis, who now wants you to learn how to master the jungle if you want any chance of saving your friends. Turns out mastering the jungle involves killing 2 boars and picking some flowers, but this does at least teach us the fundamentals that we'll need to get through this adventure. This little task serves as a tutorial for pretty much the rest of the major mechanics of the game. We've been taught how to sneak around and how to open our map, and now we need to learn how to read our mini-map and how to collect and craft resources. We also learn how to shoot things, which is pretty handy. It seems like some developers these days feel that crafting mechanics are a required part of open world games, and personally I tend to roll my eyes at their inclusion most of the time. But back in 2012, this was something not often seen in games like this, and at the time I appreciated the options it opens you up to. If you wanted to carry more bullets or more money, it would tell you how many skins of which animal you would need. You check your map to see where they are and off you go. Treat yourself. Even back then, I did find it funny that I need the skins of multiple sharks in order to craft a larger wallet, something which I assume will still fit in my jeans pockets. And if I wanted to carry more bullets, then only the freshest hides of several dingoes would suffice, never mind the horde of deer I just took out with a rocket launcher, or the human flesh lying scattered across the island thanks to my antics. Wouldn't that do for some nice new bags?
You haven't thought of the smell, you bitch!
The fact that you can upgrade your carry capacity necessitates that you start the game barely able to carry anything. You start with only 1 weapon slot and a low maximum ammo count, so in order to fully embrace this game, you will need to pop into the jungle to murder some woodland creatures. The start of the game does feel incredibly restrictive with these carry limits, and while admittedly it doesn't take much effort to harvest the leather you need to stop worrying about picking things up so much, it does feel needlessly limiting. The final unlock in each category will require you to kill a specific legendary creature, one which can only be found during special hunting missions. I'll get into those in a bit more detail later, but because it's not made clear which of these missions will result in you hunting these special animals, and because the second highest unlock for each category was more than enough for me, I didn't bother with them during my main playthrough. Sure, I went back and did them later, just to see what they were like, but for me the effort required was not worth the reward. You won't be able to travel far around Rook Island without spotting some coloured leaves on your minimap. Now, these come in 5 different colours: red, yellow, blue, green and white, which gives you some indication as to what sort of syringe they will let you craft. Generally speaking, green makes healing stuff, yellow does perception-y things, red is for damage resistance, blue is for swimming, and white is for... Actually, I don't know, I didn't pay that much attention by this point. I played through the game on hard difficulty, and all I really needed were healing syringes and the yellow ones that let you see animals through the terrain. But there are others that let you breathe underwater for longer, reduce fire damage, and other things like that. But again, I didn't mess with much of that as I never really felt the need to. What did annoy me about this, especially in the early game, is that a single leaf from a flower will take up just as much inventory space as the pelt of a buffalo. So if you start picking flowers too much, you'll run out of space for loot to sell. On the subject of loot, scattered around the game are these boxes, right? And they have loot inside them. Almost like some sort of loot box, but they usually contain a little bit of money and a watch, or surprisingly regularly fetish items based off specific animals. I'm not one to yuck anyone's yum, but maybe stop leaving your kinky toys in wooden boxes at work, please. Just because you're slavers doesn't mean you can't maintain professionalism. This loot serves only to be sold at shops for cash, which you can then use to top up your ammo or buy weapons and armor. You can also loot the corpses of fallen pirates if you can be bothered to watch the same animation play out for each of the 30 men you just massacred, but Far Cry 3 can also get very picky about exactly where you need to stand to activate a loot animation or even just to pick stuff up. Ammo will be picked up automatically when you walk over a weapon, but weirdly you need to specifically tell the game that you want to pick up any cash that you find, which does sound like an incredibly minor and picky thing to moan about, but seriously, the amount of time this causes temporary inconvenience builds up into a significant annoyance. There's also the issue of finding corpses of either fallen enemies or dead animals in tall grass, as they don't appear on your minimap and tend to be hidden, meaning you better keep an eye on that tiger you just sniped from the other side of the valley or you'll lose its hide forever. Far Cry 2 didn't have a minimap, and instead quite famously had you read from a map in real time, forcing you to put your gun away in order to get your bearings. Far Cry 3 has no such limitation, as the minimap is in the corner of your screen at all times, highlighting plants for you to collect and any enemies that you've tagged. It will also highlight mission areas and restricted zones, so while this is an undeniably useful bit of heads-up display, I was a little bit dismayed of having to use it. Without mods, or at least as far as I can tell without mods, there is no way to remove this minimap. But then even if there was, it's been made such a crucial tool that I feel like certain elements of this game would become a massive pain in the ass without it. First and foremost, it shows you the roads and paths around you so you can keep an eye on junctions and sharp turns coming up. Finding plants without it would be tricky, as healing plants are coloured green, which would be difficult to spot in this game because half of your screen is usually some sort of green. But my main gripe with the map system in this game is when you're travelling from A to B. I mentioned earlier that Ubisoft Reflections were helping out with the vehicle side of this game, and it really does show. After 2 games of passably functional cars and trucks, the driving in this game feels exciting and intense. Whether you're in a little 2-seater commuter, an armoured jeep, a quad bike or a jet ski, the sense of speed and controllable danger each and every vehicle provides makes for a traversal system that I actually wanted to take part in. While you can carry a vehicle repair tool around with you to fix your cars after a few bumps, I never did because it takes up a weapons slot, which seems like such a stupid idea that whoever suggested it needs a slap and whoever approved it needs a kick.
You bitch!
But vehicles just aren't as fragile as they were in Far Cry 2. And this is good because having to stop every 5 minutes to fix the engine would disrupt the flow of screaming through tree-lined dirt roads and drifting around cliff-top hairpins. The best way I can think to describe it is that driving feels like you're always almost about to lose control, but you're able to just hold on and pull through and make it. And in that regard, it kind of reminds me of spending the night with your mum. There are timed race events scattered around the map that highlight these driving mechanics, and I would often go out of my way to take part in these just because I was having so much of a good time with them. I don't remember this happening in any of the Far Cry games after this, but then maybe I've just forgotten after all this time, but the driving is something I don't remember seeing anyone really talking about with this game, and I feel like it needs highlighting and having its praises sung a little bit, even if it's just from some dickhead that no one listens to like me. So while you don't have to stop driving every 5 minutes to fix your car after a particularly hefty bump, I did find myself having to pause every so often to bring up the map screen. Like I said, the in-game map from Far Cry 2 is gone, with the minimap seemingly being the replacement for it. However, I found the minimap range to be too small while tearing around at top speed, so I did have to pause the game to open the map screen to plan out my route, which felt like such a step back in terms of immersion from the last game. Again, this probably sounds like such a pointless thing to be bitching about, but when I'm having fun in a game, I don't want to have to keep completely removing myself from that fun. Let me check my map in-game and risk falling off a cliff or running over a goat or something. As much as I did enjoy the driving, I did still heavily rely on the fast travel system due to the sheer size of the map. To unlock fast travel points, you need to clear enemy outposts, which leads us on to the next little mission Dennis has for us. Now that we've killed a couple of hairy pigs and picked some flowers, he reckons we're ready to kill a camp full of pirates to save our friend Daisy. You'll spend the vast majority of your time with this game attacking enemy outposts, and these are something which again feel like a direct response to criticism of the last game. Again, almost famously, enemy outposts in Far Cry 2 would fill back up with enemies mere minutes after you've already wiped them all out. As I mentioned in my Far Cry 2 video, this was done because they didn't want a player to clear the entire map and find themselves with no enemies to kill. Seemingly though, this is what we players actually wanted, so now the map is covered in enemy outposts just waiting for you to capture, and they stay captured for the rest of your game, reducing the amount of enemy soldiers you find in the surrounding areas. Outposts are also generally more widely approachable, in that you can come at them from different angles, scouting them out properly before making your way inside. Something I don't remember seeing a tutorial for, so having to look up the button prompt, was for your camera, which allows you to tag enemies like in the first game, something else that was removed for Far Cry 2. Unlike in Far Cry 1 though, tagged enemies will now be visible through walls and terrain, rather than just appearing on your minimap. This, along with those stealth mechanics we were taught at the very start of the game, allow for a much more accessible stealth approach than either previous game. Sure, stealth was possible, but Far Cry 2 in particular seemed anti-stealth, with its lack of enemy tagging and everything being various shades of brown, making enemies tough to spot. So while Far Cry 3 may not offer mechanics to satisfy the hardcore stealth fans, dipshits like me can hide in the hedges and keep an eye on the heavily armoured twat on the other side of the wall fairly easily. Apparently Far Cry 3 runs on the Dunia 2 engine, a step up from the Dunia engine used in Far Cry 2, which itself was an evolution of the Cry engine used in Far Cry 1. Dunia 2 apparently allows the world to be procedurally generated, but then various teams went in and adjusted and made tweaks to the world to make it more cohesive and fun to play in. Enemy outposts here feel like real places, like petrol stations, junkyards or storage facilities and farms, and each outpost will have at least one alarm post, and many of them will have caged animals. If you can shoot out one of the alarm posts, it will deactivate that specific post. If you can get right up to it and turn it off though, it will deactivate all the other posts in the camp. This is important because other than getting an XP reward for not triggering alarms while capturing an outpost, a triggered alarm will start a timer that brings in reinforcements, which is usually about 2 trucks full of dickheads that know exactly where you are and are keen to end your life. You also get an extra reward for not getting spotted, but I didn't get this very often because of my incredibly mediocre skill level. Animal cages can be shot open, which will release whatever pissed off creature is inside to generally cause havoc and provide a bit of a distraction. If it's just an angry dog, then it won't take too long for the guards to put it down, but if it happens to be a tiger or a bear, you can usually sit back and let them clear the camp out for you. Just make sure you do sit back out of the way just in case it spots you and makes a beeline for your genitalia. Now I think this might be my memory getting similar games mixed up, but I seem to remember random animal attacks being a much more common thing in this game. This may be a more regular occurrence in Far Cry 4, and it probably happens all the time in Primal, but in Far Cry 3, while it is possible for animals to randomly attack you out in the world, for me it only really happened twice. Once was a tiger as I was actively attacking a camp, and another time a leopard jumped me as I was scouting out an outpost. There were other times when I spotted a group of coyotes sauntering towards me as I was creeping through the bushes, and more times than I care to admit I got jumped by a snake that I hadn't been paying attention to, but this was not nearly as common a thing as I was expecting it to be. Again, maybe this is something they had more of in future games. I guess I'll find out as I keep playing through them. It occurred to me during this playthrough though that this is almost a sort of mechanical replacement for the malaria attacks from Far Cry 2. Though I guess the animal attacks don't require you to go off and complete a specific side mission every so often like the malaria thing did. Like many games that promise to let players, quote, approach situations in any way you like, you really only have two options when approaching outposts in Far Cry 3. You go in loud and guns blazing, or you stealth your way through. Luckily, both approaches are fun to play, with the heap of stealth mechanics that we've already talked about being complemented with takedowns, another new feature of this game. These can be upgraded through a series of unlocks, and eventually you can run a knife through one guy and two of his nearby mates, pull the pin out of a grenade on the third dude and kick him into a group of other bastards. Or you can jump on one chap and throw one of his knives into the neck of his mate way over there. But combat isn't just restricted to knives, we get a pretty wide range of guns to play with here too. So let's take a quick look at the shooting. Roll the montage. Guns don't jam anymore like in Far Cry 2. Different people will either be pleased or disappointed to hear that, and while on the face of it I did very much enjoy the unexpected chaos caused by that mechanic, I do appreciate the ability to add silencers and different sight types to pretty much any gun. I also very much appreciate that, like the first game, we once again have 4 weapon slots to do whatever we want with. So if you want to run around with a rocket launcher, a grenade launcher, an automatic shotgun and a machine gun, well, you go right ahead and do that, you've earned it. There's a decent range of guns on offer here, from various sizes of handguns, SMGs, assault rifles, snipers, LMGs and launchers, all of which can be given different paint jobs, and many of them have various mods that can be added to them. There's also a bow and arrow, as this game was released right around the time that sort of thing was becoming a bit trendy, though I didn't use it too much as that required a separate bag to be upgraded to be worth doing, and I already had so much animal blood on my hands I was starting to feel a bit guilty. And hungry. The weapons all felt satisfying to shoot, at least to me, and they all sound exactly how my uninformed British arse felt like they should. Older LMGs rattle around, 44 Magnums sound like thunder, and Spaz shotguns are so fun to use I honestly couldn't hear them over the sound of my erection. Mines and explosive packs are also assigned to separate buttons rather than taking up a weapon slot like the last game, so I actually got to experiment with these a little bit to lure enemies into traps. Overall, I found the combat in this game to be of exceedingly high quality, and your ability to scout out enemy positions, plan an attack, and then have that plan go to shit because a random patrol or tiger turned up continued that sense of overlapping systems of chaos that I loved from the previous games, and I think that it's that aspect that makes a Far Cry game stand out and stick in people's minds. All of the various systems cross over every so often to create an experience that would almost be possible to recreate, giving you a truly unique experience. All of that shooting and bear fighting will ultimately result in you getting a bit hurt, and the health system has also undergone some changes since Far Cry 2. A medical syringe will initially only heal you for 2 health bars, which you can eventually upgrade to fill your eventual maximum health bars of 6. Each health bar will slowly regenerate if it's not fully depleted, and if you run out of healing syringes, then pressing the heal button will play out one of those lovingly gruesome healing animations that the Far Cry series is famous for. You could be pulling shrapnel out of your arm, or applying a bandage to your arm, or applying another bandage to your arm to that same spot again, or put another bandage on the exact same spot again, or... Wait a minute, there's only like 3 animations here. I mean, there are more than that, I think, but I hardly experienced the vast differences in uncomfortable self-help that Far Cry 2 offered. It almost feels like they forgot about these until the last minute and just chucked a few quick ones in to keep people happy. Maybe there are more that just take specific injuries to trigger, but like the animal attacks, this was something I was expecting much more of and was disappointed with the limited variety that I received during my playthrough. Anyway, where were we? Oh yes, taking the outpost. Dennis gives you a couple of chaps to help you take your first outpost, and these guys will sit back and do nothing until you start shooting, which I believe is the only time you get this sort of dependable assistance. Sure, other friendly patrols might happen to pop by while you're already in a gunfight and help out, something that happened to me on a couple of occasions. But thinking about it, it seems like a missed opportunity to not let you bring some friendlies with you into a shootout. We clear the camp and find out that Daisy has been moved elsewhere, and we have the option of going after her or dicking around on our own for a bit, because this is where the game fully opens up to you. Other than pretty much removing all enemy NPCs from the surrounding area, taking over an outpost will provide you with a place to buy weapons and equipment, and will usually give you a couple of optional quests to do through the job board. These quests come in two flavors, hunting animals or hunting people. I talked about hunting animals earlier, and these missions task you with killing a number of a specific animal with a specific weapon, be that deer with a bow and arrow or dingoes with a shotgun. Later on there are legendary animals to hunt down, which as I mentioned are required to craft the final unlocks of each type of bag. The human hunting missions are a bit different, and usually task you with killing an enemy captain with your knife, meaning you will have to get up close and personal and stick to the shadows to take down your target. These missions all reward you with some extra money, and the hunting missions let you keep the weapons you use. But I didn't find myself engaging with these much, as I found the story missions, racing and outpost capturing to be more than entertaining enough for me. These quests becoming available after your first outpost battle did make me chuckle a bit at the sudden and dramatic character development this implies of young Jason Brody. Literally about 10 minutes ago he was in shock at having to stab a man to save his own life. Since then, we've got a douchey tribal tattoo, killed a couple of pigs and picked some flowers, and suddenly we're able to take out an entire enemy camp and are being offered fucking assassination contracts and big game hunting challenges. I know it's a game and we want to be able to do that stuff, but Jason suddenly becoming a bad man because Dennis told him he was cool just makes me chuckle a little bit.
Well, you all know what laughter sounds like.
Taking outposts also creates a fast travel point. Yes, gone are the limited bus stops of Far Cry 2, and instead we have a fast travel system that you can use at any time to get around when you need to. To my mind, there are pros and cons to this, and I honestly couldn't say which system I prefer. The Far Cry 3 system means you can get around very quickly and easily, but this comes at the expense of learning the environments, and it's likely that there will be many parts of the island that you only see once because you have no reason to go back to some places. The fast travel and the map screen changes made between the games are undeniably more convenient compared to the last game, but I feel that this comes at the expense of player immersion. But then how much that matters to anyone else depends on the individual, so this is likely very much a me problem. I will say though that I still vividly remember part of my first time playing this game, when after taking my first outpost and exploring around, I eventually came across a car driving towards me. When the occupants of said car didn't immediately jump out and try to murder me, I was amazed and relieved beyond reason, and having just played through Far Cry 2 again, there is still a little bit of that when it first happened during this playthrough. Enemy soldiers will roam around and get stuck into a fight if one happens to kick off near them, and the locals will be tootling around to the shops or whatever, usually happy enough to pull over and let you take their car. This is such a nothing feature these days, but for anyone who wasn't there at the time, you have to understand just how much of a breath of fresh air this was back on release. The rest of the story sees Jason find and rescue his friends one by one, which, like any good video game, requires you to complete a couple of quests for other people first.
Blitzkrieg!
After the bland and forgettable characters from Far Cry 2, it feels like substantial effort has been made here to make sure you remember the characters' names throughout this game, or at the very least make you able to describe them to someone else.
Look after yourself, eh? History lesson over.
We first meet Dr. Earnhardt, some sort of horticulturalist who very much enjoys getting high on his own supply. This chap offers your friends somewhere to hide out from Vars's men until you can all figure out how to escape the island, and he also gives you your first drug trip of the game, but I'll talk about those properly later on. We later meet a CIA agent who seems to be going a little off the rails having been here so long. I'm pretty sure Agent Willis turns up in Far Cry 4 too, but here he's just an over-the-top stereotype of an American patriot who has been away from home for a little bit too long. He's the guy that gives us a flamethrower and sends us on that famous mission that everybody seems to remember from this game, the one where you have to burn the weed fields. This mission does stand out because a Skrillex track plays while you burn the herb, but other than a licensed song being used, I didn't find this mission to be anything spectacular or special. If it didn't have the music playing, it wouldn't have felt much different to anything else we've done so far, though I do appreciate that the screen will start to go a bit wobbly and more colourful if you stand too close to the burning narcotics. This seems like a good place to mention that the fire effects in Far Cry 3 are not as impressive as they were in the last game. It just doesn't feel as dangerous or unpredictable as it did in Far Cry 2, and this seems like such an odd way to go with it, considering how big of a deal it was in that last game. I don't need to say any more about it though, as every time a new Far Cry is released, there will be videos made comparing the fire effects at the very least, so go and find one of those for a more coherent opinion on digital flame propagation. Willis helps us to get some intel on Vaas and his boss Hoyt, and helps us to locate more of our friends. We rescue Oliver while he's being transported for sale, and then find out that Keith has been sold to a chap named Buck.
Right.
And he likes to, well, you know.
Right.
Buck also likes treasure, and says that if you track down a specific dagger for him, which just happens to be a dagger that Jason saw in a vision, which I'll get back to, I promise, I already said I would, he will let you leave with Keith. Buck is a bit of an odd duck, because he seems to know exactly how and where to find the pieces of an artifact that will lead you to the dagger he is looking for, so I'm confused as to why he doesn't just do it himself and keep his little pet slave Keith. But I guess that this is a good time to talk about those drug visions I promised to get to. See, you didn't have to wait too long. Prior to meeting Buck, we've already gone on a couple of drug trips, a feature which would go on to be something of a staple feature of the franchise. Far Cry 4 and Primal feature many drug trip missions. I think one boss in 5 uses them quite a lot, and I haven't played the others, so I guess I'll find out how much drugs they feature soon enough. The first trip in Far Cry 3 is when Dr. Earnhardt sends us to collect some mushrooms to help him make a cure for whatever Daisy had, and this plays out like most drug trip sections in games. The screen goes funny and things move around in unexpected ways. The next trip, however, comes later in the game when we meet Citra, the leader of the Rakyat. Dennis introduces us to her, and she tells us about how Hoyt came to the island and got Vaas addicted to drugs, which is why he is subservient to him. We then have to drink a potion, which apparently only the strong will survive, and we go on another adventure through the mine. However, this section shows us people, places, and events that we haven't experienced yet, and clearly shows us the item that Citra wants us to recover for her, suggesting that rather than a mere hallucination, this is some sort of prescient vision, almost like we've just had some of the spice melange. Willis and the village we find him in are featured in that vision, as is the image on the back of the box of us holding a gun to Vaas's forehead. During our mission for Buck, we have to assemble parts of a compass that lead us to the dagger that he wants, which happens to be the same dagger we saw in that vision. Those compass pieces glow and shimmer the air around them when we look at them, and as this happens I started to wonder whether there's supposed to be some sort of magic going on, or whether Jason is supposed to be tripping his testicles off and is just seeing magic stuff happen. I mean, he is injecting himself with herb mixtures every 10 minutes or so to keep his health up, so it's a reasonable possibility. The next drug trip happens when we kill Buck, which Jason seems oddly horrified by, and return the dagger to Citra. We see more weird, fantastical stuff, and then have a boss fight with a giant demon figure that we've seen in murals in the Rakyat temples. As we finish off this creature, we awaken to see Citra riding us like a champion, though hilariously Jason has refused to remove his boots or his jeans for this act. I've seen people analyse this scene to death, saying that the arrows we fire are actually Jason shooting loads into Citra, and that makes me feel dirty just saying that, and while I guess I can see that connection, I think they just wanted to add some boobs into their game to keep the lads interested. Then again, I do think that Citra riding you like a Grand National Stallion is an important part of the story. Jason goes from a seemingly fairly average dude who is thrown into a horrific situation to a heroic warrior savior of an entire nation, seemingly just because he's taught to believe in himself. Everyone around him tells him how awesome and special he is, and how great of a warrior he will become, and I think Citra getting nasty with him is an important part of that, as it's stroking his ego and fueling that animalistic side of himself. Then again, I think the drug trips work into the insanity angle that the back of the box is keen to drive home. How much of any of this is actually happening? All the major boss fights in this game take place in either drug visions or some sort of hallucinations, and we regularly wake up to a completely unexpected scene. How much of this is actually happening? How much are we being manipulated by the people around us? While the Rakyat are busy stroking our ego and making us feel great, our friends are largely doing the opposite, especially Lisa, who is Jason's girlfriend. She recognises that Jason is changing and becoming more confident, having now found a path for himself in life, but that path is murdering his way through hordes of angry slavers across a remote tropical island, and she talks about it like he's just taken on a new job that has longer working days.
I miss you. Okay? And you're carrying all these weapons and you have all these weird tattoos. And I'm not saying you shouldn't go rescue them. I'm just worried it's affecting you.
Lisa, don't worry. I'm taking control of my life for the first time.
I know, you're
That's
right.
a good thing.
You've been working really hard on that, and I have a studio job waiting for you. I helped Steve.
Oh, look, I don't want to talk about your exes right now. All right, this is my path. I've got to find it on my own.
Okay. Okay. I get it. You're stressed out. We can meet up later. I love you. Now go. Before I try and stop you again.
I did laugh at the one bit where you've just been off killing pirates and saving another couple of your friends from certain death, and she shows you this little cross that she's made for your brother, which is just two sticks tied together. Cheers, love. Brilliant. Very good. Have you seen the life draining from behind my eyes as I slowly become numb to human suffering? Daisy, on the other hand, is spending her time trying to fix a boat so that they can all leave, which, while useful on the face of things, did make me wonder why she's bothering when surely Jason could just steal a working boat? No? Jason's friends barely come into things, really, and are just there to give you some other reason to keep fighting through all of this, though that slowly gets replaced by Citra wanting you to kill Vas and Hoyt and save the Rakyat, and Jason gradually comes to accept his place as saviour of her people. After the sex with socks on in front of several half-naked dudes, Jason sets off to finally kill Vas. We have encountered him several times during the game up to this point, and again, this guy really is the start of the show. The only negative notes I have about him is that he isn't the main bad guy, which is hardly an original thought, and it is odd that he doesn't just shoot us in the head several times or burn us alive or something. Again, I understand that this is a game, and that would be a pretty shit ending, but for a man this unhinged and violent, it seems odd that he keeps leaving it to chance that he will die. It's like that guy in John Wick that leaves the room instead of staying and watching him get executed. It only happens so that the game or movie or whatever can continue to happen, and with insane characters like Vas, it sticks out as an odd character choice to not violently murder us. Anyway, we head to Vas's camp and fight our way through before killing him in a drug trip quick-time event. I know people are genuinely disappointed that this fight is pretty much entirely a QTE, but honestly I'm not sure how you could do a satisfying boss fight in a mostly realistic first-person shooter. Humans die pretty easily, so having him be a bullet sponge would suck, as would having him be indestructible but only weak to environmental hazards or something. I guess another drug trip god boss thing could work, but all in all I was quite happy with the QTEs in this game because at least they're fast and fluid, unlike others where the game will slow down just in case you're not quite paying attention, so it keeps that tension while you're anticipating which button you'll have to hit next. In the years since this game's release, I've seen people mentioning something called post-Vas syndrome, and honestly I felt that here too. Vas should have been the end of the game. The guy who's been making our lives miserable this whole time is finally dead. We're done here. It's over. But no, there's still his boss who we've been told about quite a bit but not really shown, and there's a whole second island to explore. Remember when people realised that by completing No Man's Sky you just restarted in a new universe? This felt a bit like that to me with the second island. We're more than 2/3 of the way through the game at this point, so an entire new island seemed like overkill, and judging by the limited amount of missions and the new mechanics introduced, I think that's a justified opinion. Willis drops us off on the island via plane and gives us a wingsuit to make sure we land safely. This wingsuit should have been introduced much earlier than this. The glider in the original Far Cry was some sort of big selling point, or at least I certainly remember people going a bit mad over it, likely due to the sheer size of the levels that would allow such a method of transportation. Far Cry 2's map was relatively flat in comparison, and only had a couple of fairly scripted instances where a glider would actually be useful. Rook Island has much more verticality to it, which once again makes this series staple a viable and useful option. But the wingsuit gives you that verticality and chucks in a reliably safe landing method too in a reusable parachute. The fact that this was saved until almost the end of the game baffles me. And I assume there are mods out there that give you access to this from the very start, but this really should have come much earlier. The second island is made up of Hoyt's mercenary guards, which we have fought a few of before arriving here. These guys are more heavily armoured and carry more powerful weapons, which initially makes them tougher to fight than Vaas's men. But the thing is, you can almost instantly get access to these more powerful weapons, which negates the stronger armour of the mercenaries, meaning that in practice they are no more difficult to kill than the pirates we've been fighting for the entire rest of the game. So really we just get a little bit of a palette swap with the enemies. We also get hold of an enemy uniform, allowing us to traverse the island without any drama as long as we don't enter any restricted areas, which happens to be any and all outposts, and as long as we don't start shooting people, which seems fair enough. While it is explained away in the story, it smells to me like a little bit of an apology for throwing an entire new island at you after spending so long on the last one. Yes, there are all these new towers to climb, but you can essentially skip most of the combat now if you want to, so you can have an easier time of it. We meet up with an American agent with a strong German accent named Sam, who is a colleague of Agent Willis and will help you to kill Hoyt. Along the way, we burn a few more drug fields and beat up Jason's other brother, who we thought was dead, in order to maintain his cover as a mercenary. Jason and Sam convince Hoyt that they are two awesome dudes, and he eventually agrees and invites them round for a game of poker. This game goes a bit south though, as Hoyt reveals that he knows who we are and tries to kill us both, before we enter another seemingly out of nowhere hallucination and kill him, and apparently all of his guards in another trippy QTE. Once again, I do think that Hoyt is a good protagonist, being just as unpredictable and dangerous as Vaas, but just in a less manic way. He reminds me somewhat of Pagan Min from what I can remember about him, and I think that if he was the only boss in any other game, he'd be talked about fondly as a memorable villain. But because someone decided that he should share the stage with Vaas, he is overshadowed and outperformed. Plus he just looks fairly generic, he's just a dude in a suit, like, we've got loads of those. We then have a quick section where we have to rescue our brother from an airport and shoot our way out of there to the tune of Flight of the Valkyries. By this point, Jason has already told his friends that he wants them to go home and to leave him on the island, because he's found his place and wants to stay. After saving his thought-dead brother, he finds Dr. Earnhardt's home destroyed and goes to see Citra to see what has happened and to tell her of Hoyt's death. Citra takes your brother captive and blows drugs in your face, leading to another drug trip sequence which drives home that point I made earlier about the Rakyat essentially worshipping the ground you walk on, and your friends, or rather specifically Lisa, have a go at you for being weird. You wake up to find yourself with that dagger from earlier at the throat of Lisa, and you are given the choice of either killing or saving your friends. Two options which I have mixed feelings about. Option A is to save your friends, and this at least to me feels like the most complete ending and is likely the canonical choice. You save your friends, apologise to Citra and leave the island, but not before Dennis pops up all offended and accidentally stabs Citra instead of you. The guy was clearly crushing hard on her this whole time, so he gets a bit upset by this. All the white people leave the island to what I assume will be a bit of a power struggle left in this vacuum with all the leaders of both sides of the conflict being killed, so it's hardly a happy ending. The other ending sees you slit Lisa's throat before suddenly cutting to you ploughing Citra and impregnating her with the ultimate warrior right before she gets all praying mantis and does some penetrating of her own, right through your chest with a dagger. You bleed out and die. The end. This honestly seems like the logical end of the game to me, considering the narrative. Jason gets swept up in all this mythos where he is constantly being told how powerful he is, all the while being filled with drugs and being worshipped by everyone. It feels in character that he would give in and remove his old life to be able to live out this wild fantasy for the rest of his existence, even if it does only last 20 seconds. Or however long people generally have sex for. It's about 20 seconds, right? It can't be much more than that, surely. So while this felt to me like the appropriate ending for the story, it feels underdeveloped, as is often the case with games that have multiple endings. The quote proper ending will get properly fleshed out, and the others are quite often just thrown together quickly before the developers went for their lunch break. I mean, they couldn't even create a pair of naked legs for Jason, so even in his final triumphant shag, he is still wearing his jeans and boots. So that would just about do it for Far Cry 3. This is almost objectively a point-by-point improvement on Far Cry 2, with improved traversal mechanics, added player convenience, a more natural feeling world to explore, and characters so memorable that people are still trying to emulate their success to this day.
Hello?
It's just a shame about the final act of the game feeling like a needless bolt-on just to pump up the runtime. However, there is still one other issue to discuss which plagued my playthrough, and this is just the PC version of the game. I imagine that if you play this on a console, it will run just fine, but this thing came out in 2012, when PC gaming was going through a little bit of a turbulent time. Luckily, this was not subject to the torment of games for Windows Live, as that was close to being shut down at the time Far Cry 3 was released. It did require Uplay though, which was its own kettle of fish and whose memory lives on to some extent in Ubisoft Connect, though I do find it to at least be more stable these days. I think back then I was running Windows Vista, which despite all of the problems with that thing, would at least run this game. I then soon upgraded to Windows 7, and neither Far Cry 3 nor Blood Dragon would be playable for me at all. I remember I once managed to get each of these games to run, but they would then crash whenever I tried to load a save. This is the reason I haven't played Far Cry 3 since 2013, and why I have never completed Blood Dragon. Luckily with Windows 10, the game does boot up through Steam, though it does open Ubisoft Connect 2, and it runs just fine and as expected. Except that every so often, usually when something new was loading in, like when I was approaching a tower or completing an objective or something, the game would hard crash. This happened so many times, just a pause in the game and then a crash to desktop. So many times. I have trawled the internet looking for solutions. I disabled some touchscreen process running in the background, I updated my drivers, I changed compatibility modes, I tried everything I could find, and the crashes kept coming and they didn't stop coming. Luckily, Far Cry 3 has quick saves, so I had to get used to quick saving often to avoid losing too much progress. However, like how Far Cry 1 didn't allow quick saves at all because they wanted players to experiment with their playstyles, Far Cry 3 prevents quick saves during missions. So if I was taking a particularly long time to get through a mission, I'd have the added pressure of trying to beat it before a crash occurred. And those fears were realised a few times, particularly late in the game, where there's a couple of missions in a row where you are stripped of your gear and have to carefully make your way through an enemy camp. That tension becomes annoyance fairly quickly when you have to replay a 20-minute section because the stupid game can't hold itself together long enough through a cutscene. And that really puts me in an awkward position when ranking this game. If this game had a remaster or something on PC that made it actually stable, then this wouldn't be an issue, at least I would certainly hope not. But as it stands at the moment, the version available through Steam, and I assume Ubisoft Connect, have problems that will put some people off playing, and it put me off playing the game for over 10 years. I am really hoping that Blood Dragon is a bit more stable, but given my personal history with that, I'm not entirely convinced. And before anyone jumps to the comments to say, oh, well, it runs fine for me, blah blah blah, or whatever, just fuck off with that. No one is impressed. If you're not having issues with it, great, I'm jealous, but you stating that helps no one and just seems like you're making excuses for one of the biggest companies in the industry for not fixing issues with arguably the most important game they ever released. Also, no one likes you, fuck off. So in terms of ranking, there's also the issue of these three games all being incredibly different from each other. Obviously this is my personal opinion, but I can absolutely see the perspective of people that prefer the less open structure of the original, and while I would put a stable version of Far Cry 3 over Far Cry 2, again I can totally get that people prefer that harsh and unforgiving experience offered by the previous game. But for me, putting aside the frustration caused by the crashes, this game sits at the top of the list so far. This very literally changed gaming in several different ways that are still being felt to this day. Other companies, and even the company that made this thing, are still trying to create something as impactful and unique as this game is. And yes, I do realise the irony of calling this game unique, seeing as so many carbon copies of it have been released since. It kind of makes the definition of insanity speech hit differently, knowing that Ubisoft did start doing the same shit over and over again, except I guess they were expecting the same results rather than something different. So with that monumental release out of the way, it's on to Far Cry 3 Blood Dragon, the April Fool's joke that turns out to actually be a real game, and one that I've never seen the end of because of those technical problems I was just whinging about. Will I be able to complete it this time? Subscribe to the channel to find out, because God knows when I'll be able to get that video out. Also, if you're still here, would you kindly give the video a like? You made it this far, so it must at least be semi-entertaining, right? Unless you hate watching it, in which case I appreciate the view count and hope you at least have nice wanks instead of hateful ones.
That's a laser raptor. What year is this?
It's the Viking Age.
That explains the laser raptor.
I'm currently on a mission to play through and rank all of the games in the Far Cry series. All of them. Every last one of them. Literally every Far Cry game that has ever been released. Except these ones. So far on this wild and foolhardy journey, we have blasted our way through three very different but very enjoyable games. We've had a somewhat linear shooter with some questionable checkpointing and frankly bullshit difficulty spikes. We then had an unforgiving African-themed shooter that seemingly didn't give a toss about whether you enjoyed yourself or not. And finally we had a bright and slightly more forgiving shooter that questioned the sanity and perception of its player character and was so successful that it set the template for open world shooters for several years to come. In the fourth installment of this ranking series, we come to the little gem that is Far Cry 3 Blood Dragon, the game they announced on April Fool's Day and were seemingly surprised that no one thought it was a real thing. It's easy to forget, or just not know about, when Ubisoft used to take quite a few risks with their games and try new things occasionally. Beyond Good and Evil, the PS2 Prince of Persia trilogy, XIII or 13 or however you pronounce that, games that dared to be different from everything else that was being released and likely wouldn't be developed by the Ubisoft of today, who instead prefer to stick to their tried and tested game styles. Blood Dragon and later Primal feel like the last gasping breaths of the spirit that the studio once had, which I feel makes these games even more interesting to look back on. Anyone who watched my Far Cry 3 video may remember that somewhere in that 59 minutes of talking bollocks, I mentioned that due to technical issues with Far Cry 3 and Blood Dragon at the time, I'd never managed to complete this game. For some reason it just would not load saves, and that was if the game even decided to run at all. So this does mark the first time playing about 3/4 of this game, which does heavily limit any nostalgia bias that might affect my opinions on this title. Like I said, Blood Dragon was officially announced on the 1st of April 2013, so naturally everybody thought it was a joke. I seem to remember it being just a short video displaying the game's title and some sort of marketing spiel full of 80s cliches and references. Many of us were quite happily surprised to later learn that this was in fact a real game that was actually being made, and this was part of Ubisoft's scheme to bring new people to their different series through enticing DLCs. For the benefit of any younger people watching, DLCs were still a relatively new thing at this point, and releases like Blood Dragon were traditionally called expansion packs, but that's one entire syllable more than DLC, so developers and publishers were still experimenting with what a DLC could be. Luckily, this was before anyone realised that skins and in-game currencies were lucrative as fuck, so we actually got some quality content, with the first of these from Ubisoft being the Tyranny of King Washington DLC for Assassin's Creed 3, which is set in an alternate timeline and lets you play around with some superpowers. While that particular example wasn't standalone content, it did allow the development team to have a bit more freedom with what they could do in the game, and it was this spirit that was carried forward and seemingly multiplied a few hundred times with Blood Dragon.
And I shoot lasers out of my fucking eye.
Though I would argue that if you want to bring new players into your series, maybe drop the number 3 from the title, no? The development team at Ubisoft Montreal were allowed to abandon everything presented in Far Cry 3, which again confuses me as to why they put the 3 in the title. Obviously, they needed to keep the core gameplay mechanics intact, as the point is to draw more people into your series, so it'd be no good if they made a football manager type game where you train up scientists to, I don't know, play football against cyborg commandos or something. Ubisoft were open to suggestions regarding the setting of this spin-off. And it was a suggestion by a chap called Dean Evans, who had previously worked on Assassin's Creed 3 and Splinter Cell Conviction, that caught their attention. Around this time, films like Manborg and Hobo with a Shotgun had found themselves something of an audience. These are modern films that are made to feel like they came out in the 80s or the early 90s. I haven't seen or even heard of Manborg before, but I do seem to remember Hobo with a Shotgun feeling like one of those retro-futuristic films. Like, this is what people of the past thought the future would be like, and Evans felt that this niche was not being represented in video games, so why not cater to that audience? Apparently, the higher-ups at Ubisoft agreed, and Evans even managed to get the director of Hobo with a Shotgun, Jason Eisner, to join the project as an informal advisor. This goal to celebrate the sci-fi action movies of the 80s also convinced Michael Biehn to join as the voice of player character Rex Power Colt. Apparently he was initially reluctant to do any more voice work after his experience with Alien's Colonial Marines, but it was after meeting Dean Evans and probably realising that this chap actually wants to make something fun and interesting that Michael decided to join the project.
And when I saw the passion that this guy had for this game, I thought, like, this is either going to be a awesome game or it's never going to get released.
And I've really enjoyed the relationship that we forged, and it's just a relationship like viewable.
Don't touch me.
Didn't say that last week.
I hope this thing fails.
According to the Wikipedia page, Evans would hold weekly cyborg nights, where the team would watch sci-fi and action films for inspiration on the look and sound of the game. And they were later able to bring on board Power Glove to provide the soundtrack for the game, who apparently also composed the music for Hobo with a Shotgun, funnily enough, and they also managed to grab the Airwolf sound designer to be the audio director for the project. So yeah, there's some serious talent being brought on board, all for a piss-take game referencing the 80s for a few hours. The game was also given a 6-month deadline, meaning that this is a much shorter experience than any of the previous games in the series. I do have mixed opinions on the game's length, which I'll get into later, but for now we have a shorter, standalone Far Cry experience, completely removed from any of the previous games, and set in an 80s vision of the deep, dark future of 2007. In what is likely an unintentional similarity to the first Far Cry game, the story here is, as you may expect, typical 80s action movie stuff. So you really should not be coming to this expecting deep narratives or clever twists or anything like that, and as such I wouldn't really worry about spoilers, but do consider this your spoiler warning because I'm about to really get stuck in on a deep dive of the story of Blood Dragon, which should take about 2 minutes max. During the end of the 20th century, the world became engulfed in nuclear war. A war between... actually, I'm not sure the game ever tells you this. From a couple of lines of dialogue, I think it's probably between Russia and America. At one point I thought it was a US versus Australia, but I then remembered that that's from the Grand Theft Auto universe. Anyway, from the ashes of North America rises a new breed of soldier, the Mark IV, which, now I think about it, suggests that our character, Rex Power Colt,
remember that name,
was killed and then rebuilt into a cyber commando. Was he a normal, fully human commando before this, or was he just a Mark III? Who knows? Who cares? Not us. Let's get to the shooting. Rex and his buddy Spider have been sent to assault a mysterious facility on an island somewhere, where they eventually learn that an old sergeant of theirs called Sloan has gone rogue and is planning on using rockets powered by the blood of the blood dragons to blow up the planet or something.
Nobody threatens my planet.
There's also another bad guy knocking around that's creating zombies, because of course there is, why wouldn't there be? Spider dies, Sloan's chief researcher Dr. Darling turns on him and helps you to bring down his operation. Along the way you kill said zombie-creating bad guy. Well, I mean his AI assistant kills him.
Unable to comply. This 8-bit piece of fucking hardware is obviously incapable of accommodating your superior needs.
Don't kill me.
Unable to comply.
You pass some sort of ancient battle trial and storm Sloan's base while riding a blood dragon fitted with a laser cannon.
This is pretty. Have a nice day.
Killing Sloan in a cutscene. The end. Or is it? Dun dun dun. Hardly a deep thinking piece, but that's not what we're here for. This game is very much channeling some serious so bad it's good energy. And whether you think it's any good greatly depends on your tolerance for references as a form of humor. Have you ever seen an 80s action or sci-fi film? There will be a reference to it in here somewhere.
You have 20 seconds to comply.
I mean, hell, there's even a Slayer reference tucked into one of the story missions. Even the limited amount of guns available to play with are references to different films. Or at least I assume that to be the case. I recognise the burst fire pistol from RoboCop and the Galleria shotgun is clearly from Terminator 2, but I'm obviously not enough of an 80s sci-fi aficionado to recognise the other weapons. I'd guess the minigun is from Predator though, but the only evidence I have to support that is the opening section when you are ripping through an enemy base, firing it from a helicopter while the music from the helicopter ride in Predator plays. There's even a training montage and a totally non-essential sex scene between the hero and the only other woman in the story. Ah, the 80s. The point I'm trying to make here is that if you don't care or enjoy anything about the 80s, if you don't find humour or value in references to other things, or if you don't think that things can be so deliberately bad that they then become good, then I doubt you will enjoy Blood Dragon. There are some gameplay differences between this and Far Cry 3, but not nearly enough to recommend what would be suffering through a whole heap of material that you have no interest in. If you don't even come close to breathing slightly sharply through your nose at the reveal of the Battle Armored Dragon Assault Strike system, then yeah, maybe give this one a pass. However, if you are down for spending about 13 quid on stabbing cyborg dickheads with a glowing knife while spouting cheesy one-liners,
school's out for summer, school's out forever,
then stick around and we'll get into the nitty-gritty of it all. You know when games add in a film grain filter effect over everything? Personally, I always, 100% of the time, without exception, turn that off. Except with Blood Dragon. There's a strong VHS aesthetic here, with fuzzy neon lights and fuzzy sound effects and fuzzy other stuff. I don't quite understand why, but despite being a decently sized open world, the game felt quite claustrophobic to me. Maybe it's the permanent darkness that limits your visibility or something like that, but I do find this game to have a very unique visual style and feel to it. The sky is, initially at least, littered with towers of red light projecting the logo of the enemy, Omega Force, marking the location of their outposts. Enemy soldiers fire lasers at you, which sound like the lasers from the future bits in the Terminator films. Animals have been given a cyberpunk redesign and have shiny metal skin or glowing eyes, and they screech synthesized calls and roars at you. Off in the distance of the skybox, you can see the silhouettes of destroyed cities with flashing lights, the only signs that the fight is still raging within them. All the while, an ambient track is pulsing while you explore. A track so close to the music that plays whenever the Terminator is just walking around menacingly that I'm surprised it didn't get removed due to copyright infringement. With all of these visuals and environmental details dripping in retro-futuristic goodness, it's a shame that the vehicles are all pretty much exactly the same as they were in Far Cry 3, they're just black with an Omega symbol on them. Couldn't they have added some neon strips and made them hover or something? Not fly, just hover around and make hovercar noises. There have been a few new or altered mechanics for this game that differ from the base Far Cry 3 release. Arguably the most impactful is the new skill upgrade system. Despite my Far Cry 3 video being 59 fucking minutes long, I somehow forgot to talk about the skill tree, where you get 1 point every time you level up, and you can then spend that on your choice of different categories of upgrades, theoretically allowing you to tailor your skills to your playstyle, but in actuality just delaying when you can access certain skills because you will get enough points to unlock almost all of them eventually. Likely due to this being a shorter game, this system of letting you choose how you upgrade is thrown out for a linear sequence of ability upgrades. When you get enough skill points, you level up and will automatically acquire a new skill. Be that an extra health bar, the ability to move faster while crouched, or chain takedowns, or whatever it might be. I didn't really feel any emotion about the skill tree system in Far Cry 3, because like I say, it wasn't so much of a case of creating your own build, and more about choosing which skill you can live without for a little bit longer until you get the upgrades you really want. All of the more useful upgrades, like different takedowns and stealth movement, could be unlocked fairly quickly, and it's the same with this system. You just have no say on whether you can unlock faster sneaking or aerial takedowns first. I feel like this linear system makes sense for this shorter game. I completed my playthrough in about 6 hours, which included taking all of the outposts but left out a big chunk of the side missions, so there isn't really room for an expansive skill tree in this more compact game. And of course, let's not forget that this is a shooter first and foremost, not an RPG. Those lines were not quite as blurry back in 2013. Another new mechanic are the titular blood dragons. These chaps are introduced at the end of the first proper mission, and these are giant glowing dragons that shoot lasers out of their eyes. Likely because of this, their vision is a bit crap, or at least that's what the game tells you, but they still manage to shoot me pretty fucking accurately from the other side of an enemy base. Anyway, if you sneak around, then these guys will not detect you, but they can be attracted or distracted by the hearts of your fallen enemies that you have ripped from their chests. Enemies don't drop cash or bits of tat to sell like in Far Cry 3. They only drop ammunition and their most vital of organs. Well, they don't drop those, like I say, you rip them from their chests. The blood dragons just love these and will chase after them if you throw them, and will tend to attack anyone that just happens to be in that area. This means that you can use these chaps to your advantage when trying to conquer enemy outposts, which mechanically remain mostly unchanged from Far Cry 3. There are alarm posts to disable to prevent them from calling in reinforcements, and outposts are usually full of a good variety of enemy types, and there's always a few different ways of sneaking your way in. One new addition is the presence of enemy pilots sat waiting for orders in their helicopters. If you do get spotted and start a big gunfight, these guys will take off and start circling you, hailing down fire from the air. None of this will be much of a problem for a sneaky chap luring a blood dragon in to clear the area out. But to combat this, all bases have a mega shield installed that blood dragons just cannot bypass. These shields can be disabled either by destroying a nearby generator, which I think I only did once as part of the Mega Shield tutorial, or you can sneak in and find the button that brings the shields down, letting you throw internal organs around and bring the pain to the cyber bastards standing in your way. But the downside to this is that once the outpost has been cleared, you'll still have to deal with the angry dragon you just summoned here. And these guys are a tough fight, especially in the early game. These are big, red, furious creatures that will explode if you unload into a glowing spot under their rolls of fat, just like your mum. As you progress through the story, you'll start encountering blood dragons wearing special metal hats. These make them ignore both mega shields and enemy soldiers, so you'll have to shoot this off their heads if you want to manipulate them into clearing out enemy bases. I did play around with these dragon mechanics a little bit during my playthrough, but to be honest, most of the time I forgot that these were an option. Maybe because I just come from playing Far Cry 3, I just stuck to those same techniques to clear enemy bases. I will say though that to me, it felt like the enemy outpost design in Blood Dragon offered up more options for approach, with some letting you climb up the back of observation towers or come in over zip lines or through underground tunnels to get within the perimeter. Taking outposts rewards you with some XP, but unlike Far Cry 3, you don't seem to get any extra XP for stealth clears or anything like that. But clearing the outpost will provide you with a fast travel point, just like Far Cry 3, and will open up a weapon shop and some side missions for you to complete. All of these things relate to weapons, so I guess now is as good a time as any to look at the boomsticks on offer. Roll the montage. I briefly mentioned earlier that the range of weapons on offer here is much more limited than I think in any of the other games in this series so far, but then this is a shorter game, so I guess that balances out, though I still would have appreciated a bit more variety. You have your pistol based off Robocop's gun, an assault rifle, a sniper rifle, and your Terminator 2 shotgun given to you pretty much right from the start. And because this is a game from the early 2010s, you also get a glowing bow and arrow, as was the style at the time. Later on, you also get that minigun I mentioned, and for the final mission, you'll be able to shoot an incredibly powerful laser out of your fingers that slowly drains your health, but by that point you'll have so much health that this isn't really any sort of punishment, certainly not enough to put me off using it anyway. Now, this is very subjective. I mean, all of this is subjective, obviously, but I'm not a big fan of laser guns in FPS games. Turn-based games like XCOM or the old Fallouts, yeah, great, let's have them, they're brilliant. But in shooters, I tend to avoid them when I can because they just don't sound as satisfying to me as real guns. The shotgun here does feel pretty good to use as it blows the heads clean off the shoulders of enemies, but reloading takes long enough to make me want to use it sparingly during hectic fights. I think I maybe used the bow and arrow for one encounter, and after that never bothered with it again. The guns are fine and satisfying enough to use, but just for me, the pew-pew-pews just don't hold up against the rat-a-tat-tat of more realistic weaponry. They're just not as punchy as they could be. Like in Far Cry 3, you can add weapon mods to your weaponry, but the method of unlocking these upgrades is something I'm personally not a fan of. I mentioned that clearing outpost unlocks some side missions, and these come in two flavors, either killing a certain animal with a certain weapon or rescuing a scientist from enemy soldiers. These missions will reward you with specific modifications for a specific weapon, which could be a full auto mode for your assault rifle, explosive rounds for your sniper, larger magazine capacity, laser sights, and so on and so forth. Thing is, you have no way of knowing which missions unlock which upgrade, so it's pot luck as to which upgrade you'll have available to you. If there's something in particular that you want, you'll either have to keep clearing outposts and hope that this time you get a chance to earn that upgrade, or look up a guide online and figure out which one you need to do. It's hardly an ideal situation, and a change which I feel is a downgrade from Far Cry 3, which just charged you money to unlock whichever upgrade you wanted. Those animal hunting missions are basically the same as their Far Cry 3 counterparts, but the scientist rescue mission are a different twist on the assassination missions from the last game. A scientist will be being held captive by some enemy commandos, sometimes in the middle of a camp or maybe at the end of a cave or whatever it might be. If you get spotted by an enemy, they'll alert the others who will then kill the scientist, leaving you a very small window to kill any soldiers near your target. I kind of wish this was mixed into the Far Cry 3 missions to give them a bit more variety, and while they can get a little bit repetitive here, the shorter length of the game meant that, for me at least, they didn't outstay their welcome too much. And I found the more open-ended nature of the environment meant that it's sometimes possible to position yourself between the scientists and their enemies, creating a conga line of death as you blast your way through enemy soldiers. In terms of new and unique gameplay mechanics, that's pretty much it. I quite liked the streamlined skill unlock system, but I just wish we could buy weapon upgrades. You can also buy armor from shops along with health packs, and unfortunately this is the only reliable method of acquiring healing syringes. You can pick up health packs scattered around during story missions, but the crafting system for Far Cry 3 has been completely removed here, meaning you have no way of crafting your own healing items. Now don't get me wrong, I'm not clamoring for a crafting system in this game, but some other method of acquiring health packs instead of travelling back to a captured outpost would have been appreciated. The healing system itself works in exactly the same way as Far Cry 3. Healing syringes heal you for a set amount of health slots, and partially reduced slots will fill back up over time. If you don't have any healing syringes, you'll play one of those famous healing animations, be that digging bullets out with your finger, welding your metal arm back together, or just squeezing on a hand exercise thing for a little bit to boost that health back up again. Again, like with Far Cry 3, there seem to be much less of these animations than I expected, but again, this is a shorter game put together in 6 months, so that kind of makes sense. I also didn't encounter any of those animal attack animations, other than maybe one of the snake attacks. I've since seen footage of these animal attacks, so I know they can happen, they just didn't happen to me. It must be in Far Cry 4 and onwards that these things happen more often, as like with Far Cry 3, I was expecting this to happen a lot more frequently. The final thing I want to talk about relating to the game design here is the cutscenes. Now again, I understand that this game was put together in 6 months, and frankly I think it's pretty phenomenal that they got so much done in that space of time, but it seems like animated cutscenes were just too time consuming. Their solution then was to lean into the aesthetic they're going for, and instead of 3D rendered cutscenes, we get little pixelated images that bounce up and down occasionally. These feel very much par for the course, and they're only about a minute long each at most, so they don't interrupt the gameplay too much. That is until you get to the end of the game. One of these things lasts for about 5 minutes, and even includes a stereotypical training montage and a sex scene. Unlike Sex With Me, this all went on for far too long, and just like Sex With Me, sticking to a minute or so would have been preferential. I got bored watching very little happen except building up the narrative, which I didn't care about because it really didn't seem like we're supposed to give a shit about it, so for the game to suddenly go relatively narrative heavy seemed like an odd decision. It is followed by a big power fantasy section though, with you storming a base with a laser shooting out your fingers before riding a laser dragon right into the enemy stronghold. It would have been nice to have some sort of fight with Sloane though, who dies in another non-cutscene. People complain about Vast being defeated with a single button press, and Sloane takes even less effort than that. Which, taken as a whole, is just about all there is to cover with Far Cry 3 Blood Dragon. This is the core gameplay system of Far Cry 3, streamlined somewhat to fit a shorter experience and ran through a filter of cheesy 80s excess and stereotypes. This game also ran better than Far Cry 3 for me, as I experienced absolutely zero crashes during my time with this game. There is one issue, however, in that every time I opened the pause menu, the game would try to connect with the Blood Dragon servers, preventing me from doing absolutely anything until it had done so. The thing is, I feel fairly confident in saying that those servers were shut down a long time ago, so every time you pause the game to quit, or save, or check the in-game item descriptions, you'll have to wait for about 30 seconds just to let the game call into the void for servers which just aren't there anymore. Now this is hardly a game-breaking issue, but it was a recurring annoyance that, speaking as someone with less than zero coding experience, feels like it could have been patched out fairly easily. There's clearly still quite a lot of love for this game out there on the internet. Apparently there's some Trials DLC based on this game.
This one will take it to the extreme.
And I read about a Netflix show called Captain Laserhawk, a Blood Dragon remix, though judging by the trailer, the only similarity seems to be the cyberpunk aesthetic and the fact that there are references to other IPs. I've never heard of this show before, which leads me to believe it's not very good, or maybe it's excellent and I should watch it once I've finished watching Fallout. Let me know in the comments. Either way, the fact that they are still using the Blood Dragon name to draw people in shows that there is a lot of love for this quirky little expansion pack, and the only barrier to entry seems to be whether or not you find references and deliberately bad writing a valid form of humour. Which I guess leaves us with putting this on my ranking list, and I'm now realizing how tough this ranking list is at this point. We've had 4 games that share a name but are all so different from each other that putting one above the other feels arbitrary when they cater to very different needs. So I guess the only way I can really think to put these in some sort of order is if in a year from now I had to pick one Far Cry game to play through in its entirety, where would Far Cry 3 Blood Dragon be on my order of preference? And to answer that question, I'd have to put it here, below Far Cry 2. Now that most of anyone still watching has already stopped listening and taken to the comments to call me names or whatever, let me clarify that I by no means think that this is a bad game. This is a great game that I recommend anyone who enjoys shooters and or cheesy action films to experience. But in terms of Far Cry experiences, if I were forced to only play one of these games, I would choose Far Cry 3 first. If that wasn't available, then I'd pick 2, and if that disc was scratched or whatever, then I'd request Blood Dragon. This is a shorter experience that basically makes the same joke over and over again, but luckily I enjoyed that joke and was happy to go on that little ride with a group of people that clearly had a lot of love for the source material. Well, look at that, I managed to keep my rambling down to less than an hour this time. Maybe I'm growing as a person. Anyway, this now leaves us looking forward to Far Cry 4, the Far Cry game I have played the most since its release, but only because I couldn't get Far Cry 3 to work for such a long time, so number 4 was the next best thing. That's a full-length game, so that video will take a bit longer to put out, especially as work keeps threatening to send me to Malaysia for a couple of weeks, so I can only hope that the next video will be out at some point in July, maybe, but I guess only time will tell. If you're still watching at this point, then frankly I think you owe me a like, I mean, come on. And if you haven't subscribed and would like to support this nonsense, then please do consider subscribing, as it really does seem to help put this shite in front of more people. And if you haven't enjoyed this video, then you've just wasted a good chunk of your day. Thanks for the increased view count, dickhead.
I hope this thing fails.
This wedding angered me! All will die unless it is stopped! Stop chasing Ganesh! You're just gonna get more wrath!
I wish I'd have started this Far Cry ranking series sooner. That way I could have put out this video as an April Fool's joke and pretended that I thought the secret ending was the actual ending of the game. You know the one, the ending where if you don't move for about 15 minutes you get taken straight to the end of the game with the credits roll? You don't have to shoot anyone, you don't have to make any difficult choices, there's no conflict for you to resolve, you just do as the dangerous man says and you get rewarded for it. It's interesting that games like The Stanley Parable and Undertale are often brought up and arguably overanalyzed when people talk about subverting expectations and all that. But let's look at Far Cry 4 for just a second before we look at it in much more detail for however long this video ends up running for. You play as Ajay Gale, or AJ Gale if you want to get American about this, whose mother's dying wish is to have her urn placed at Lakshmana, which for all AJ knows could be a shrine or a lake or God knows what. What he does know is that it's in his mother's homeland of Kirat, a country that he has no memory of and has no record of his citizenship, and he's even advised against travelling there due to it being an unstable region. Upon arrival, he has his bus riddled with bullets, the guard responsible is shivved in the throat with a ballpoint pen, and the man in charge seems genuinely happy to see you. Said man in charge sits RJ down to dinner before heading off to deal with something important, and asks him to sit and wait for a little bit. By his own admission later in the game, AJ is not a soldier, so it makes sense that this chap, on his own in a strange and dangerous place, would actually just sit down and try to keep the sharp-dressed psycho happy, right? I wouldn't want to piss him off, and he seems pretty keen to see me. My first thought certainly wouldn't be to join the local rebel army and try and overthrow the government. But it's a game, a shooter no less, so of course the player would choose the second option. But if we're being honest with ourselves, I think almost all of us would sit quietly and wait to be told what to do, and maybe try some of the crab rangoon. I don't really have a conclusion or any sort of points with that, it's just the ramblings of a man knee-deep in a playthrough of the entire Far Cry series, putting together my personal definitive ranking of those games. This is how we're looking so far, and this has been a more difficult list to put together than I thought it would. Up until this point, we've had 3 very different games that are seemingly only connected via their title, and a somewhat similar spin-off that was more interested in making references than pushing boundaries. When the time came to create Far Cry 4, we found the series in a very similar situation to when they came to cobble together Far Cry 3. Every previous game is very different from all the others, so there's really no telling what the next game could or even should be, other than a first-person shooter in some sort of exotic location. We had the more linear and straightforward combat of the first game, the punishing environment and mechanics of the second, and the wide open and more friendly systems of the third. The 4th numbered entry in the series could be any of these things or something completely different, and at this point there is no standard when it comes to Far Cry. The only difference this time, however, is that Far Cry 3 surpassed Ubisoft's expectations and became something of a smash hit. And what do large publishers do whenever they discover something that makes them money? They milk it until the teats are dried and blistered and then pump it full of microtransactions or something. Thankfully, we're not quite at the microtransaction stage yet, and having not played the more recent Far Cry games, I'm not sure whether they ever do get to that point, but it seems like Far Cry 4 was developed with the attitude of, like that last one, but more of it. Annoyingly, it appears that Far Cry 2 is the only game in this series to have a pretty in-depth post-mortem article written by its director, so I'm left mainly relying on the Wikipedia entry for Far Cry 4 to get some behind-the-scenes details. Seriously, I wish every game had a post-mortem written up about it by the creators. I love finding out about all the decision-making and concessions they had to make, and all the innovations they stumbled upon by accident. Anyway, that, like the last one but more of it attitude, appears to have been pretty accurate, as the initial plan for Far Cry 4 was to be a direct sequel to Far Cry 3. It's worth noting that at this point none of the games have had any in-universe connection to each other whatsoever. No one mentions anything or anyone from any of the other games, so the fact that Far Cry 3 did so well that they suddenly decided to do a direct sequel to it just demonstrates the limited vision of publishers. That made money, do it again. Apparently this direct sequel would have been set on the same islands with us playing Jason Brody again, and somehow Vaas would have returned. This idea apparently lasted for 4 days until the development team realised that this was too limiting a vision and they wanted to do more, to build upon what had been done in Far Cry 3. Another thing worth noting is that while both 3 and 4 are listed as being developed by Ubisoft Montreal, they were worked on by completely different teams. And like Far Cry 3, there was more than just one studio working on 4. Ubisoft Montreal worked on the single-player experience, which makes up the bulk of the game, but they had Ubisoft Toronto working on the Shangri-La missions, which I imagine will be an important detail when we get to the next video. Red Storm Entertainment were brought in to work on the competitive multiplayer modes, which is funny to me because who the hell buys Far Cry games for the PvP? I don't even remember them marketing the competitive modes, though they did get Troy and Abed on board to advertise the co-op features.
Oh, we were talking about playing Far Cry 4 together? Open world co-op? Troy and Abed in the morning.
I won't be talking about these modes though because I'm too crap to attempt competitive multiplayer, and I can't imagine there's any servers still running these days, and I don't have any friends to co-op with, so please share your co-op stories in the comments so I can live vicariously through your memories and pretend to know what it's like to not be alone. They also got Ubisoft Shanghai in to work on the hunting missions, which seems like an odd thing to outsource considering how copy and paste they are, and Ubisoft Kyiv were in charge of the PC port. It's worth noting that Red Storm Entertainment were in charge of the PC port for Far Cry 3, and I discussed how poorly of a job they did in that video, but I'm happy to confirm that Ubisoft Kyiv did a good job with this one. So with the idea of a direct sequel being scrapped pretty quickly, discussions turned to what they did want to do with this new entry, to which the development teams responded with wanting to do pretty much anything they wanted and to try all sorts of different things. That wingsuit was pretty cool. How about we actually let people fly this time? That'll require a bit more verticality in the world design, but that's okay because apparently the game's director Alex Hutchinson, who interestingly was lead designer on Spore and creative director for Assassin's Creed 3, wants to be able to ride an elephant into battle in a place with exotic mountainsides and a unique culture.
I am not leaving without my elephant.
With a checklist including mountains, elephants, and a unique culture, particularly if you mean unique relative to video game settings, then you really are limited in where you can set this game. The fictional country of Kyrat is based on a mix of Indian, Nepalese and Tibetan influences, but all mushed together and exaggerated. The only real behind the scenes videos I could find of this game were the development team's trip to Nepal to gather footage and reference photos, which is interesting, but personally I'd love a bit more information on them actually making the game rather than some of the team going on a free holiday. So while the game is no longer a direct sequel to Far Cry 3, it does include some returning characters from that game and introduces a character that mentions a location from Far Cry 2, marking this as the first entry in the series to confirm that these games take place in the same universe. Except for Far Cry 1, apparently, that seems to be being ignored completely, and I kinda get that. It was totally incredibly different from the other games.
Stupid bastard.
So with the settings selected and some important new features to throw in, they got to work on Far Cry 4 to try and recapture the success of Far Cry 3. As in other videos, I will be spoiling the fuck out of the story of this game, so be aware that if you haven't had a chance to play this game in the 10 years since its release, oh my god, this game is 10 years old now, where has my youth gone? Anyway, yeah, spoiler warning, bugger off if you don't want to know what happens. Still here? Okay then, let's take a trip to Kyrat. Apparently the developers wanted the player character, AJ Gale, to be thin. Not in terms of body mass, I mean the guy is constantly strapped with weaponry and climbs cliffs for fun, but thin in terms of character and backstory. All we know about him is that his mother died and her final wish was to have her ashes placed at Lakshmana, like I mentioned at the top of the video. Again, RJ doesn't know where or what Lakshmana is, only that it's in Kyrat, the country where he was born, but his mother fled with him when he was a baby, and is advised by the US government to not bother going because of the little bit of civil war going on there. AJ decides to ignore this advice and goes anyway, hiring a guy to help him cross the border in a bus which gets stopped at a checkpoint and riddled with bullets. At this point a helicopter arrives and the guards shit themselves a bit, as their benevolent and mood-swingy leader is on board and seemingly ticked off that said bullet riddling had taken place. He kills the guard with a pen and then gets excited when he recognises RJ, grabbing a selfie with him and then taking him and his guide to a nearby palace for some dinner. Turns out that Pagan Min, the mood-swingy director of Kyrat, was pretty sweet on your mother and was upset when she left the country with you on her hip. For this, he blames the Golden Path, a rebel group which we soon learn was formed by AJ's father Mohan, and it turns out your guide is a member. After finding out that your guide, Darpan, has been texting the Golden Path and asking if they wouldn't mind coming to rescue him please, Min goes off to interrogate him and asks you to sit still and wait for him. We already talked about the secret ending that unlocks if you actually do sit and wait, which is usually just brought up as a kind of, oh that's funny or interesting bit of trivia, but this scene reveals plot details that could be completely missed by a significant number of players, which I guess makes this a second spoiler warning for a pretty significant story detail that you might never learn depending on how trigger happy you get at the end of the game. It turns out that RJ was never told about his father, about how old Papa Gale sent AJ's mother to spy on Pagan Min. His mother and Pagan fell in love and had a child called Lakshmana. When Mohan learned about the child, he killed her, and in response RJ's mother killed Mohan and fled the country. This is significant as you can potentially find this out after 30 or so hours of gameplay, during which time you regularly have your father's dreams and memories used to push you into helping the Golden Path, and I imagine if we knew how much of a cunt Mohan was, Pagan's words, not mine,
he was a
then AJ would be significantly less eager to live up to his name. It also paints Pagan Min in a rather different light, but I'll talk about him properly later on. Anyway, let's assume you don't sit and wait like a good boy and instead make your escape. The Golden Path turn up to break you and Darpan out of there, and what follows is a high-octane chase which sees you gunning down Royal Army soldiers with a submachine gun and crashing off a mountain road in a manner which would kill anyone other than the video game protagonists and maybe members of the Toretto family and the A-Team. We then get a brief tutorial section that teaches us the basics of navigating the world and engaging in combat, and everything is very similar to Far Cry 3 here. There's a detection meter, we can throw rocks to distract guards, you can tag enemies with your camera, all that good stuff. After you're given a few more tutorials in other returning mechanics like stealth kills, shooting, healing and crafting, and killing a few guard patrols along the way, you find yourself in a village occupied by the Golden Path. and are properly introduced to Sabal and Amita, the brother-sister duo currently leading the Golden Path and arguing with each other about the proper way to fight this war seemingly every step of the way. Or at least I assumed they were brother and sister throughout my playthrough, but looking back I can't find any evidence to support that. I found something online that says that another important character, Baja, is revealed to be Amita's sister, so I guess Sabal and Amita are just two people that are competing for leadership of the Golden Path. It's a bit weird because there's definitely a sibling rivalry vibe going on there either way, and I just always got the impression that these two were related. Sabal is instantly keen on you because you're the son of his hero, Mohan Ghale. As such, Amita doesn't take too kindly to you at first. See, Sabal is more of a conservative traditionalist, whereas Amita is a more progressive extremist. Sabal wants to keep the old school Kirati traditions and values alive, which includes the religious practices that involve the oppression of women, for example. Meanwhile, Amita would prefer to move away from outdated practices with more progressive plans for Kirat, even if that means funding the country through the production and sale of drugs and weapons. Before I get into anything else, I just wanted to highlight one little narrative difference between this game and Far Cry 3. In the last game, it is established that Jason is new to this whole killing and fighting thing, as we see him struggle with the first time he's forced to take the life of another human, even if it was in a self-defense them or me type of situation. At this point in Far Cry 4, we have had no such character traits shown to us, as we trade gunfire with pursuing jeeps and forcibly remove the throats from the necks of guards, shooting bears in the face, or leading a gun battle to defend a radio tower through an avalanche. With that in mind, our first conversation with Amita goes like this.
We're at war. We keep losing soldiers, the work keeps piling up.
Is there anything I can do? I'm not a soldier. I'm not a soldier. I'm not a soldier. I'm not a soldier.
I'm probably paying way more attention to this line than I really intended, but this reminded me of one of the Tomb Raider reboot games where someone doubts Lara's ability to handle herself just after she has shotgunned her way through a burning village. RJ may not technically be a soldier, but he has clearly no issue with killing people and can handle a wide range of weaponry. Anyway, Amita and Sabal represent another design decision that hopes to improve on Far Cry 3. Apparently the developers felt that the missions of Far Cry 3, the specific actions you were taking, were too far removed from the narrative. In an attempt to remedy this, Far Cry 4 has a few missions which offer you a choice, to side with either Amita or Sabal to achieve certain goals. The game tells you that this will result in different missions directly dealing with that choice, and then give different missions following that one. I'm not sure how much different the missions are from each other, as for some stupid reason there is only one save slot available for this game. This may feel like a random tangent, but fuck you, I'm going off on it. In a game that deliberately gives you several choices to experience new content and offering multiple endings, why is there only one save slot? Every other game in the series has had multiple save slots, and they had choices in them too. My hypothesis, as I have no evidence for this, is that the missions where you have to make a choice aren't that different from each other, and the missions that follow are just the same ones, but just framed differently in the narrative. I can't definitively prove that, because it took me long enough to play through the game once, and I'm not going to go and do it all again just to see the differences between different missions, not if I want this video to come out this year. Each time you are asked to choose between either Sabal or Amita's approach, they essentially boil down to kill everyone at a facility and blow it up, or just kill everyone in the facility so you can take it over. Again, I'd love to go back and try the other options, but the game autosaves very regularly, and like the first game, there are no quick saves here. I'm sure people more clever than me can create save states or whatever to go back, but I'm lazy and lacking in motivation, plus I enjoy moaning about things. I mean, have you seen the price of fish and chips these days? So while these choices might not exactly take the story or gameplay into strange new places, I do very much appreciate the shades of grey these decisions are painted in. Before you make your choice, both Amita and Sabal plead their case to you. So for instance, Sabal wants you to blow up a heroin factory to stop the Royal Army from using it themselves, and also stops the supply of the drug in Kirat. Amita, however, wants you to capture the factory so that the Golden Path can sell the drugs to fund their war. After you've made your decision, you have to face the person you neglected, and personally I think the game did a great job at making you feel a little bit bad about your decision. So in that example, I sided with Sabal and destroyed the drug factory. Amita then chastised me, telling me how that while drugs are a dirty business, it would have provided them with the money to not only purchase guns and equipment, but also to rebuild the country, to build schools and roads, purchase medicine and all sorts of nice things. This morally grey side of things does start to disappear towards the end of the game when both characters start to give off strong bad guy vibes. In-game, whichever one you have last sided with will be temporarily leading the Golden Path, as the group looks to AJ as some sort of saviour of the cause, so whoever he sides with must clearly be worthy of leading them, right? At the end of the game, whichever of the two you have last sided with will send you to kill the other. You don't have to pull the trigger, which I did appreciate, but whether you kill them or not makes no difference, you won't be seeing them again. Once you complete the main story and take her out for the Golden Path, either Sabal or Amita can be found being right bastards and probably making you feel bad about choosing them. Throughout the game, the two argue over Bajra, with Sabal believing her to be the living incarnation of their god Kira and wanting to use her to rally the Golden Path together, and Amita basically not believing that and wanting Bajra to have a more normal life. Bajra is treated as an important character throughout, but seems forgotten towards the end of the game. If you side with Sabal, we see him executing Amita loyalists in the ceremony for Kira. If you side with Amita, we see her rounding up children to work in the drug factories and joining the military, and she reveals that she sent Bajra far away so she can't be used as some sort of symbol of hope for the religious types. Basically, both of these people are revealed to be arseholes, and this will come after players have potentially learned that their father was an arsehole who shoots babies. That leaves us with one other character that needs discussion here, and that'd be Pagan Min. Pagan Min feels like the antagonist in a game that wanted to repeat the success of Far Cry 3.
Well, duh!
Everybody loved Vaas, right? Just do that again. At least that's how he came across to me at first. He's intimidating, strikes fear into his men, and is prone to unpredictable violent outbursts. Aside from everything I'm about to say, it has to be said how well he is portrayed here. Troy Baker isn't exactly a novice in the voice acting department, and he has done an excellent job with Pagan Min, making for a very memorable villain, even if not to the same level as Vaas, though I'd argue that's only because Vaas has already been done, and Pagan is almost like Vaas but more sophisticated. I guess Pagan Min is closer to Hoyt from Far Cry 3, really, but who the hell remembers Hoyt? My problem with Pagan Min is that I don't feel like he's a good antagonist for this story. Pagan has done nothing to try and stop RJ. He has offered to help him during almost every interaction. Every time AJ learns something about his history, Pagan will radio him to tell him that he could have told us that. He never seems angry with us, instead being annoyed at what the Golden Path has convinced us to do. He wants to reconnect with us, he wants to help us, but we keep blowing up his shit and killing his army. When he does show up in cutscenes, he certainly commands attention. And there's always a bit of tension because we just don't know what he might do, but he doesn't want us dead. He does allow us to get drugged at one point, but he even apologizes for that and explains how it's a tough love kind of situation. He wants us to come around to him because he wants to help us. You are, quite hilariously, carrying around the remains of the woman he loves, the mother of his murdered child, in your jacket pocket. He wants what you want, and the only reason we don't go along with it is because it's a shooter game and doing so would remove all of the shooting and the gameplay. So yes, Pagan Min is an incredibly well portrayed and memorable character, but I feel like he's not a good antagonist for AJ Ghale. At the end of the game, you can either shoot him in his chair or let him take you to Lakshmana, like during the secret ending, and he explains about your mother and father and what happened between them. You get the same result as you would have got if you just sat still at the start, but a lot more people have died in the process. Hell, he even willingly buggers off and leaves Kirat in your care, or what's left of it anyway. Or you can shoot him in his face because he's the bad guy in the box art, so you need to kill him, right? To be fair, I did get the best of both worlds. I let him take me to Lakshmana and then blew up his helicopter as he flew away. Just because I'm aware of overused gaming tropes doesn't mean I'm immune to them. I really do feel like they missed a treat with the ending of this game though. I mean, for years I thought that either killing or not killing Pagan and seeing the credits roll was the end of the game, and a very unsatisfying one at that. It was only by chance this time that I spotted a loading screen tip telling me that Sabal was at a temple that I learned that we get these cutscenes showing whoever is leading the Golden Path to be a bastard. You can then kill the leader if you want, but all this does is lower your karma score a little bit. It would have been nice for some sort of alternative ending where RJ tries to lead the Golden Path himself or something, but this is at least more of an ending than I spent the last 10 years thinking there was. Throughout the story, before the two good guys start to feel like bad guys, AJ keeps getting essentially guilted into helping out because his father started the Golden Path, so he needs to help them or whatever, and it made me realise that RJ is incredibly committed to this cause that he's just heard about in a country he has no memory of, run by people that have just met him but knew his parents. Again, it's a game, so he just needs to be invested, but I feel like Far Cry 3 handled the motivation side of things better than this, though I guess that was mainly because of the excessive drug use and the sexual manipulation. So I found the entire narrative to be questionable and overly reliant on the fact that players will do the thing because it involves playing the game, rather than doing any work to get us invested in the first place. But how does the game itself play out? Well, if you've played Far Cry 3, you'll know what to expect here, except now there's more of it. There's towers to climb, outposts to capture, and various different bags to craft. Once you meet the Golden Path, you essentially spend the rest of the game completing their missions, liberating those outposts and towers, and occasionally doing missions for different characters, unlocking new skills and weapons, and completing the odd side quest along the way. If you didn't like Far Cry 3, you will not like this, but if you did like Far Cry 3, then there's quite a few changes to various parts of that formula. So let's have a bit of a look at what's different here. Let's start with the radio towers, a Ubisoft staple at this point. I said in my Far Cry 3 video that completing a tower would show you nearby points of interest, but for some odd reason not mark them on your map. What it doesn't do is add any of these points of interest to your map. Happily, Far Cry 4 does just that. The towers are usually guarded too, and some of them can be quite tricky to figure out just how to get to the top of them. That is unless you get good with the wingsuit and gyrocopter, but where's the fun in that? The towers in this game are also broadcasting propaganda to the surrounding area, so the radio in your car will be pumping out pro-pagan messages until you flip the switch at the top. A little detail I enjoyed is that these messages start off being about how great it is living in Kirat under pagan Min.
That while there is no official curfew in Kirat, a good citizen should be home at a reasonable hour. For your own safety as well as the safety of our dedicated Royal Army regulars. May pagan's light shine upon you all.
But as you take control of more of them, they start to become more desperate and aggressive, threatening people for resisting the army or for trying to leave the country.
Pagan men is to commit an act of high treason. The punishment for treason is severe.
Once again, completing a tower will reveal the surrounding area on your map and other details such as which animals can be found nearby and let you see roads on your minimap, which brings me quite neatly onto another improvement of a feature I complained about in my Far Cry 3 video. The minimap now has a GPS route system, so once you select a point on your map, your GPS will show you the most direct route to it, even if you haven't cleared that part of the map yet, meaning you don't have to keep pausing the game to bring up your map and plan your commute to the nearest enemy outpost. Speaking of enemy outposts, these are basically the same, with you getting more XP depending on whether you avoid detection or trigger any alarms. Later outposts do become a bit more tricky however, when turning off one alarm will not deactivate all the others, but will reduce the amount of reinforcements that might be called in. I'll get into the combat and enemy types properly later on, but there are new enemy types that can be summoned in this game that will make reinforcements a bit more tricky to deal with than in Far Cry 3. Clearing an outpost once again grants you a fast travel point and a weapon shop. It also unlocks a series of side quests, such as races and assassination or hunting missions like the last game, but you also unlock the option to capture the outpost again for extra cash, just in case you wanted to do another crack at a full stealth capture or something like that. That's not something I ever bothered with, but it's there for those that like to challenge themselves. One weird little complaint, which probably doesn't bother most people, is that when you choose to take part in a race, for example, which I enjoyed and found the time limits to be just the right side of challenging yet achievable, you get teleported to another part of the map, and then once you finish, you get dropped back at the outpost. This felt a little too immersion breaking for me. I guess another way to put it is that it felt more like I was taking part in a race just to tick a box to say I've completed it, rather than in Far Cry 3 where you will just stumble upon races around the map and make your own way home at the end. I don't know, I can't really explain why I didn't like this teleporting system, so I'll just say immersion breaking and refuse to elaborate. Another new mechanic is the ability to throw bait to attract predators. Unfortunately not the invisible clicky kind, but the large, hairy and toothy sort, like bears, wolves or leopards and such. I mentioned in my Far Cry 3 video that I was disappointed with the amount of times animals randomly tried to murder me during my playthrough, as I seem to remember it happening much more frequently. As it happens, I was getting it confused with this game, as there are many more hungry critters out and about in Kyrat, and they are not shy about having a go for your throat. I guess as I play through the rest of the series, I'll find out if the regularity of these attacks changes, but I thought the balance here was just right. I found I was getting attacked regularly enough that I was trying to keep an ear out for any growls through the hedgerows, but not so often that it just became something to expect every time I was scouting an enemy base. This next bit is hardly an original thought, but I do still think that the eagles are a bit bullshit. You hear a screech just as they swoop at you, and it's next to impossible to figure out exactly where they are and shoot them out of the sky before they get you. It's almost like the game just decides that you need to lose a bit of health right now. Luckily though, the animals are aware that other humans are just as delicious as you, so they will attack both friendly and hostile NPCs out in the world. They'll also attack each other, and I even managed to spot an eagle flying away with a pig at one point. Luring animals into battle can also be a double-edged sword, and opens up new options when attacking outposts. In one instance, I managed to lure most of the guards out of the base with a couple of feral wolves, letting me sneak in, get myself set up in a nice position to gun them all down from cover. The specific predator that is summoned seems to be somewhat random though, so you may get a couple of wolves or you might get a bear or a tiger. If you do get a bear or a tiger, it might end up killing all of the enemies, which means it's then going to make a beeline straight towards you and your gonads. You might also try to lure something and it ends up spawning into the world right behind you, so you yourself may end up being the main factor responsible for that new arsehole being ripped open. There's also honey badgers in this game that are incredibly overpowered for what they are, but they were very popular in the meme sphere at the time of this game's release, hence why they take so many bullets to kill them.
Honey badger don't give a shit, it just takes what it wants.
You also get to ride elephants as mentioned earlier. You first need to find one of the things near an enemy base, which didn't happen too often for me, but when the planets did align in my favour, it is great fun to ride the great leathery beast into a group of arseholes, firing rounds off at anyone foolish enough to get in your way, which evoked similar power trip memories of me and your mum at that orgy that one time. It's also similar to your mum at an orgy in that you'll need a specific skill unlocked in order to ride the great beast, but while you're mounted you are effectively protected from damage for a little while, usually until the adrenaline wears off and you realise the mess you're going to have to clean up. I find it's interesting to look at the role of animals in the Far Cry series up to this point. In Far Cry 1 they were just window dressing, just tropical birds that flew around to add to the ambience. In 2 they were strictly passive creatures that ran away from you but could be shot or ran over if you really wanted to, you absolute monster. In 3 they introduced predatory carnivores that wanted a taste of your arse cheeks, and in 4 there are more of them and can even be ridden into battle or summoned to do your bidding. You collect bait when you skin animals, which you'll need to do as the crafting system for Far Cry 3 returns largely unchanged. You essentially have a range of bags to upgrade the capacity of, each of which requires different amounts of skins from various animals. It could be that you need the flesh of 4 fucking rhinos to craft a bigger wallet, or 3 entire yaks to carry more syringes. It's just as daft as before, but like with Far Cry 3, I didn't find that I really needed to craft anything up to the maximum capacity, other than the gun holsters, which are so quick and easy to max out. I don't know why they bother making you upgrade them. Just give us 4 weapon slots from the off. I really can't see the advantage of limiting our loadouts early in the game. Also, they removed the skill that allows you to collect double skins from your kills, though killing an animal with a bow and arrow or a knife will grant you double the loot. I'm not really a fan of this though, because that rhino just took 3 shotgun rounds to the face before it died. Fuck standing in front of that thing trying to headshot it with an arrow 18 times. Collecting said animal skins is made slightly easier now though, as they have addressed another one of the issues I had with Far Cry 3. Dead creatures are now marked on the minimap, so you can find and loot enemies and animals without lowering the graphics until the tall grass disappears. There is an early skill that allows you to collect double the plants that you harvest, which I would consider an essential early unlock, as it takes 2 green leaves to craft a healing syringe, and turning that down to 1 plant equaling 1 heal just seems like a better design choice. It seems like an odd design decision to set an amount of required materials to craft certain things and then introduce a system to bypass them almost immediately, but I guess they needed a certain amount of skills to unlock and started struggling for ideas. Healing syringes are also crafted automatically when you get enough leaves, so you don't need to keep opening up the crafting menu to put these together. You can also craft other syringes. It gives you damage buffs, let you detect animals and enemies, sprint for longer and stuff like that. Unlike Far Cry 3, I did regularly use more than just the healing syringes this time round, especially the enemy detection one when approaching outposts. The syringe crafting is all done within the weapon wheel too, meaning a more streamlined menu navigation to quickly craft some top gear. The skill tree returns from Far Cry 3 with mostly similar skills, but separated into 2 categories now rather than 3, and they're all on one screen, which makes it easier to peruse. There's new types of takedowns, improved syringes and weapon skills, like still being able to aim or reloading sniper rifles. Some skills on one side of the tree are repeatedly upgradable, like increasing karma rewards, which I'll get to soon, and increasing the duration of syringe effects. Other than wishing you could unlock faster crouch walking sooner, I don't really have any strong opinions on this skill tree. I found I was getting enough XP during my playthrough to have everything unlocked before the end of the game, so if someone was focusing on completing as many side quests as possible, they'd probably get this done even earlier. I guess my issue with this, like with Far Cry 3, is that it makes it less about constructing the type of character you want to play as, and more about choosing which skills you are less interested in and leaving them until later to unlock. I found myself choosing some skills purely because they were required to unlock other ones that I really wanted, but I really don't feel strongly one way or the other about this skill tree. I think in a game this size, it's better to have a skill tree rather than the linear unlock system they had in Blood Dragon. That early tutorial section also equips you with a grappling hook, a first for the series, and a tool which allows you to climb up the side of cliffs as long as they have a bit of orange rope hanging from them, building off the rope covered ledges from Far Cry 3 and Blood Dragon. The grappling hook also allows for some Spider-Man swinging between anchor points and can create alternate paths to objectives or other hidden areas, and helps build on the impression of a vast open world for you to explore. It might have been nice to have a few of these swinging points included in a few more of the combat areas, just to make for some more exciting gunfights, but again, maybe that'll come in the next game. Another early unlock from the shop is the wingsuit, the thing I think most people would agree needed to be introduced into Far Cry 3 much earlier. With the wingsuit also comes seemingly unlimited parachutes, which makes getting across low-lying valleys a literal breeze, though does make the gliders, a series staple at this point, completely irrelevant. There are gliders dotted all over the place, but you really don't need them once you get the wingsuit, which you will do early on because the early game gives you plenty of money and not a lot to spend it on, making the wingsuit an obvious purchase. I guess being able to shoot and throw grenades and bombs and stuff from a glider is one advantage over the wingsuit, but you can do the same thing from a parachute, so I guess this is a quick memorial for the gliders of Far Cry. You served us well. Kinda. Well, not really, you were always just a bit of a novelty, but you were there regardless, and we thank you for your service. On the subject of shooting from vehicles, you can now shoot while driving, but only with your sidearm. I'll get more into gun specifics later on, but it's a bit mad to think that it took 3.5 games before they realised that shooting from the driver's seat might be a good idea. You can also set the car to auto drive so you can focus on shooting without worrying about hitting any trees or falling off cliffs. It's not a feature I use much, but it's there, more likely for people playing with a controller where it takes a bit longer to change which way you're facing. Along with the usual hunting and assassination quests that are pretty much identical to their Far Cry 3 counterparts, there are also open world quests that you can stumble upon while exploring. I think it's either Red Dead or Skyrim or something like that that calls these ambient quests, and I think this game calls them karma quests. I didn't really pay enough attention, so I'm not sure. So you'll be wandering around and stumble across a hostage being marched through the woods, or a Golden Path Patrol will be fighting some army guys, or maybe some locals will be being attacked by a honey badger, stuff like that. Completing these quests will get you karma points, which build your karma meter. Okay, are you still with me there? Fill up the meter and you will get a token to spend, but you'll also unlock some different passive upgrades for certain levels, like reduced prices in shops, stuff like that. These tokens can be spent on a couple of things, one of which I mentioned seemed like a missed trick from Far Cry 3. You can spend a token to call in some friendly NPCs to help you out. You could send them into a base while you attack it from another side, get them just to follow you around for a bit, or send them to lure enemies away from your objective. Things like that, which I'm sure many clever people can figure out all sorts of fun ways to use them. It's funny though, because while this is something I mentioned maybe should have been included in Far Cry 3, now that I have it, I barely used it. I used it once out of curiosity to see what would happen, and then used it again when an outpost attack went fully tits up and I wasn't sure I could survive. Again, a cool option to have and one which certainly makes sense within the narrative. The other use for these tokens is to play co-op with a friend, but like I said, I don't have any friends, so I can't say what this mode is like, but a big open world shooter certainly does feel like the perfect setting for a co-op mode. Okay, I think I've put this off for long enough, and there's a lot of new changes that involve weaponry, so I think it's finally time we talk about the guns. Roll the montage. So the guns here are kind of a double-edged sword, which seems like an odd use of that saying now I've said it. I mean, look at that list of weapons. There is plenty here, right? And almost all of them can have an amount of mods added onto them. But that's only one of 3 lists. There's also sidearms that can be fired while driving, and then there's signature weapons, high-level weaponry that cannot be modded but really don't need to. The thing is, these guns are expensive, and I found that as the game progressed, I found money to become increasingly scarce, especially when I was topping up my ammo and armor every time I visited a shop. Like in Far Cry 3, every time you complete a radio tower, you will make some guns available for free in the shops. You can complete other side activities too to make more weapons available, except those guns will never be free. This may also mean that if you really want a specific gun, you may have to grind out, say, 10 levels in the arena to unlock a gun that then costs several hundred thousands of rupees. Personally, I think the high cost is enough of a balance to access these powerful weapons, but having to repeatedly play through side activities you may not be interested in seems like overkill. If instead completing said activities made them free, then I could get on board with that. That would make the full range of weaponry available to more players, but you still had to put in the effort to get hold of the good stuff. Luckily though, the guns feel just as satisfying to use as Far Cry 3, and they sound nice and authentic too. Well, speaking as someone who lives in a small town in the middle of England, I think they sound pretty good. Especially the shotguns, which I already made an erection joke about in the Far Cry 3 video, so I'll skip the joke but repeat the sentiment. The shotguns sound beautiful. They've also added a light cover system here, so if you're behind cover and aim down the sights, you'll pop out over the ledge or around the corner. It's a nice little touch which I exploited quite a bit in tricky situations. The weapon slots here mark a slight return to Far Cry 2, however, in that while you can carry 4 weapons at once, one of these slots is reserved exclusively for sidearms. Almost all guns can be upgraded, and most will let you have, say, 2 attachments out of a possible 3. So you could have a silencer and a dot sight on your rifle, but you'll have to sacrifice one of those if you want the extended magazine capacity. This works in the same way as Far Cry 3, and all attachments are available to purchase once you unlock that gun. And it's purchasing weapons, their attachments and ammunition where I found myself spending the majority of my money. You can also buy upgrades to those hero tokens that call in NPC support, and you can buy body armor and healing syringes if you're not in the mood to pick flowers. Luckily, cash is picked up automatically this time, unlike Far Cry 3 where you had to manually pick up every bloody coin, and we still have crates scattered around containing unusual things to keep in a crate, like a cocktail napkin and 9,000 rupees, for example. It is worth looting the enemy guards too, as all that random tat that they carry around soon builds up, and you can sell all that shite instantly at any shop. About halfway through the game, you also get access to your father's old house in the mountains, and this can be upgraded for significant cash injections. Most of these upgrades are purely cosmetic, but others include useful stuff like installing a gun shop and giving you a helipad with a gyrocopter on it. I mentioned earlier that you can shoot while driving vehicles now, but this is limited to only your sidearms, and as such, one weapon slot can only be taken up with a sidearm, be that a pistol, a one-handed submachine gun, or, funnily, a grenade launcher. I think I see the thought process behind this decision. You want people to be able to shoot while driving, but obviously you can only do that with one-handed weapons, so lock a slot to that kind of weapon. That's fine, I guess, but this does limit your loadout options. In Far Cry 3, you could strap yourself with 2 rocket launchers, an LMG, and an automatic shotgun and go make some widows. Far Cry 4's system, however, does limit you somewhat, and personally I think I would have preferred a bit of a trade-off, where you can only shoot for vehicles with one-handed weapons, so filling your loadout with heavy weaponry denies you the ability to shoot while driving. That seems like a fair compromise, right? That said, it does feel rather powerful to equip your grenade launcher as a sidearm, jump into a gyrocopter, and just hover over an enemy outpost, raining death from your relative safety up above them. It does kind of trivialise the combat, but it's good fun every once in a while. The gyrocopter itself is a welcome addition to my mind, though it did feel like it was stalling randomly at times. I think it starts to stall when the ground gets too far away from you, which is tricky to monitor when you're flying over mountain ranges, and for some annoying reason, you can't fly over the mountains that separate the north and south of the map, even when you've unlocked that area, so you always have to fly all the way over to the connecting bridge to get around them. So once you've picked your 3 guns and your sidearm, you're ready to go out and make orphans of some children. So, who is it we're killing here? Why, it's the Royal Army of Kyrat, of course. And as these guys are an army, they are more heavily armed and armoured than Vars's band of pirates from Far Cry 3. You've got your usual grunt types who might have shotguns, assault rifles or sniper rifles, then there's the heavies with machine guns or maybe flamethrowers that have exposed fuel tanks on their back. Later on in the game, some enemies that display a sniper icon when tagged will be packing rocket launchers instead of sniper rifles, which did give me a bit of a shock when I got spotted that once. In a feature brought over from Blood Dragon, enemy reinforcements will often be dropped off via helicopter, which usually comes equipped with its own gunner raining down death from above while you scurry about for cover. There are also new enemy units here called Hunters. These are stealth units that will only stay tagged for a short amount of time, and they use a bow and arrow to snipe you from across the enemy base with. I tended to make these guys a priority target as they can really drain your health and be tricky to keep track of. Enemy bases will more frequently have mortar launchers that they will happily use to flush you out of cover, and while the AI isn't the smartest I've ever seen, they do enough to stop you hunkering down in one spot, and there's usually enough of them working to kill you that they provide a solid challenge that can get very out of hand if you start getting cocky with them. Another returning detail from Far Cry 2 is that the repair tool no longer takes up a weapon slot, meaning I actually repaired vehicles this time around, a mechanic which is essential to the new supply escort missions where you have to keep repairing a truck. I don't know who on the Far Cry team decided that this should take up an entire weapon slot, but I'm glad they were either ignored or actively booed during this game's development. Oh yeah, one other returning feature from Far Cry 2 is the ability to go to sleep to change the time of day. I failed to notice any difference in enemy behaviour or detection abilities regardless of the time of day, so I used this feature once and never again, but it's there if you just want to change the general ambiance of the mountains you're walking through. As well as those karma quests I mentioned earlier, there are other side activities that you can stumble upon, or can stumble upon you, as you explore the vast mountainsides of Kyrat. There's Pagan's Wrath, a armoured convoy that patrols the road spouting propaganda, couriers transporting important documents that need killing and then looting, and supply trucks which can either be destroyed or captured and taken to the Golden Path. On top of all that, there are the aforementioned roaming animals and guard patrols, and all of these things are seemingly operating individually, separate from each other. Since Far Cry 2, I have felt that the main attraction of this series is that there are a number of systems all running on their own that will occasionally overlap to create unique pockets of chaos that no other player will ever encounter in quite the same way. Like one instance where I was hunting rhinos and picking flowers and some random patrol truck rolls by. By the time I dealt with them, a supply truck came barreling through, which I quickly dispatched and got busy with watching the environment slowly burn around the wreckage. By the way, the fire propagation is pretty much the same as Far Cry 3, which is to say not as dangerous or unpredictable as Far Cry 2. It's weird how they never seem to get that right again. Anyway, shortly afterwards, a courier came steaming through what is apparently Kirat's equivalent to the M25, and so he got blown to pieces too. It could be tigers popping up next to you while you're scouting a base, convoys rolling through while you're picking flowers, or eagles swooping in to pick on the soldiers who are currently pinning you down. If nothing else, this game adds so many more opportunities for random chaos to play out, more so than any other of the games in the series so far. There are a few other new mission types to let the chaos unfold in front of you too, like outposts being reclaimed by the enemy. You'll get a radio message about a liberated outpost being attacked and you've got to get yourself over there to defend it. While I do like this mechanic, choosing not to go back to help them doesn't actually change anything, you just miss out on some XP and loot. There are also propaganda stations which are identical to outposts, except you have to destroy equipment in the buildings to clear them, and they don't generate fast travel points or shops. If you watched my Blood Dragon video, you may remember the hostage rescue missions that debuted there. Here they've been expanded and you'll be sent to rescue, say, 4 people, but you are allowed to lose a couple of them before the mission fails, and you'll just get a reduced reward for any of them that die. Like in Blood Dragon, these strongly push a stealth approach, as once you've been spotted, the guards will start executing hostages, which adds a nice little caveat to the combat mechanics, as I was happy to see this smaller feature from the spin-off game get expanded somewhat here. There are also fortresses, 4 of them to be precise. These are just larger scale outposts with many more alarms to disable. You are allowed to tackle these at any point you like, but the game warns you against doing so until the general has been eliminated as part of the story, at which point they become significantly easier to capture. There's one of these where you can sneak in around the cliffs at the back, abseil down into the base and stealthily clear it out from the back to the front, which I really enjoyed. But other than that, these are just outposts that take longer, and it's been so long since I played Far Cry 5, I can't remember whether they expand on this concept or not, but I really hope they do, because I think there's some potential for memorable encounters with this sort of thing. God, there's so much new stuff in this game. I really thought this video would be much more breezy. Another new thing is the arena mode I mentioned earlier, which is unlocked after you go through a level of it as part of the main story. This is standard arena mode stuff. Survive a few waves of increasingly difficult enemies for rewards. This is not my sort of thing, so I gave it one go outside of the story mission and called it a day. I did the same thing with most of the assassination and hunting missions too. There's so much stuff to do in this game that you really can ignore anything that doesn't interest you. Just like you can ignore this video if it's getting boring, because there's so many other people that can sum this game up in 5 or 10 minutes that you should probably be going to them for game recommendations. Now that I've successfully halved my viewer retention ratings, let's talk about another type of side content, which I guess you could call narrative side missions. On top of all the side activities I've been talking about, there's also a wealth of collectibles scattered across the map, like haunted masks, diary pieces, prayer wheels to spin, and other stuff which really doesn't interest me. But along the way, you'll start to see some icons that aren't common enough to be mere collectibles. These are the Thanka pieces, of which there are 5, and collecting each one will, for some reason, give AJ a vision through the eyes of a chap called Kalinag, whose king has sent him to Shangri-La to protect it from a being called Rakshana. You'll remember that these sections were developed by the team at Ubisoft Toronto rather than the Montreal squad, which is important because these feel completely separate from the rest of the game. You journey through Shangri-La, freeing big floating bells that will repel Rakshana, and each level starts to get darker and darker as you get closer to the final encounter with the beast. You have a bow and arrow and a knife as weapons, and you'll soon get a tiger companion who can attack and distract enemies, and one level gives you an elephant to ride into battle. One of them also gives you the ability to fly because it's a vision, so it's all good. Apparently Shangri-La was originally intended to be a completely separate open world that players could explore, but due to time constraints it was stripped back to these 5 linear levels. Admittedly, I did get a bit bored of these as they are largely repetitive, but I'd never completed them before, so I did persevere until the end, which comes to a climax with a boss fight comparable to that god fight from Far Cry 3, except you don't wake up to a naked lady riding you like it's your birthday. If nothing else, this was clearly the inspiration for Far Cry Primal, much in the same way that the sailing missions in Assassin's Creed 3 paved the way for the full-blown pirate experience of Black Flag. This is almost like a proof of concept to convince the higher-ups that something bigger can be done with these mechanics, but we'll get to all that in the next video. Tied loosely to the Shangri-La missions are the characters Reggie and Yogi, a frankly insufferable pair that I personally could have done without. They basically test out their new drugs on you, which involves drugging you into unconsciousness, dumping your body somewhere and seeing if you can make it back to them. Remember how this game is trying to be Far Cry 3 but more so? Well, these are the new version of the drug sections. The screen flashes random colours as you play and random stuff will spawn in occasionally. The later ones do mess about with the geometry of the world a bit, having you jump across platforms in the sky and such, but if you removed the trippy music, these would just be fairly tedious A to B missions with a little bit of combat thrown in. Along with the usual rewards, you do get upgraded syringes though, so while there is some use to completing these, I would hardly call them essential. Plus they're bookended with cutscenes with Reggie and Yogi trying to be funny, which just makes it painful of an experience to me. What is equally non-essential but slightly more fun, at least to me, are the Longinus missions. I'm probably mispronouncing that. Longinus mentions being from Goka Falls, a location in the unnamed African country of Far Cry 2. Longinus is supplying guns to the Garden Path, and he tasks AJ with helping him recover diamonds that he'd previously used to buy weaponry during his time as a warlord. These days he's a bit more keen on Jesus, so he's looking for some redemption. These missions involve you tailing targets to their secret vaults and killing them to gain access and recover the diamonds. The missions themselves are just another excuse for a bit of a shootout, but they're bookended with cutscenes involving Longinus spouting religious teachings that I think basically justify fighting, and if nothing else, he's an interesting character to watch. On the topic of characters confirming the existence of previous games, Agent Willis makes a return from Far Cry 3, offering classified information of RJ's father in exchange for you completing missions for him. These missions, similarly to a couple of Longinus missions, see you taken off to a completely separate map for a more linear experience. You could be sneaking around enemy camps in a snowstorm, fighting through mountaintop strongholds, or wingsuiting through canyons to make your escape. These missions are fine and all that, nothing too boring, but they do feel very detached from the main story, both narratively as well as functionally, like they were bolted on at a later point. Willis does sell you out and leave you to get captured by Pagan Min for the obligatory mission where you lose all your equipment, but other than that, these could have been removed entirely, and I don't think either the game or narrative would have suffered one bit. Which I think covers just about everything worth talking about with Far Cry 4. I still have the most hours clocked on this game than any other in the series, but that's mainly because it has always run flawlessly for me, unlike Far Cry 3. Like that game though, the second half of the map is opened up far too late in this game. I feel like they could have reduced the size of the first half and have us spend more time in the northern sections, or maybe have the only locked off bit be Pagan's final fortress or something, but by the time the map fully opens up, the story is starting to come to an end. Also, I don't feel like there was enough instances to use water vehicles at any point. There could have been some bigger lakes with scattered islands or something, but the water areas just felt more like an obstacle in this game. I also had issue with the music in this game too. Not the music itself, just how it was used. I don't think I have ever had to go into a menu to turn off the music in a game before, but sometimes with Far Cry 4 it would be playing inappropriate music for the situation. Like when I'm stealthily scouting out a large outpost, taking my time and moving between enemy patrols, it's playing some high tempo track that would be more appropriate for me to be charging an elephant through the front gate. And the license track that plays during the final assault on the palace of the big bad guy makes it sound like a chase scene from My Name is Earl or something. But when the music does work, like in the drug scenes, it does help to elevate the gameplay, so I found myself having to jump in and out of the menus to turn the music off and on again every so often. As the length of this video shows, there is a lot of content in this game, and that's without touching any of the DLC, some of which I know add some more missions, and I think add to the narrative as well, I'm not sure. To me, this game marks the Ubisoftification of the series. When people talk negatively about Ubisoft open worlds, they usually mention huge maps packed full of map markers to stuff that really doesn't matter, and this feels like that's really starting to ramp up to me. Sometimes I struggle to click on the fast travel marker because it was surrounded by other quest markers, and they're repeatable quests so they don't disappear. At this stage though, I found I could ignore the activities that didn't interest me and could still manage to afford the upgrades I wanted without too much bother. But from what I remember, this is the start of that slippery slope towards horribly cluttered maps and endless upgrade trees and alternate currencies. When it comes to ranking this game alongside the others, again, I find this one to be particularly tricky. Overall, I prefer the gameplay of this over Far Cry 3 as it introduces more systems to randomly overlap, and I like the morally grey mission choices. However, the ending frankly sucks, and the story and characters overall didn't do much for me. Pagan Min, while entertaining and very well portrayed, doesn't seem like a good protagonist for AJ and is clearly just trying to be the new Vaas. Sabal and Amita are infuriatingly stubborn in their opinions to the point where I can't understand why there hasn't been a coup yet, or maybe someone just told them maybe you should make some compromises. I feel like the game missed a treat by not letting us either kill or exile either Sabal or Amita and let AJ take control of the country. Or hell, we could even just apologise to Pagan Min and team up with him to rule the country together. Instead, the ending that we did get makes me think that the secret ending I talked about at the start is the closest thing this game has to a good ending. So in terms of ranking, I'm gonna have to put this game here, below Far Cry 2 but above Blood Dragon. Far Cry 4 is the first game in the series that feels like an actual sequel, and as such stands out in the series for its lack of originality or uniqueness. While I think it does some things better than the other games that came before it, as an overall package I feel that the lack of originality makes it difficult to recommend over either Far Cry 3 or 2. That said, this is the opinion of someone who has played through the series in order. So if I were recommending one of these games to someone who has never played a Far Cry game, I would probably recommend this one first due to the quality of life improvements it makes over Far Cry 3. Before we wrap up, I just want to include a shameless little bit of self-promotion and or busking. On the recommendation of a number of people, I finally set up a Buy Me a Coffee page for people with more money than sense to donate some money to this channel if they really want to. After a couple of months of the expected lack of activity, recently a kind soul with one of the better usernames I've heard actually donated some money. So, an unquenchable Durst, I genuinely thank you for your generosity, and I am left wondering about whether you also listen to the Podiots podcast with a name like that. While I would love to be able to quit my job and make videos full time, that does mean including adverts in my videos, which I kinda hate because adverts are generally pretty awful. Any donations I receive will get me one step closer to being able to turn off the adverts completely. So once again, an unquenchable Durst, thank you so much for your generosity or your lack of financial control, whichever it was. Which finally does it for Far Cry 4, and now we can look forward to Far Cry Primal. I actually made a video on this game years ago, which you shouldn't watch because it's old and shit and my Brummy accent is more prominent. God only knows when that video will be out, and I dread to think how long that video will be. I mean, Christ, I thought this video would be shorter because it's basically Far Cry 3 with some new bits, but look at this nonsense. Fair play for making it this far. If you did enjoy the video, please do give it a like and consider subscribing, if for no other reasons than to get a notification when the next video comes out, because I'm not in a position where I can keep these to any sort of fixed schedule. So yeah, thank you for watching and supporting the channel, and if you decide to come back for the next one, then well, that'll be just dandy, and if you hated this and never want to watch one of my videos again, why did it take you this long to figure out? Are you simple?
All choices have consequences, RJ. I've given you Kirat, but I'm keeping the helicopter.
Welcome to the first episode of So I Finally Played, which is a series where I go back and play the games that I never got round to playing on release. I was actually planning on picking up the first season of last year's Hitman, but then I discovered Far Cry Primal was on my Steam list. I must have bought it during the sale and forgot all about it, so Hitman will have to wait just a little bit longer. If you've played any of the Far Crys since number 3, then you know pretty much what you're getting into here. It's a big open world with outposts to clear out that unlock fast travel points, beacons to activate that expose more of the map.
Yeah, not that though.
So yeah, one thing I didn't think about when I decided to play all of the Far Cry games in order and keep a running ranking list is that I already made a video about Far Cry Primal. It came out 7 years ago and it's only 10 minutes long, and I kinda hate that video because I sound like I've just come off a shift at the Black Country Museum, and the editing is even worse than the shambles I managed to put together these days. Plus that video was done in isolation rather than looking at the game as part of the larger series, so that's enough for me to justify doing a remake. And hey, a huge part of the games industry is remaking existing stuff, so I guess that makes this video meta, right? Is that how that works? Far Cry Primal is an interesting beast. If you ignore the Xbox exclusive games, which is easy to do because seriously who cares about those, this is the first game in the series since the original to not include a number in the title. I feel like this is worth mentioning because I myself tend to think of this as being to Far Cry 4 what Blood Dragon was to Far Cry 3, a smaller expansion pack type experience using the main game as a foundation. However, at the time, with a 2-year gap since the release of Far Cry 4 and Assassin's Creed Unity, I think anyone would have been forgiven for thinking that Ubisoft were doing away with numbered entries into their various series, and Primal would mark the first of the new subtitle-only games. In actuality, what we got was neither of those things. This is far too big for a simple expansion pack, yet not quite big enough to be a full-blown sequel, as confirmed by the eventual existence of Far Cry 5. I honestly can't remember how much Primal cost to buy on release. In fact, I can't even remember buying this game at all, and apparently I didn't even play it until about a year after its launch. But to this day, outside of sales, it's priced only just a little bit less than Far Cry 6 on Steam. All discussions about the price of a game being relative to its length aside, this would set expectations to be considerably higher than something like a £20 expansion pack. After playing through the Shangri-La missions in Far Cry 4, which were developed by Ubisoft Toronto for that game, I'd assumed that those guys approached the higher-ups with the plans for an entire game based on the gun-free and animal companion mechanics of those sections. There is a precedent for that within Ubisoft, seeing how the sailing side missions in Assassin's Creed 3 were later expanded and given their own entire game. Then again, as far as I know, that is just an assumption. I've never been able to find any confirmation as to whether the boat stuff from AC3 was expanded into Black Flag, or if work on Black Flag was already done enough that the team making AC3 could pinch some of the boat stuff for their game. Similarly with Primal though, I could find no mention of the Shangri-La missions when discussing the development of this game, and in fact it seems to be a completely new team at Ubisoft Montreal that worked on this, with the creative director Jean-Christophe Guyot having previously directed every Prince of Persia game between Warrior Within and the 2008 one. This unfortunately continues the trend of an annoying lack of behind the scenes details being easily available online, and it's not just with this series but with games in general. If you do look for documentaries about Far Cry Primal, pretty much all of it is going to be about how they got historians in to create a new, partially accurate language for this game. Well, technically 3 languages because there are 3 major tribes, so there would be some differences between them, even if they are all very similar. Kind of like Hindi, Urdu and Punjabi, at least that's what my wife tells me, and she can speak them, so I'll take her word for it, whatever language that word happens to be in. While creating a new language based on limited historical sources is certainly an achievement, I do have to ask what it really adds to the game. Even if, by some amazing chance, they managed to accurately recreate a language spoken by tribes over 12,000 years ago, we would never know. No one alive today speaks it, and it took a team of historians to put it all together in the first place. The characters could all be speaking Simlish, and it would have the same effect. I was going to say Klingon there, but I know there are people who can fluently speak that and would be able to play the game without subtitles if that were the case. I guess in my mind, this sort of detail could be comparable to the horse testicle physics in Red Dead Redemption 2. Yes, it's very impressive and clear, but does it add anything to the game? Was it worth the extra effort? Does the creation of a new language enhance my experience of throwing spears through Neanderthal chests or dropping beehives from my drone owl? Well, I'm sure plenty of people would say that yes, it was worth it because of the immersion it provides. And to be honest, I don't really think it's worth comparing to the horse bollock physics because at least you notice the language all the characters speaking. I'm just a bit salty because I'm interested in how games are made, and all anyone talks about with this game is the language they created for it. I do remember the reveal trailer for this game though, showing the opening cutscene where a group of hunters stalk a herd of mammoth and getting pretty excited for it. While I don't possess the knowledge to remember every Ubisoft game developed in the past 10 years or so, Primal certainly feels like the last time Ubisoft really took a risk on something different, even if they did keep the Far Cry name on the box to play it a little bit safe. The game was received pretty well when it released, but clearly not well enough to make me go out and buy it straight away, and it has some fervent fans out there singing its praises at every opportunity to this day, particularly about the survival mode that I believe was introduced as part of a post-launch update. I also, conversely, see people commonly dismiss this game completely, claiming it's just a reskin of Far Cry 4 with the guns taken away. This feels like one of those times where a popular YouTuber made this claim and people who watch that just parrot this point. Yes, I've seen the map comparisons between Primal and Far Cry 4, but I'd wager that no one would have noticed this if someone didn't compare the maps side by side. Certainly, the bodies of water are basically the same, but did anyone actually play this game and at any point think, wait a minute, this is Kyrat, this is where I got murked by that honey badger after I crossed my gyrocopter? No, you didn't, because this game looks completely different to Far Cry 4 with entire new biomes and landscapes. I mean, I certainly never came across anything looking like this in Kyrat. So with there being next to no development stories to dwell on, it's interesting to me at least to note that the same development studios worked on this as Far Cry 4. Except for Red Storm Entertainment, who worked on the multiplayer mode for that last game. They weren't invited back because Far Cry Primal is a strictly single player experience, no multiplayer and no co-op. The main development studio was Ubisoft Montreal as usual, but once again they were supported by Ubisoft Toronto, Shanghai and Kyiv. Though unlike previous titles, I couldn't find any information as to what elements of the game each studio worked on. So we'll just get stuck into the story, I guess. Please consider this your spoiler warning, but the story is very bare bones with no twists or turns or political intrigue or anything like that, but if you really don't want to know what happens, then here is your warning. Bugger off and go play the game before coming back here and calling me names in the comments. As the game opens, we are told the story of the Wenger tribe, who for some reason decided to travel far. Some of the Wenger found a land called Oros, which they quite liked despite being in competition with a flesh-eating tribe called the Udam and the Izila tribe who have mastered fire. Somehow, in an age before satellite communication or carrier pigeons, other Wenger hear about Oros and set out to find it for themselves. We join player character Takar in the scene that was released to announce the game to the public, hunting mammoth with his posse. Apparently they haven't eaten in a few days, so this needs to go well. Which did make me wonder whether they are aware that they are omnivores and they could have eaten some berries, or maybe gone after some rabbits or something before they resorted to tracking a herd of giant woolly boys. Eventually Shere Khan's ancestor turns up and kills all of Takar's buddies, leaving him limping away from the overly agitated saber-toothed tiger that apparently isn't quite satisfied with the small mammoth and human meal deal he just acquired for himself. No, he definitely needs Takar's flesh to make it a properly balanced meal. Straight away after being given control, we are introduced to the crafting and hunting mechanics of Primal. Crafting has been a staple of Far Cry since number 3, but it's never been as immediately essential as it is in Primal, though this still has various coloured plants to pick and animal skins to harvest like the other games. On top of the usual hunting and crafting, there's also other materials in the world to collect, like bits of wood and rock. These are a continuous necessity throughout the game as we need this stuff to craft our weapons, several of which can be used to twat people in melee combat but can also be thrown to twat people from a distance. We also get hunter vision for this game, which makes everything grey except for living creatures and their blood and or scent. If you wound an animal and it sprints off into the nearest thicket, you can track its blood trail. Similarly, predators will leave a haze of stink, letting you track them before they get the jump on you. Though, for me, most of the time that didn't happen and I just get jumped by a jaguar while I'm enjoying a nice walk in the woods. Personally, I think this sets a strong message right from the off. This is fundamentally different from other Far Cry games. This is more like a survival crafting game stretched to fit over the Far Cry formula. You'll need to be keeping an eye on your crafting materials, as you'll likely need to craft new weapons and ammo during combat encounters. I do like the improvements they've made to the crafting mechanics over previous games, but I'll probably get into those later. For now, Takar gathers his strength and gets himself armed before trying to find his way out of the sectioned off tutorial area, and he ends up bumping into another Wenger, which is damn lucky, called Sailor. I had to look up her name just now, like I will do with almost all of the other character names, because names get lost in the made up language for me. This is very much a me problem because I'm shit at learning other languages, to the point where I can barely hear words I know when they're being used in sentences. But Far Cry 3 and 4 were very good at establishing memorable characters, but here I only remember them by description, like main lady here, shaman chap, hunter woman, redneck twat, you get the picture. Sailor is one of the Wenger that has already found Oros, which is luckily just the other side of this cave that you happen to find. Apparently, a chap called Ul from the Udam tribe destroyed the Wenger home in Oros, and the survivors have all been scattered across the area. Sailor recognises Takar as the protagonist of this video game, and so tasks you with building a new Wenger home and finding the scattered survivors. After getting to know the local area and practicing a bit of combat, we soon find Tensei, the Wenger shaman who I never would have guessed is voiced by T.C. Carlson, who also voiced the original Kratos. To be fair, Tensei isn't the angry, shouty type, so it's no wonder I didn't recognise him. Tensei continues the now traditional Far Cry trope of providing drug-induced visions, though whereas Jason or RJ would either inhale or inject medicinal herbs, Takar instead drinks a lot of blood and dirt and other nondescript items out of some sort of skull. This first vision has Takar chasing an owl through the air until he catches it, which grants him the ability to tame the creatures of Oros, or at least this one particular owl, I guess. Tenzin bestows upon you the title of Beastmaster and sends you out into the world to try and tame a wolf, which seems like a bit of a step up, but I guess the Wenger haven't created the vocabulary to allow Takar to give a facetious response just yet, so he just agrees and wanders out into the night to find a fucking wolf and try and become best friends with it. This mission unlocks a few new mechanics for anyone playing through the series for the first time. I think the animal taming thing returns in Far Cry 5 to some extent, or at least having a catalogue of assistants to summon at any point, but the other things are unique to Primal, as far as I'm aware. We'll start with the animal taming, where you can tame the various predators of Oros to be your best friend. You do this by crafting and throwing out some bait, which will attract any nearby carnivores, and you then approach them and hold your hand out for a few seconds while making shush noises, after which it becomes your loyal companion which will fight to the death to protect you. I like the idea behind this system, but I kinda wish they went a little bit further with it, which I think Far Cry 5 might just do, but I guess I'll find out when I get to it. I may be completely misremembering. There are a whole lot of creatures to tame, with both common and rare variants of various species, and a few legendary types which you can only gain access to through a late game quest. Each creature has a score in terms of strength, speed and stealth, and once you've tamed one you can summon them at any point. If they die, you have to spend some red plants to revive them, and you can top up their health with a bit of meat. Each creature will also have a different perk, so for example a bear will draw the attention of enemies, while something else, I can't quite remember which, will dig up hidden crafting materials for you if you stand idle for a little bit. I didn't play around with the different animals too much, and I didn't unlock all of them, but I did find it helpful to keep a rare jaguar around when you're trying to sneak into places, as the bears are generally quite grumpy and will storm ahead of you to devour the souls of all who stand before them. I guess my issue with this system, well, not issue because it's not that much of a negative, so I guess something I feel they could improve about this system is the stats for the various creatures. Once I've tamed a creature with higher stats, I have next to no reason to experiment with anything that is objectively less effective. Sure, you have those different perks, but I was near the end of my playthrough before I even noticed those. The other new mechanic is the owl, which is used for scouting. Binoculars in a game set in 12,000 BC would be unrealistic, so instead we can see through the eyes of our owl friend as she glides gently overhead, tagging enemies to allow you to see them through walls and such, as in the previous games. Later on, she can be trained to attack enemies directly or to drop bombs on them from the air, and I'm happy to be corrected here because I haven't played every game ever, but this seems like the logical inspiration for the drone from Ghost Recon Wildlands, which serves the exact purpose, but it can hover and move backwards. This works as a great replacement for the binoculars and allows you to get a better picture of the area ahead, helping you to plan approaches and pathways through areas. It did take me a while though to realise that when summoned, it always moves forward from directly above you. Once I figured that out, I could get my bearings much more easily to help put my plans into action. Finally, we have the nighttime, which I think they did a fantastic job with here. When your first sun sets in Oros, a screen will pop up telling you that nighttime is pretty dangerous, and is going to show you why humans evolved to generally be daywalkers rather than night crawlers. All of the Far Cry games up to this point that actually have a day-night cycle have very few differences between daytime and nighttime. Usually we're told that enemies have more limited visibility at night, but then so do we as the players. I've long had a bit of a bugbear with day-night cycles in games, as nighttime usually just makes everything a shade of deep blue, but otherwise you can still see perfectly fine. I did download some realistic lighting mods for Skyrim VR, which I really enjoyed, but Primal is one of the few games that I've played that makes the nighttime more than just a filter over the world. There are more predators knocking around, and they are more aggressive. Certain animals will only come out at night, though confusingly badgers don't despite them being nocturnal. I don't know. Apparently certain plants can only be found at night, but I never noticed this detail, and fire becomes important as it can help illuminate your way and can be used to scare off certain creatures. My favourite detail with nighttime though is that the eyes of creatures will glow in the darkness. It's a little detail, but I think it adds a whole lot of atmosphere to the situation. Big animals with sharp teeth just watching you as you skulk around in the dark. And I'm going to take this opportunity here just to gush about how good this game looks, because Jesus titty fucking Christ, this game looks fantastic. This is the only game in the series I've played so far where I've occasionally stopped just to appreciate what I'm looking at. And I don't remember paying for the HD texture pack, so I think this is with the base textures as well. Maybe it's just the use of fog and god rays, but I really did enjoy just looking at Oros. During the day, it feels like a warm, inviting place to take a stroll in. I mean, if you could remove all the bloodthirsty predators, obviously. At night, the landscape is lit up with the glow of campfires in the distance and hunting parties giving away their location with torchlight. It also makes a flaming bear running around in a panic a much more impactful sight as it ignites the dry grassland beneath its burning feet, lighting up the darkness and sending other creatures all but stampeding away from the flames. I would try to make some sort of comparison between the fire effects here with the rest of the series, but I think it's fairly clear that Ubisoft really haven't been too bothered about that feature since Far Cry 2, and they just include some basic effects and call it a day. I'll bring it up in a future video if it ever seems worth it, but like the last few games, fire just spreads a little bit and then dies out. It just doesn't feel as unpredictable and dangerous as it did in Far Cry 2. Well, when it's being spread around by a rampaging bear, it does make it a little bit more exciting, I guess. For as good as this world looks at all times of day, after a few hours I noticed that there is no rain in this very lush Central European land. Have you ever been to Central Europe? It rains there, quite a bit. It seems like an odd omission, but as I write this, I'm now thinking back to other games in the series, and the only Far Cry game with rain is Far Cry 2? That doesn't sound like it should be right, but I can't remember any rain in any of the other games. We get a little bit of snow in parts of 4 and some areas in Primal, but where's the rain? Am I just remembering wrong? Have I forgotten something? It seems like sneaking through a hedge in the dead of night would be massively elevated with a heavy rainstorm and the occasional flash of lightning lighting up the area and the roar of thunder sending animals running. Hell, the lightning could even start some fires, providing distractions or blocking off routes you were planning to take. This seems like such an obvious thing to leave out, and I'm surprised it took me this long to realise it was missing. Next you're going to tell me there are no hang gliders in this game. Oh right, yeah. Those crafting materials I mentioned earlier are used for more than just crafting new weapons and the ammo for them. By acquiring some tribe members, we need to house them, so we need to gather various amounts of sticks, stones and skins to build them a little hut all of their own. All huts that you build are assigned to a specific character, and once constructed, each can be upgraded once. For many huts, this second upgrade will only net you some bonus XP, so I didn't have much enthusiasm to try that, but other huts will give you access to some new skills and weapons or equipment. Once you start building a few tents, the Udam will come and stick their foreheads where they don't belong, and their leader Ul will get right up in your reasonably sized heads and threaten your very existence before putting you down and walking away slowly. The Udam are still a threat to your people, and they need to be removed if you are to live peacefully in this land. To do that, we're going to need to recruit more Lost Wenger and build them some huts, and this task makes up the majority of the rest of the game. You find your lost people and complete a quest to recruit them to unlock new parts of the skill tree. I'll get more into my thoughts on the skill tree later on, but I do feel that the system here is possibly my least favourite in the series so far. With our primary goal now being to wipe out the people who were likely here long before we were, we set about recruiting ourselves a master hunter, a crafter with only one arm, and a warrior with only one eye, which seems like a disadvantage when you need to judge the distance between your club and your enemy's bonds. Udam irked me a little bit, as they almost feel like they were designed by committee to be as easily identifiable as the baddies as possible. So they are cannibals that tend to be covered in blood and wear the remains of their fallen foes. Most of them have visible and very severe scarring, and they're Neanderthals, so they look different from you and are therefore bad. They just love killing, and so they're going to kill you. Never mind the fact that you have sauntered into their lands and started taking resources, but then this is set in Europe, so I guess this is where that sort of behaviour comes from. The Udam are also able to utilise toxic clouds, which they can somehow localise and maintain to block passages and halt your progress through the story. While you're out about exploring the world and completing quests for various people, you'll eventually start heading south a little bit, likely looking for some of that southern rock dust that you need to upgrade your spear. By doing so, you'll soon start coming across angry people wearing a lot of blue. These are the the Azila, the Fire Master tribe mentioned in the opening cutscene but not heard about since. We eventually learn that these guys are capturing and sacrificing our people, which just adds to the question of why Oros is so desired by the Wenger, considering it's currently occupied by angry cannibals and people keen on burning bitches. Udam stick to the more northern part of the map in the mountains, with the Azila keeping to the warmer south, and each group's hunting parties essentially patrol their respective areas. You can significantly lessen these patrols by capturing the outposts, which functionally remain the same from the last few games. With this being 12,000 BC, there are no radio towers, but instead we have bonfires, which are basically tiny little outposts that maybe have about 3 or 4 people guarding them. Both bonfires and outposts provide fast travel and respawn points, and there are also campfires to be found dotted around the map, which can also be used to respawn from after death. Each of these locations, actually I'm not sure about the campfires, but the outposts and bonfires will have resource pouches, which will be topped up each day with a stack of various resources, the amount and variety of which can be increased by completing various quests, which brings us on to what I feel is possibly the best improvement they made to this series, and possibly the entire survival crafting genre. Resource-specific inventory stacks. I'm sure someone will jump to the comments to tell me that Far Cry Primal was not the first game to introduce this, but this is the first time I remember coming across this system. Every collectible in the game, be it the various different types of dust, sticks, and the wide variety of animal pelts, has its own inventory slot and limit. I've bitched in previous videos about how a single leaf in Far Cry 3 will take up just as much inventory space as the entire skin of a tiger, or how you could fill up your bag with random bits of tat that enemy soldiers carry around with them. Far Cry Primal does away with this entirely, and frankly eliminates one of my biggest barriers to fully enjoying survival crafting mechanics. Now you can just collect everything. Anything and everything. Walking past a pile of clay, pick it up, it's all good, enjoy yourself. Once that stack is full, you won't be able to collect anymore, but it doesn't matter because there's literally no downside to having a full stack. It isn't sat there taking up space at the expense of something more immediately useful. It's waiting in its own little pocket of space until you eventually need to upgrade your club or build a bigger tent or whatever it might be. I know people will claim it's not realistic or whatever, but maybe put this type of inventory management in all these types of games as an option that you can turn on or off. It eliminates the annoyance of inventory management and lets us focus on upgrading our bows to shoot dickheads more effectively. And because you can stockpile rarer resources, it means you can end up with a fairly steady pace of upgrade options for your equipment. It's simple, effective, it's beautiful, and I love it. More of this sort of thing, please. One side effect of these gathering resources is the effect it has on the healing system. During my playthrough of the series, I've realised how I am noticing the famous healing animations less and less between the games, to the point where I didn't even bring them up in my Far Cry 4 video because I barely saw them, and when I did, they were usually just the boring ones. In Far Cry Primal, I think I maybe saw one of these animations on 2 separate occasions, so I'll be surprised if I'm showing any of my footage on screen now because I've got about 15 hours of video to sift through to try and find it. But the reason I barely saw these animations, which in Primal will only play if you have no healing items, is because Far Cry Primal keeps you flush with healing packs. This game encourages you to hunt animals regularly as they drop, for instance, animal fats which are required for crafting replacement weapons. Along with animal fats, you'll also collect their pelts and a few bits of meat, the latter of which is your core healing item. A raw piece of meat, even raw pork apparently, will heal you for 2 slots out of a maximum health bar of 6 slots. You can still collect green leaves to wrap around the meat, like some sort of proto-burrito, which will heal you for more slots, and there's a couple of other upgrades to the healing items. Meat is also used to heal up your animal companion when they get injured, and it's a key ingredient in the bait bags you need to lure creatures in if you want to tame them. Weirdly though, they seem to remove the ability to throw meat to attract animals in to attack surrounding enemies, a mechanic which feels to me like it was perfect for just this sort of game. All of this means that having a decent supply of meat is fairly essential to your playthrough, and you are given so many opportunities to stock up that I hardly ever found myself without any, meaning I always had healing options to hand, which in turn means that the famous healing animations barely get a look in. In a more practical sense, this also removes some of the tension from combat, as healing is fairly quick and easy. I'm not sure what appropriately themed alternative they could have come up with for healing items, but having something so common has almost removed one of the things the series is known for. The rest of the narrative sees you recruiting more people from your village until you are ready to take on the leaders of the enemy tribes and remove their threat from this land once and for all. Along the way, you get the obligatory mission where you lose all your gear, except in this one you get it all back after killing one person who had his back to you just outside your cell. Your cell which also has no roof and a grappling hook lying around for you. We also get a couple of drug vision missions which appear to show you some sort of Armageddon prophecy for the 2 enemy tribes. The Udam vision gives you a mace made of ice and has you following a sculpture of a large woman as it plows through ice caves, bashing Udam warriors out of the way as you go. The Azila vision is much more of a visual spectacle, with you wearing a sacred mask of some sort as you slowly destroy the moon during an eclipse. Unless I missed something, the Udam vision has no bearing on how you eventually kill Ul. There are ice shards hanging from the ceiling of his boss arena that you can shoot to drop on him, and part of the boss arena is the giant lady sculpture, but other than that I didn't see any similarities to the vision. The Azila boss, however, sees you don the same mask from that vision, which sees Azila running in fear from you before having a final showdown with their leader during an eclipse. On the whole, I personally think that the mix of survival crafting and traditional Far Cry gameplay work together really well, and it feels like a real attempt to do something new with the existing formula. We've spent at least 5 games crouching in hedges and stalking our targets. Now let's do that again, but almost every other animal out there is doing the same thing to us. We are now the hunter and the hunted, and having the sharpest stick won't necessarily mean that you'll win the fight. With that, we should talk about the combat for a bit. We'll roll the montage. Ugh, that really doesn't have the same effect without gunfire and explosions, does it? A common criticism of this game is the melee combat, and I do have to agree that particularly in the latter stages of the game, it does lose its appeal. Now don't get me wrong, an upgraded two-handed club will send weaker enemies ragdolling off screen in an incredibly satisfying way, but the more armoured chaps take several whacks and can feel like you're hitting them with a squeaky inflatable hammer. This can be countered by using pointed sticks on their exposed flesh, like in the legs where I managed to stunlock a few people, but like with Skyrim, the melee combat just didn't feel as impactful or powerful to me as guns do. Weird that. Happily, the range combat did feel like it had a bit more of an oomph. Throwing a spear at a dude and watching them fly away with it protruding from their chests is a wonderful sight that frankly never got old. Throwing clubs didn't feel quite as good, but it does leave enemies open to a few quick stabs, and the bow and arrows did feel satisfying to use, though I did notice quite a bit of arrow tracking going on. Maybe survival mode or higher difficulty settings turn off arrow tracking, I'm not sure, but that is all there is to say about weaponry. 3 melee weapons that can be thrown and a couple of bows, giving the game the lowest variety of weaponry in the series. The almost series staple of throwing rocks returns, but later on you can unlock a sling, which can interrupt enemy actions when you wang a rock at their face. Later in the game you also unlock B-bombs to throw at people, and eventually fire bombs and berserk weapons, making a series first and another mechanic brought in from another Ubisoft series. Berserk weapons have been in the Assassin's Creed series since, I think, Assassin's Creed 2, and in Primal we get them in the form of bombs and shards. These weapons will send enemies loopy and attacking anyone around them, helping to create distractions and potentially thin out enemy numbers before you launch your own attack. While I will always enjoy sending a big heavy unit berserk and letting them wipe out pretty much everyone else for me, I do wish these and the firebombs were made available earlier in the game. To unlock them, you have to essentially recruit 2 enemy high-ranking types, which come at the end of tough outpost encounters. I'm sure I'll get some get good comments about how people have unlocked these things early in the game because they're awesome and whatever, but I would have appreciated having a wider variety of projectile weaponry for a longer portion of the game, rather than just the back third of the game that I had to play around with them. Going back to the animal taming for a bit, as much as that mechanic makes sense narratively, seeing as Takara is generally known as Beastmaster, as well as Mammoth Feet and Pissface, this does seem to have come at the expense of calling in support like we did in Far Cry 4. It's not clear if the Wenger in Oros have a tribal leader. I mean, I think Takar is supposed to be the leader, but he only got started on this whole thing by following Sailor's instructions, and Tensei seems to have no issue throwing orders your way. Either way, it's clearly Takar putting in all the legwork and building the entire village while also killing all who threaten their way of life. I don't think it's too unreasonable that he would be able to call on some help from his fellow hunters every now and again, does it? Like in Far Cry 4, we still get little incidents happening around you as you explore Oros, like captured Wenger being attacked and stuff like that, and rescuing these people adds population to your village. Certain levels of population are required to access some village upgrades, and at certain milestones your population will result in you receiving more bags of resources each day, until eventually they just give you more XP when rescuing other Wenger. So once you've got enough people to let you unlock all your upgrades, you are then rescuing people to give you a slight XP boost when rescuing more people. Remember Assassin's Creed Freedom Cry? It was an expansion for Black Flag until it got its own standalone release. My main issue with that game is that it had several really good ideas but not enough game to flesh them out properly. One of those really good ideas, in my opinion, was a mechanic where you could free slaves from around the map who would then join your rebellion. At certain milestones of members you would unlock new weapons and abilities, and I wonder if that sort of approach might have been a better fit for this game rather than the traditional skill tree that we ended up with. The skill tree in Primal is split amongst various teachers, for lack of a better word. You go out into the world and find lost Wenger to bring back to your village. One master crafter, another hunter, and so on and so on. Each of these characters has their own skill tree, though several of the skills will be locked off until you either pass a certain point in the story or you upgrade their tent. A couple of these characters are those enemy chiefs I mentioned earlier that are required to unlock different projectiles, and they need their own tents upgraded to unlock access to all of their skills too. With the narrative focus being on building up your population, I'm left wondering if a more stripped back skill tree tied to your population increase would have been a better fit for this game. Before I go any further, I'll say that in the early game, I thought the skill tree was pretty well handled because you never had full access to the skills from the start. Available skills were rolled out gradually as you progressed through the story, so there was never an overwhelming choice of skills at any one point. That soon disappears though, and once you've got everyone back at your village, there seems to be more skills available than there was in Far Cry 3, which is a much longer experience than this game. And now that we've mentioned Assassin's Creed, I do tend to compare any settlement building mechanics like this to Ezio's villa in Assassin's Creed 2. For anyone not familiar, in that game you get given a rundown villa and the surrounding town near the start of the game, and you can spend money to upgrade it as you play through the rest. You can improve the shops, build a brothel, and repair structures to gain access to them. This was a long-term project that gave you in-game benefits, like unlocking new areas to explore and providing a cheaper supply of weapons and armor. I feel like the village in Far Cry Primal is relatively useless in a mechanical sense as it is. Sure, you build and then upgrade some tents to allow you to access new skills, but that's it. What if you could upgrade your hunter's tents to recruit more hunters, who then bring back more pelts to leave in your resource bag? There could be a tent to build and upgrade which allows you to call in reinforcements should you need them, or give crafters more resources to come up with new ways of caving in enemy skulls. It feels like they started off with the idea of growing a village, but maybe didn't have the time to do anything interesting with it, leaving what's left to feel like an interactive menu that we have to awkwardly navigate occasionally to unlock new skill trees. I do just want to come back to the world design that I touched on earlier, mainly about people dismissing this game as being a reskin of Far Cry 4 just because the map is the same. The 2D map certainly is very similar, but this is not Kyrat in the slightest. From a practical sense, you couldn't just do a palette swap either, because Far Cry 4 was designed with cars and gliders in mind. In Ouros, you are a caveman, with only his 2 big feet to get him around, at least in the early game. The grappling hook makes a very welcome return, and the game gives you many more opportunities to actually use it, directly addressing my point in the Far Cry 4 video about not having much opportunity to use it, specifically in outposts. While many outposts are just villages in an open field, several of them are now set against rock faces and in cliffs, providing you with the option to grapple up to the high ground to scout around, or lower yourself down for some stabbing. Compared to Kyrat, Ouros also feels like it has a greater sense of verticality, with a few memorable outposts taking place beneath vast rock overhangs and within cave systems and crags in the earth, with many outposts offering a variety of ways to move through the environment, systematically eliminating the opposition, something which is made easier with your aerial attack owl scouting the way for you. There are a couple of snags with this new outpost design though, specifically the 2 instances where you have to recruit a member of each enemy tribe. To be fair, my attempt to recruit the Udam chap was a bit of a clusterfuck as I scrambled around for cover, clubbing people to death and gorging on raw meat just to stay alive, but my approach to the Zila chap was a much more calculated encounter. Instead of working my way through the outpost, I skirted around the outside, Spider-Manning my way across the cliffs and right up to my target. I distracted him and his 2 mates with bees, killed his chums, and then set about stabbing his knees until he died. Thing is, this commotion will alert the rest of the tribe down the hill, and because he has a boss health bar, I am 99% certain he cannot be one-shot with a stealth kill. At least I couldn't find any videos of people doing it, so I'm assuming it can't be done. Now, my positioning did allow me to create a bottleneck of dickheads running up the hill that I could satisfyingly dispatch with more B-bombs and traps, but I do wonder what the point is of allowing us a stealth route that bypasses the entire outpost if we then have to clear out the whole place anyway in order to proceed. On a quick side note, I noticed that Primal has buttons for quick saving and quick loading, something I only learned while preparing for this specific attack. I thought I'd give it a go once I was in position to attack my target, and then learned that the so-called quick load just takes you back to the nearest autosave point, which is at the beginning of my approach to the outpost. Dear developers, this is not a quick save feature. This is just a load last checkpoint button. Don't call it a quick save. Actually no, call it a quick save, but just make it a fucking quick save. I'd like to experiment and dick around in this open world game. Don't make me have to replay the last several minutes every time I want to try something new and experiment with the mechanics you've provided me. That was actually quite a long side note. Replaying sections can be a bit of a slog in the early game because of your limited ability to move quickly. You do eventually unlock the ability to ride certain animals like bears and saber-toothed tigers, though I did find that doing so directly affected how many resources I was collecting. You can still collect twigs and rocks while riding around, but maybe it's something psychological about riding a fast creature and stopping every 5 seconds to collect stuff made me just ignore them and get to where I'm going. Now I say it out loud, this does once again sound very much like another me problem, but I do wonder if anyone else found that they were naturally picking up less stuff once you could get around the map more quickly. There are some larger outposts that your animals can't access, which I guess would be better described as dungeons, and these can be vast areas filled with many enemies, and some story missions even chain several of these together and stick a boss fight at the end. After getting caught with my loincloth around my ankles at one point, I decided to take a chance and just sprint past the small army I had just agitated, and to my surprise discovered that there is obviously some sort of trigger point for them to stop following you. They just gave up the chase because I'd gone far enough. This does make replaying lengthy areas easier, I guess, but it was a little bit immersion breaking. Then again, the 2 boss encounters had enough other enemies knocking around anyway without adding any more in from the outside. These boss encounters are with powerful enemies with their own health bars, which I think are unique in the series, other than the very first game, which had bosses but I don't think they had health bars. They each have their own arena, and the Udam boss has ice that you can drop on him to stun him, and the Azila lady has cover that you can destroy to leave her exposed. While I did like that aspect of both of the bosses, what I did not enjoy was the, in my opinion, lazy decision to have them periodically call in a wave of reinforcements to attack you. I've always hated this tactic in games as it feels like a cheap way to increase the difficulty. They couldn't figure out how to make it more challenging, so fuck it, more dudes. My final thought on the world and interacting with it is, annoyingly, the UI. Now, helpfully, there are a ton of options in the settings menu to customize the UI. Pretty much every part of it can be toggled on or off, but I found that many of them needed some sort of middle ground. An example of a frankly wild decision was to have the icons for character quests displayed on the screen in front of you, so you follow the icon to get to your objective. The thing is, that looks fucking awful, so you can turn it off. You can tag it on your map and follow your minimap icon like in the older GTA games, and that's just dandy, problem solved. But the same icons show on screen for your animal companion, along with their health bar and whatever action they're currently doing, which is usually clawing pricks, both literally and figuratively. I turned the animal display off to reduce the fairly consistent screen clutter, but in doing so lost the ability to see the health bar of my pet, so I just have to pop over to them occasionally and feed them some meat just in case they've been a bit injured. The amount of UI customization in this game is frankly phenomenal, something we are seeing much more frequently now, and I for one am all for it. And the fact that these options are here in an 8-year-old game was quite surprising to me, but without sounding like a spoiled brat, they really could have done more. Off the top of my head, I'm thinking of the Horizon Zero Dawn setting where the UI turns off until you need it in combat or something like that. And with a game this good looking, I really would have loved that sort of option. Which I think is mostly everything I have an opinion on about Far Cry Primal. This is an excellent game for what it is, and what it is, looking back, is almost like the last hurrah for trying new ideas over at Ubisoft. They took 2 established game systems and mushed them together in a unique setting, and ended up with a game that some people get incredibly defensive about to this day. People like you, yes, you, who have already commented telling me how I'm a twat for not playing the survivor mode because that's the only true mode. I'm glad that's there for people that want it, but that sort of thing is not for me. I don't have the patience, not in a bigger game like this. I played Primal for about 13 hours and apparently only completed 40% of the game, and that's after having done almost all of the character quests. There is plenty of game here, and for anyone still craving some caveman adventures, I still had another 60% of this game to get through, which will certainly be good news for any completionists out there. I didn't complete all of the legendary hunts though, and I might just go back and do the last of those after I finish making this video. These things are like multi-stage hunts where you can craft predetermined traps in the unique closed-off environments, tracking your prey again and again until you finally bring it down and then tame it. Kind of like a elite Pokemon battle, now that I think about it. I did do the one with a huge bear, and when you lose sight of it in the cave, just hearing roars in the distance and a parliament of bats screeching past you was the closest feeling to a horror game I think I've ever come across in the series. The story in the game is nothing to write home about. I mean, it's a caveman story, so there's not going to be much political intrigue in there. I think there is a case to be made about how the Wenger are actually the baddies, despite the fact that we just fight cannibals. Again, we rock up into this new land and start fighting the locals until they're all dead. The way the Azila leader is killed is also pretty horrific, and Adam Jensen, Takar kills his Udam ally pretty offhandedly, like he barely needs any convincing before he kills him. But we did take in some children, so we must be the goodies. Turns out that Ul of the Udam had a couple of kids, who he asks Takar to look after. The final scene of the game after the credits shows the daughter to be seemingly taming a huge bear, a skill which has been unique to Takar up to this point. Did they have plans for a sequel at some point? I'm not sure, but anyway, it does seem like someone with more media literacy could maybe make an argument that the Wenger are the baddies here, taking a very European approach with the discovery of a new piece of land. The story does just kinda end though, just like with Far Cry 4. I think I may have done the story in the quote-unquote wrong order as well, as I killed the Udam chap first before the Azila lady. But once you've killed them both, that's pretty much it. I don't know what sort of ending I would have preferred, but I certainly don't think I should have been left standing there thinking, do I have to do more, or is that the end? Importantly though, the game still has that random chaos that I feel is the core of what makes a Far Cry game Far Cry. Since Far Cry 2, these games have had a series of systems that operate independently and will occasionally overlap with each other right in front of you. In Far Cry 2, it was things like gun jams and malaria attacks, and in Far Cry 4, it was roaming objectives and angry animals, providing each player with unique encounters that would be almost impossible to recreate. Primal still has these moments, but due to the lower number of systems at play, these feel more like funny little incidents rather than what some people call water cooler moments. At least, that's from my experience. Maybe if I wasn't such a pussy and actually played survivor mode like a real man, I'd have had more exciting encounters, right? So when it comes to ranking this game, I'm stuck with the same problem I had for pretty much every game except 4. Like the first 4 games in the series, this one is distinctly different from all of the others, and as such it makes it hard to put in some sort of preferential order. If you haven't skipped ahead to look at where I ranked it already, first of all, thank you for your patience, you really are an angel. Secondly, I do want to emphasize that I really enjoyed this game and I will go back to play it again at some point. However, because I'm not a coward who does tier ranking lists, I have to put this somewhere in this order, and to figure out where, I find myself needing to ask one question. If one day in the far dystopian future I found myself thinking, you know, I'd like to play a Far Cry game, just one though, and none of the others for at least a couple of years or so, where in my list of preferences would I place Far Cry Primal? And the answer to that would be here, below Blood Dragon. Yes, I know, boo hiss, fuck me, right, I'm just a casual, what do I know? Again, I really enjoyed this game, but because it has such a heavy focus on crafting, it makes it too different from that core Far Cry experience to really go any higher than this for my list. If I were ranking survival crafting games, then this would likely get a much higher spot, because the inclusion of an optional hardcore mode essentially makes this a great introduction into survival crafting genre, as well as providing sustenance for more experienced fans of those mechanics. But for me, taken as a Far Cry game, I've got to put this here. I would say don't shout at me in the comments, but actually I don't mind that because that's interaction and it drives discoverability, so go nuts. Make sure to break each sentence into a separate comment. The next video will be on, you guessed it, Far Cry 5, the first entry in the series that I bought on release but never managed to complete. Honestly, this was mostly because God of War came out a couple of weeks later and I lost all interest, but let's see if I can get to the end of it this time. I just realised that I also failed to mention the woolly mammoths in this game and didn't make a single mom joke. So, what's the difference between your mom and a woolly mammoth? One is large and hairy and I spent several hours riding, and the other is a woolly mammoth. Please don't unsubscribe.
Say yes.
It's just one word.
Okay, what you're doing there is jumping. You just jumped. But never mind. Say apple. Apple.
Before we get started, I just wanted to thank everyone for all of your support so far on this journey into the cosmos of YouTube nonsense. In celebration of the continued and growing success of the channel, and partially spurred on by the Far Cry 4 video getting demonetized because I said the C word, I have now finally launched channel memberships. Hooray, woo, etc. There's only one tier and it's at the cheapest rate that YouTube would let me set it to. Other than my eternal thanks and respect, members will be able to access future videos 1 week before all you other scrubs, before the general public, and you'll also get a shout out on each video.
Nothing sexual.
However, if you'd like a free shout out on at least one video, then just answer the trivia question on the screen of text that flashes up for a few frames. No one won it last time, but Nevada Cowboy 576 came closest, so they get a shout out today. Well done you. For any newcomers to this particular corner of YouTube, first of all, sorry about the mess, I can't afford a cleaner yet. Secondly, this is part 7 of a series of videos ranking all of the main Far Cry games, with each game getting its own video, and I then put them in my order of preference, which is currently looking like this. I also did the same thing for all of the Assassin's Creed games if you really wanted to kill a few hours. Now, I've been looking forward to finally tackling Far Cry 5 for a couple of reasons. One is that this is the first entry in the series that I bought on release but never finished. See, this thing came out in 2018, about 2 weeks before God of War came out, which I was excited enough about that I bought the God of War PS4 Pro and then forgot about Far Cry 5 completely. I did try to play it again at some point but gave up partway through, though I'll get into the reasons for that later on. The other reason I've been looking forward to playing this game is the shift in public perception over time about it. This is fairly common in video games, but I found it so much easier to find examples of this with both the Far Cry and Assassin's Creed series. A new game comes out, a very vocal portion of the audience hate it because it's not as good as the previous games, then the next game comes out and that one sucks because it's not as good as the previous one. You know, the one they hated but now they seem to enjoy. This is a much broader topic which I'm sure people far more intelligent and intelligible than me could cover properly, but you will always prefer the games you played when you were younger because that's just how nostalgia works. Oh, what's that? This game you've played for just about 10 hours isn't as enjoyable to you as the one you've sunk 200 hours of co-op into over the past 3 years? Yeah, no shit, you have no emotional attachment to it yet. I put a poll up on the channel before I started writing this, which deliberately had no middle ground. Is Far Cry 5 great or rubbish? A surprising number of people actually voted on that, and thank you very much for doing so. But interestingly, what we're left with is a result that was much closer than I expected, with the option for it being a great game only just edging out in front. Now, I put this poll up after I completed the game for myself, so I already had my own opinions on it. But the public perception of these games is a part of the overall story when discussing the series. Before we go any further, I have had more than one comment telling me about how great the arcade mode is in Far Cry 5. So just to temper expectations from the off, I don't give a fuck about user-created content, it just doesn't interest me. I tried it a couple of times during my playthrough because they really don't let you forget that it's there, and it just doesn't tickle my fancy. I didn't do any co-op either, but that's mostly because I don't have any friends, though my wife has said she does want to buy this when it's next on sale so we can have a go at the co-op mode. But again, that's another topic and I'm not here to get into that. I just want to set expectations for the people hoping to see me gush about the arcade mode or the co-op. The former doesn't interest me at all, but I can certainly see how people can sink 200 or 300 hours into it, and the latter does seem like a perfect fit for this game, but I haven't tried it yet, so I can't talk about it. There are some interesting tidbits of information about this game's development and release to get into though. Well, interesting to me at least. Once again, we have what seems to be the core Far Cry development studios involved with this one, with the project being headed up by Ubisoft Montreal and Toronto, but this time both studios are listed as developers rather than Toronto's usual listing as a support studio. Other familiar names return from the last few games, like Ubisoft Shanghai and Kyiv returning as support studios, with Ubisoft Reflections being listed again for the first time since Far Cry 3, which might explain why I enjoy drifting down country roads so much all over Hope County. Once again, however, the specifics of each studio's involvement eludes me, despite my best efforts, but based on previous entries in the series, we can at least guess as to who did what. Reflections most likely helped out with the vehicle systems, because that's what they did on Far Cry 3, and they did make the driver series, which I seem to remember does feature a fair bit of vehicular gameplay. Shanghai previously worked on Animal AI and the hunting missions, so I guess they maybe focus on the animals again in this one. And Kyiv developed the PC version for Far Cry 4, so I imagine there's similar duties here, which does leave me guessing as to who developed the arcade tools and the co-op features. Historically, the multiplayer aspects have been handled by Massive Entertainment in Far Cry 3, those are the people that just released that Star Wars Outlaws game, and Red Storm Entertainment in Far Cry 4. With neither of those studios being listed here, I'm going to assume that Toronto handled this stuff, as both the arcade and co-op modes are such prominent and integrated features in this game. Maybe the amount of work they did earned them that co-developer credit seen here. Then again, I'm probably completely wrong about all of that, but please do feel free to correct me, because I am interested in this sort of stuff. What is also largely unclear, like with other games in the series, is why they decided to go with this setting and narrative in particular, rather than any of the other locations and storylines that they must have floating around in the ideas room. I do remember the announcement of Far Cry 5 surprising me with its Montana setting. One of the key features of Far Cry games is being set in an unusual and often unique place, so on the face of it, a US setting is pretty generic. But then you realise that this isn't New York or LA or anywhere like that we've seen hundreds of times. Other than that one area in San Andreas, we haven't really seen an area like this in a more modern setting before. Except maybe Farming Simulator, but I've not played those games. Please do let me know if you'd like me to do a ranking series of those games in the comments, and I'll go get myself booked in for a lobotomy. It does seem like the setting of the game was in part dictated by the narrative basis of separatism. Creative director Dan Hay began writing the story in late 2014 and wanted to reflect on the general tension in the air felt throughout his childhood during the Cold War. He felt that this continued into the 21st century with the whole war on terror thing and the related terrorist attacks, coupled with a financial crisis that started in 2007 and feels like it's never really stopped. Dan, or Mr. Hay to you and me, felt that this pushed some people to become more protective of their families and way of life, and increase their questioning and opposition of government decisions. When you have a group of people who are already suspicious of the government and the outside world and just want to be left alone, you have the perfect opportunity for a powerful group to come in and convince them that they have their interests at heart. They just need to do what they say and they'll be fine. Apparently they, whoever they are, as we know that each game has been worked on by different people, have had the desire to set a game in the United States for a while now, and apparently saw Montana as a remote frontier that not many people were aware of, making it a setting in keeping with the locations from previous games and an ideal setting for a county that just wants to be left to get on with things themselves, becoming the target of religious extremists that want things done their way. Ubisoft had also decided that they wanted several antagonists in this game, rather than just one like in Far Cry 3 and 4, which again a cult lends itself to pretty well, as while there is always the one main leader, there's usually always the inner circle that can be just as dangerous and influential. I've half watched enough Netflix documentaries to know that much, at least. Apparently Far Cry 5 was the fastest selling entry in the franchise and doubled the sales of Far Cry 4. It is also the second biggest launch of any Ubisoft title, according to Wikipedia, making $310 million in its first week, being outperformed only by The Division, of all things. God, who the hell talks about that game anymore? I'm gonna go through the story in one dedicated section this time, because I normally scatter it throughout the video and people keep complaining to me about spoilers, even though I say I'm gonna discuss spoilers. So I'll put a spoiler warning here and a timestamp to show you when I'm done talking about the story. Those Netflix cult documentary comparisons I made earlier are on full display as the game opens up, with what looks to be a retrospective documentary about Eden's Gate, a group of people extremely keen on Jesus who have taken over a Montana place called Hope County. They started by buying up all the land and taking over local services, preaching about something called the collapse and gouging out the eyes of someone filming a sermon on their phone, setting them up as clear villains. Well, that and the giant statue of their leader that we then pass in our helicopter. It also seems like the area is cut off from communicating with the outside world, as the video we are streaming on our phone on our way to the mission is lost. We take on the role of a deputy in the Hope County Sheriff's Department. Now, I don't fully understand how the American police system is structured. I had it briefly explained while I was in Virginia recently that there's something like the local police and then the sheriffs and then the state troopers. Maybe, I don't know, around my way we have the police and that's pretty much it, unless you're really in trouble and then you get the police with guns. Anyway, despite that intro video saying that Eden's Gate owns the police in Hope County, we are a part of the Hope County Sheriff's Department that apparently isn't corrupt. Along with us are two other deputies, our heavily mustached sheriff and a US Marshal, flying our way into Hope County with an intent to arrest Joseph Seed, the head of Eden's Gate, on charges of kidnapping with intent to harm. I mean, we've also just seen a video of him gouging out another man's eyes, but I guess that's not enough for suspicion of murder? Not even manslaughter, maybe? The US Marshal is feeling pretty confident about this operation, but the sheriff and his deputies are fairly scared. They obviously know what Joseph Seed and his followers are like, and try to convince the Marshal that this is a pretty bad idea, which does seem like a discussion you should maybe have before getting in the helicopter. Our character is pretty chill though, because we play a mute protagonist that we eventually get to customize. While we've had a mute protagonist before, they at least had a name, backstory and appearance. Here though, we are referred to as either Rookie, Rook or Deputy throughout the game, never speak, and fully customizable in terms of sex and appearance. Now please do keep in mind that I did really enjoy this game much more than I thought I would, but in my opinion it does have its problems. These things may not be a problem for you, which is fine, we're allowed to think different things without falling out. However, my opinions are actually correct, and it is in fact you who are wrong, so please do keep that in mind before you angrily comment. But I don't think that a silent protagonist was the right way to go with Far Cry 5. I'm not against silent protagonists in general. I mean, Half-Life 2 is one of my favourite games of all time, but even that series showed that sometimes it can become infuriating. What I wouldn't give for a button to tell Alex just to piss off for a minute so me and her dad can have a bit of a chat about the G-Man. Far Cry 5 features several instances where people talk directly to you, asking you questions, creating situations where it makes no sense that your character doesn't say anything back to them. That one scene where John Seed is trying to convert you just made me laugh with how painful it is that we can't talk. Back in Storyland, we are treated to what could now be considered the standard Far Cry opening section. We come face to face with the main bad guy who gives off very creepy and intimidating vibes before we have to run away in a hail of bullets. We arrest Joseph, who comes willingly, but his followers clamber all over the helicopter, literally throwing themselves at the rotor blades to stop him being taken before we crash, get separated from our buddies, and have to run away in a hail of bullets. We end up unconscious and being rescued by a man resembling Mike Ehrmantraut called Dutch, who lives on Tutorial Island and gets us to grips with the main mechanics of the game. Part of this involves activating a radio tower so that Dutch can communicate with other resistance members off the island, and in the first of several meta commentaries assures us that we won't have to climb towers all over the county, though we do climb several towers all over the county. Dutch tells us that our attempt to arrest Joseph has been interpreted as his prophecies finally coming true, so now the cult are stepping up their purging of non-believers, preparing for this collapse that he's been preaching about. Dutch then explains to us that the county is split into 3 districts, each overseen by one of Joseph Seed's heralds. One is looked over by Jacob Seed, who runs and trains the cult's military forces. The other is taken care of by Faith Seed, an adopted sister who, as far as I can tell, runs the production and distribution of a hallucinogenic drug called Bliss, which keeps the population sedate and suggestible. Finally, there's John Seed, who seems to be head of public relations by creating positive propaganda and making the cult seem totally cool and hip. No, seriously, you guys. Conveniently, or inconveniently, depending on your point of view, each of these heralds has managed to get their hands on one of our buddies from the intro, so it's up to us to get out there, save our friends, and bring down the heralds ready to take on Big Daddy Joseph himself. I do quite like this setup for the story, and when you're out and about in the world, it really does feel like you're in an oppressed and monitored place. Each district is like its own self-contained story, a technique Ubisoft would repeat on a larger scale with Assassin's Creed Valhalla. I'll get into the effect this has on gameplay later, but this did have a negative effect on the story for me because everything I'd done previously had no impact on what I was doing next. And each area has its own set of characters and stories, which made it hard for me to remember who anyone was before completing their arc and moving on to the next, never to think about them ever again. There's also that trope about villains not taking the opportunity to easily kill the protagonist, which happened far too frequently throughout this game for my liking, but in certain ways Ubisoft do attempt to make it make sense. It's later revealed, extra special warning, that Jacob is training you to kill the militia leader, and he even says that we are the only person who can achieve that. So that does make sense as to why they wouldn't just kill us while we sat in a cell. But let's say you do that district first and kill Jacob before any of the others. Now you've killed Joseph's older brother, dented the effectiveness of their armed forces, and now you're going after his younger brother and adopted sister. Why doesn't he just kill us? But then again, he doesn't react to any of that stuff because the story is split into 3 parts that can be played in any order, so they are all independent of each other and have no effect outside of their own isolated narratives, which I personally think is a great shame and missed opportunity, but I'm gonna come back to that later. So anyway, you roam around Hope County freeing your friends and killing the heralds until Joseph calls you out to meet him face to face.
Nothing sexual.
You meet him outside the very same church where you tried to arrest him at the start of the game, and he reveals that he has successfully hypnotized all of your buddies that you've made throughout the game, and they are now holding the surviving members of the sheriff's department at gunpoint. Here you are given a choice. You can either walk away with your pals and forget any of this ever happened, or you can try and kill Joseph Seed. Far Cry 5 continues the infuriating newer tradition of only having one save slot, so I had to look up on YouTube what happens if you walk away. You get in the car and drive off, the sheriff turns on the radio, which is playing the same trigger song that Jacob programmed into you, and the screen fades to black. Glad I didn't waste my save file on that ending. The ending most normal people would choose, the one that clearly leads to more gameplay, sees you fight Jacob in a weird vision sequence, which is something else I'll talk more about later, seemingly also fighting for the very freedom of your buddies too. He eventually relents as nuclear explosions start going off all over the place. I've since read somewhere that radios throughout the game have been reading out stories about how the rest of the world is going to shit while you're dicking around in Montana, so apparently this doesn't quite come out of nowhere, but I certainly expected a bit more warning or foreshadowing about this sort of thing. I mean, I knew this was going to happen because I've been on the internet in the 6 years since this was released, so I knew this was coming. I just thought it might have a bit more explanation behind it. Despite my best instincts telling me that maybe we should either leave Joseph there or just pop a bullet in his head and then escape, we for some reason take the nutter with us to seek shelter in Dutch's bunker from the start of the game, a character I'd completely forgotten about because he just pops up on the radio every now and then, and I don't think anyone else ever mentions him. We dodge flying debris while the passengers get very Bill Paxton in the back seat.
Where's the real pretty shit now, man?
We eventually crash and black out and wake up handcuffed to a bed with Joseph telling us that we are all he's got now because we've killed his family, and the screen fades to black. Now, I know that Far Cry New Dawn is a direct sequel, but it is one I haven't played yet, so maybe this whole thing will be explained a bit there, but I did find the ending to be very unexpected. Don't get me wrong, I thought it was a really good ending, with a cinematic escape through the imminent apocalypse and some very powerful visuals with all those mushroom clouds going off around us. And this is definitely a marked improvement for me than the endings of Far Cry 4 and Primal. I mean, I had no doubt that this was the end of the game this time. While I did enjoy this ending, there were a couple of points where I really would have liked the option to just pull out a gun and end Joseph, just like we got to do with Pagan Min at the end of 4. The story overall works well for this game too, in my opinion, and the main antagonists are varied enough from each other and, to my mind, very well portrayed, each offering their own flavour of sinister and general nastiness. Though I do wish Faith was explored a bit more as a character, as towards the end of her boss fight she starts to panic and drops her normally calm and gentle facades to talk about how dangerous Joseph is and how she was 17 when they first met and he kept her drugged and threatened her into doing what she's currently up to. I do have a problem with that boss fight in particular because it's all done in a drug-induced vision, including her death scene, so was it even real? Did she even die? It's the same with any of the drug vision boss fights throughout the series since Far Cry 3. How much of them are real? What was Faith actually doing when we saw her levitating and firing energy balls at us? What were we actually doing when it looked like 10 of us were shooting a shirtless Joseph Seed with various different rifles for several minutes? This is a Far Cry game, and according to the scripture laid out by Far Cry 3, we need some drug scenes, but I'm kinda tired of those now. Especially in this game, as it comes up so much as part of the main narrative. Sometimes it is explicitly shown what your real world consequences are for what you've done during your trip, but other times I'm left wondering what I'd actually done, or whether I'm now psychic or able to project my vision to see other things happening. After each herald is killed, we're shown Joseph monologuing about their deaths. He can't be talking to us because we're not there, so this makes another series first of the player seeing something which our characters cannot be seeing. So, drug hallucinations and an unbelievable desire to keep the player character alive aside, I did enjoy the narrative in this game. We had what I found to be convincing villains with enough to keep me motivated to making sure they're all dead. I found the friendly characters to be largely forgettable though because they are so numerous and, like I said, they're only present for about a third of the game, meaning they essentially cease to exist once you complete their relevant districts. I probably shouldn't have encouraged people to skip that much of the video, that's a big old chunk right there. Anyway, that should be all the major spoilers covered, but I do want to touch on how the structure of the narrative affects the gameplay, because to my mind it's a pretty important factor to consider when discussing this game. So a general feeling I got from this one is that Ubisoft were trying to revitalize the series, do something a bit different with it rather than just doing Far Cry 3 again. Despite never being an annual release, Ubisoft made a point of saying that there would be no new Far Cry in 2017, which was similar to their Assassin's Creed announcement for 2016 while they spent time changing the style of that game for Assassin's Creed Origins. Assassin's Creed Origins, which I made a video about, go watch it and get angry in the comments, thank you very much. Without stating it, the implication here is that they wanted to spend more time on the next Far Cry to make it more than just a sequel.
Something similar, but with just enough novelty to justify the cost.
And to be fair, I did notice their attempts to do so, with this open approach to narrative being one of the biggest indicators of that. So like I said earlier, the game is split into 3 districts, each with their own characters and stories, and you can approach any of these in any order at any time, marking a first for the series in that the entire map is open to you from the start, completely free from restrictions. I mean, there is a sort of fog of war effect on the map that conceals more specific details, but you can see all the roads and buildings on there right from the off. On one hand, this is great because it lets the player tackle the game in any order they fancy. Our good buddy Dan Hay expressed an interest in creating what he calls an anecdote factory, where any 2 players could start in the same spot but go off in completely different directions and have wildly different experiences, and this system allows for that. However, letting the player go anywhere means the player could go anywhere before they've unlocked the more powerful guns, or any new skills, or before having really gotten to grips with the systems in the game. You can't even carry 4 weapons on you until you are at least 1/3 of the way through the game. So every part of Hope County available on the open world map, by which I mean not including scripted missions, has to be accessible and conquerable by fresh new players. Outposts make their return for Far Cry 5. These are encounters on the open world map that have several enemies hanging around a group of buildings. There are alarms that can be disabled to prevent reinforcements showing up, and most of them will have a mix of general grunts, snipers, and heavy weapons chaps knocking around. These do not get any more difficult as the game progresses, because there is no linear path of completion, so they have to be easy enough that lower level players can reasonably beat them. Now, I'm not saying that these are all a cakewalk from the very start. If you stroll into one of these places with a pistol and an assault rifle with minimal ammo capacity, you're probably going to have a bad time. But then again, all of the various takedown styles are available to you right from the start, and once you do unlock the extra weapon slots and get yourself a shotgun and maybe a grenade launcher, these outposts do not get any more challenging. Far Cry 3 and 4 had entire second areas that unlocked admittedly far too late in their games, which introduced more powerful and more numerous enemies to the outposts. That doesn't happen here though, meaning the difficulty curve flattens out very early into the game. The annoying thing for me is that I feel this could have been addressed pretty straightforwardly. Well, I mean, I don't know how to code, so I'm not sure how straightforward it is, but I feel like there's an obvious solution to this. Have the enemies scale dependent on how many districts you have liberated. You kill one herald and the other 2 will beef up their security, send out more helicopters, or just notice you more easily. Then ramp them up even more after the second herald dies, but obviously only in the areas that you haven't liberated. This would create more of a sense of progression, a sense that you're actually having an effect on these people and they're reacting to you. To balance this out, you could have each district linked to an enemy element, like say Faith with Bliss or Jacob with some sort of special forces unit. Once you kill them, you remove that element from the other areas, but you'll still get generally more difficult enemies in unliberated zones. On the subject of defeating the heralds, there is an element of the game that I really didn't enjoy during my first failed playthrough, but I can at least appreciate now. In a mechanic that reminds me of Just Cause 2, each district has a chaos meter, which I think is called something else, but you fill this up by doing missions, destroying cult stuff, and other such things like that. At certain levels of filling this meter, you'll trigger a goon squad to be dispatched to bring you in, which in practice means that while you're commuting to whatever mischief you've got planned for the afternoon, you'll be jumped by some baddies and tranquilized. That actually sounds pretty cool, and I didn't mind it up until the exact same thing happened to me as the first time I played, and I think in a very similar part of the map. I was in a plane, oh yeah, there's planes now, I'll get more into them later. I was in a plane soaring high above the ground. Jacob Seed pops up on my radio and tells me that he's gonna bring me in for a chat, and that he sent out a squad to capture me. That's fine, I'm thousands of feet in the air. Come on and step to me fam, see what happens bruv. Somehow though, I am almost instantly hit with a tranquilizer round, causing me to black out and wake up tied to a chair in a dark room. How the hell did I get hit with that tranquilizer? How did I get out of the plane without crashing into the side of a mountain? This exact same thing literally happened on both of my playthroughs, so this can't be some obscure random chance event. This particular example does make it feel incredibly intrusive, but I appreciate the system they're going for with this. Each herald is the big dog. You are in their yard pissing on their chips. Why would they sit patiently and wait for you to come and kill them? They want to see you on their terms, and I quite like that as an idea for a mechanic. I just think the execution was off in a couple of instances. On the flip side though, Faith's ones are completely different. You'll think you're saving a hostage or something like that until they explode into a cloud of drugs. In her district as well, animals will also turn out to be other things. I really quite like that stuff, and I wish there was a bit more of it. It's kind of like Mimics, but through a drug-addled redneck filter. Like I said, this game feels like it's making an effort to be more than just another sequel to Far Cry 3, and for the most part I do think it succeeds in that. Yes, there are still plenty of similarities, we can tell that this is a Far Cry game, but many of these have been tweaked and adjusted, and some systems have been thrown out and replaced altogether. First of all, let's address the elephant in the room. Oh wait, sorry, that was the last game. Okay, let's address the beautiful graphics in the room and outside the room and all around you at pretty much any point while you are playing this game, because this is a noticeable step up from Far Cry 4 in terms of graphics. I said in my last video that Primal was the first time during this playthrough of the series that I found myself stopping to just look at my surroundings, and that happened here even more frequently. Now, I can't be sure, but I believe that part of the reason I found myself just appreciating how good this game looks is because Ubisoft seemed to have gone to great lengths to ensure that our view of these beautiful vistas is as clear as possible, as we have the most minimal UI in the series, other than Far Cry 2, obviously. There is no minimap, with this instead being replaced with a Skyrim-esque compass at the top of the screen. Highlighted map points or quest objectives will have little icons that float around the edge of your monitor, and ammo counters will fade into existence whenever you start doing anything with your gun, but the majority of your screen is kept clear and free of clutter. You can even press a button to holster your weapon, giving you a full unobstructed view when you're just cutting across a cow field or whatever it might be. However, something I realised while putting together my last video and now can't stop thinking about is the lack of different weathers in this series. And I do still think that the lack of a dynamic weather system is such a missed opportunity that it's gone over the neighbour's fence and broken their conservatory roof. What especially hurts about this is a snippet from a Ubisoft video that was made to celebrate Far Cry 5's 5th anniversary.
Oh, rainwater drainage, don't get me started. This is extremely important, you know, like we have a saying, everything must flow. So if rainfall falls somewhere on the mountains, even if it's a Far Cry world, it needs to drain and it needs to follow the shapes of the terrain. And if it hits a road, there needs to be a culvert. No, that's really important. We gotta, everything has to drain.
They took rainfall into consideration when designing the world, but didn't put any rain in? Jesus, dude, don't blue balls me like that. Just give us some dynamic weather effects. We had it in Far Cry 2. You've even included a photo mode. Just let me take moody, rainy shots of your beautiful landscape. All that said, better graphics in a newer game are hardly unexpected developments, so what else is different here? Well, along with the minimap, this also marks the first entry in the series where the map is fully uncovered right from the start, as we've already talked about, and there are no towers or tower substitutes to climb or complete in order to find more quests or places of interest. I guess Ubisoft were sick of people making jokes about their precious towers, which to be fair had been included in more and more games since they themselves introduced them in the first Assassin's Creed game 11 years prior to the release of this one. There are still a few towers to climb, but these are parts of quests, and this does beg the question, how does the player discover more missions and side quests if there are no towers to reveal these things to them? And this is yet another change that I didn't really appreciate on my first playthrough, but found myself quite enjoying this time round. Like in Far Cry 4 and Primal, while you're out and about exploring, you will come across some baddies, who are called Peggies, by the way. I'm not sure if I mentioned that. The name comes from Project Eden's Gate, PEG, Peggies. But that sounds too much like a cute term for a sex act that I'm not sure I'm allowed to discuss on YouTube, and as such I had trouble taking them seriously. But anyway, the Peggies will be pegging around the map, pecking people against their will, and you can step in and rescue these poor souls. More often than not, the grateful rescued folk will tell you about something going on in the area. It could be the location of an enemy outpost, or another character who will have some side missions for you, or a prepper stash you can steal some supplies from. Don't worry, I'll come back to those. This doesn't just come from rescued people either. You could bump into someone who's out hunting, or just taking a walk along a mountain trail, and they'll point you towards something you could be getting up to. I guess you could call it a word of mouth system, where you explore the world and speak to people and they tell you where the action is. I think my initial issue with this system is that it very quickly loads up your world map with icons, and it could start to feel pretty overwhelming for some people. Like, I only wanted to go and try this fishing minigame, but now I've been told about one outpost, 2 different people that need help, and a stash of ammo that I should be looking out for. If you can just mentally file all of that stuff into the "it's there for me to do if I ever want to" section of your brain, then I think it's easier to appreciate this system for what it is, at least in my opinion, which is a more natural way of discovering the vast amount of content that this game has to offer. And I guess these prepper stashes are the closest thing to those towers from the olden games that we have in Far Cry 5. I mean, they don't reveal anything on the map, but they are all over the place and they are all unique, usually requiring some very basic puzzle solving in order to reach the stash of goods. And reach the stash of goods you should, because these things are an excellent source of money and perk points, which brings us on to another major change for the series. In the 3 games we've had so far that feature skills, we've had 3 different styles of skill tree. Far Cry 3 split your skills into, appropriately, 3 different categories. Far Cry 4 had 2 different sections, and Far Cry Primal was a fucking mess. One of the complaints I have long held against skill trees is that very often they require you to spend skills on things that you don't really want or need in order to get to the juicy stuff that you're looking forward to. And this is the part where Far Cry 5 kicks the door down, saunters up to the bar, drops trow and whops his perk list onto the countertop for all to see, stunning onlookers and causing the easily distressed to faint in amazement. Alright, I mean, it's not that great, but for my money, this is the best method of unlocking skills in the series so far. Apart from skills related to buddies you can later recruit and 1 or 2 other exceptions, every perk is unlocked and ready for activation from the get-go. I mentioned earlier that several actions which had to be unlocked in previous games, like all the different takedowns or skidding, are part of your moveset by default, and other than 1 or 2 skills like health bar increases or gun holsters, no perks have a prerequisite before they are available to acquire. Other than their perk point cost, obviously, you can't have everything handed to you. Now, this is where I can see some people having a problem with this system, and obviously I can only speak on this from my experiences with the game. There is no XP in Far Cry 5. These aren't skill points like what your grandma's Far Cry had. This is a perk list that requires perk points. There's a list of challenges in the menu. Challenges like kill 100 people with a rifle, or skin a bear, or drive so many miles with a truck, basic stuff like that, but also some slightly more challenging things. Complete a challenge and you'll get some perk points. There are also magazines scattered around the world which immediately give you 1 perk point each, and each prepper stash has 3 of these things lying around. Personally, I never once had to go out of my way to complete these challenges, and just by playing around with different weapons for funsies, found myself regularly forgetting to check on my perk points and then discovering that I had 20 or 30 of them just waiting to be spent. Like I said, in my humble and often distressing opinion, this is the best system in the series so far for this, because it lets you unlock the skills you actually want without forcing you into a linear progression of unlocks to get to the good stuff. Those buddy skills that become available later literally just lower their cooldown periods, so I never bothered with those. I will say that I do think only making the 4th gun holster perk available after killing one of the heralds is a bit of an odd decision. You have to get a third of the way through the game before you can equip a full loadout, and even then that dedicated sidearm slot returns for Far Cry 4, which I already bitched about in that video, but as a quick summary, I think it's a needless limitation on what loadout we can set ourselves up with. Another series staple that has been shaken up quite significantly is hunting animals to craft bags. No need for that, this is America, there's perks that give you bigger bags. But also, because this is America, there's plenty of hunting to be done, which is a purely optional activity now, and as far as I can tell, serves only as a means of making money and to unlock some specific perk points. A couple of quests do require it, and that's really the only time I took part in this. Not because of any moral objection or anything like that, but just because I found it tedious and a bit dull, and I was making enough money through finding prepper stashes and completing side quests. There is a pretty fleshed out fishing minigame here, which is either a terrible system that just doesn't work, or I suck so hard at it that the whole thing feels broken. Any of the fishing tips online would tell you just to activate a certain perk and get a better rod, but again, I didn't find the money worth the effort of waggling my mouse around like a twat. I mean, I've got a rifle and some grenades here. Are you sure I can't bring in some fish using those? Now, admittedly, this is possibly due to me spending less time crouched in the woods hunting, but I found that random animal attacks, arguably a series staple at this point, to be almost non-existent in this game. I had a couple of snakes jump out of the grass at me, but they seem to have removed the QTEs for animal attacks, and even the animation for eagle strikes. On that note, another series first is the health bar and healing system. Crafting is still present here, but it's incredibly stripped back and only used for a small handful of temporary stat boosts, and is something I repeatedly forgot about and basically just didn't interact with at all because I never felt the need for any of it. But there are no craftable medkits here. You can only find them out in the world occasionally, or you can buy them. And the health bar in another series first is one big bar that slowly regenerates, with a medkit giving it an immediate boost. What this means is that an actual series staple, the thing that people make compilation videos of for every release, the grotesque and uncomfortable healing animations are no more. They got rid of the gliders for 4 and now they got rid of the healing animations? What even is this game anymore? I mean, not really, this is hardly a deal breaker or a game-ending omission or anything, but this is one of the things that the series is known for, and it's odd that they chose to remove these altogether. I have no idea if these return in the other 2 games, but for now, please join me in a moment of silence for digital wince-inducing animations. Anyone who's watched any of my other Far Cry videos, which should be all of you because my mom assures me that they are wonderful, will hopefully remember my opinion on what makes a Far Cry game a Far Cry game. In my opinion, that is several systems that operate independently from each other but overlap regularly, leaving players with unique and memorable scenarios that would be almost impossible to replicate. Our old buddy Dan Hay even said as much earlier about wanting to make Far Cry 5 an anecdote machine, so I guess I should start calling it that so that I can sound like I know what I'm talking about. Far Cry 5 certainly has plenty of systems just going about their business that you can get involved with while you're out exploring the world. There are trucks with captives for you to free, supply vehicles for you to blow up, high-ranking bad guys to take out, and trucks with usually decent weapons to hijack. In my humble and medically concerning opinion, Far Cry 5 is possibly the best game in the series so far in terms of minute-to-minute gameplay. They have been honing this since Far Cry 2, making tweaks and adjustments in every game, and it is my opinion that the time spent between missions in Far Cry 5 is superior to all the others that have come before it. Now that you've picked up your chair from the other side of the room and finished posting your hate speech riddled comments, let me elaborate on that point. And to do so, we need to start talking about the guns. Roll the montage. Other than Primal, I think it's a fairly uncontroversial statement to say that the shooting feels pretty good in Far Cry games, and for my money this continues in Far Cry 5. I do have some negatives about the guns though before we get stuck into all the positivity, and we all know that being negative about a game gets you more views anyway. For a game set in the United States of America, I was a bit disappointed at the range of weaponry on offer. This is mostly all pretty standard stuff, and many of these guns have already been seen in the series. Handguns, assault rifles, shotguns, snipers, bow and arrow, all of them are just as good as they are in the other games, which is obviously a positive because to my mind the shooting has always felt satisfying in this series. Though I do think the shotguns sound a bit weaker in this entry, which is a disappointment. There are a couple of odd weapons on offer though, like a shovel launcher and a sci-fi force push weapon of some sort, which felt a bit out of place tonally, but I've got a whole spiel about the tone coming up later, so I'll come back to that. A couple of significant additions to the guns in this game are the alternate firing modes and ammo types. Guns can be fully customized just like in the last couple of games, and the alternate firing mode allows to, say, attach a sniper rifle onto an assault rifle and swap to a semi-automatic firing for long-range combat. I really enjoyed this option and I used this quite a bit. I can't say the same about the alternate ammo types though, which I didn't bother with, except for that rocket launcher which you can fill with cluster bombs. Watching that was a thing of beautiful brutality. Other than that, I never felt the need to equip different ammo types, as in the time it would take me to reload my shotgun with armor-piercing rounds, I could have emptied my loads all over that guy's helmet and started reloading like I normally would anyway. I'm sure people can get very clever with that system, but I never felt the need or desire to engage with it, so feel free to engage with it as much or as little as you like. Another puzzling decision for this game related to guns is to make the starting rifle arguably the best one in the game. All of these guns have stats as per usual, and the one you are given at the start is overall, to my mind, the best one. It has alternate firing modes that can just as easily be used as a sniper or assault rifle. You unlock new weapons by liberating more areas, and the next several rifles you unlock are all semi-automatic, which is not what I was looking for. I've got sniper rifles for that sort of stuff. This is America. Where's my gosh darn assault rifles? There's a similar issue with the prestige weapons on offer. These are uncustomizable but high-spec variants of existing guns, but they are all available to purchase from the very start of the game. That means that with just a little bit of money management, you can very quickly have access to the best weaponry in the game, giving you nothing to look forward to or to work towards for the rest of your 20 or 30 or so hours of playtime. Now, I'm a cynical bastard, and I think the reason this decision was made can be blamed on the premium currency available through microtransactions, and I'm going to touch back on that later because I was supposed to be explaining why this game is the best in the series when you're between missions. The game looks fantastic, the shooting feels great, and there's a heap of systems playing out that can overlap and throw you into a gun battle when you're least expecting it. I found that this game provided me with so many more unscripted gun battles than any of the other games in the series, and quite often on a much larger scale. Take one early instance when I was trying to blow up a convoy of trucks. Some of the guys jumped out to try and kill me, as seems reasonable, I've just been taking shots at them. As I'm taking cover to reload, an enemy helicopter just hovers by and joins in the fight. Now I'm in a pitched street battle, taking cover from multiple sources while trying to headshot the pilot, eventually bringing him crashing down into the nearby tree line. Another instance, much later in the game, saw me hiking over a hill with my buddy when an enemy plane started strafing us. I sprinted up to a clearing and lined up my shot, waiting for him to swing back round, and in a shot that felt like that one cutscene from Metal Gear Solid 5, landed a shot right between his eyes, bringing his plane down in an explosive inferno with a shot that would make the end proud. The way you uncover new missions and side activities to complete, like the over-the-top races that unlock new vehicles, rewards your exploration of this vast world and means that there is almost always going to be something somewhere, no matter which way you're heading. I also like the adjustments to being spotted by enemies when you're out on the road. The detection meter will often almost completely fill up when you pass a truck full of enemies, but rarely fully, not unless you start dicking around in front of them. I really felt an added tension when exploring unliberated areas, with constant Peggy patrols on the roads and roaming helicopters and planes looking for trouble from afar. I feel like this really nails the sense of being an intruder in someone else's territory. I found the vehicles great fun to drive as well, just as much fun as I had in 3, simultaneously feeling like you'll spin out on a corner but usually being able to just about hold on to it and keep on trucking. The range of vehicles here is huge too, from cars and quads to vans and bloody great big rig things with machine guns. We had a gyrocopter in 4, but now we've got actual helicopters with weapons attached and planes that can drop bombs and shoot missiles in dogfights. I will say though, I'm not the biggest fan of how the helicopters control, at least with the mouse and keyboard. Your pitch seems to be completely independent to your movement and has no effect on it, meaning I could just pitch right forward to machine gun some dickheads on the ground while not moving at all, making me think of that stupid shot in the Book of Boba Fett. Like, there's gravity on a planet, how is he hovering there when all of his engines are on the back of that thing? The final thing that I felt really elevated the exploration side of things is the updated buddy system. So in 4 we could spend points to call in an AI buddy, and in Primal we could tame animals that can be summoned at will. This time we can just walk up to a dude or dudette with a gun or bow and arrow or whatever and get up to 2 of them to tag along with us. They can have different weapons, making them more suitable for different scenarios, and they'll stick close to you, sneaking when you sneak and such, and can be directed around the battlefield with basic commands. Apparently if they get enough kills they unlock new abilities, but I never got them that far because I spent most of my time with one of the 9 elite operatives that are shown on your map calling out for your help, and you need to go and help to bail them out. The first one I found was a dog who will tag nearby enemies for you. There's a sniper lady called Grace I used a lot in the early game. There's a dude keen on flamethrowers. Herc gets upgraded from being a DLC character to carrying rocket launchers. There's a guy with a plane, a gal with a helicopter, and among others is a bear who has the special ability of being a fucking bear. These guys are great and can be summoned in an instant, and each of them bring their own unique strengths and abilities to a fight. I will say there's nothing quite like storming a base with a helicopter at your side, raining down a shower of bullets while you and your dog buddy tear through the survivors. And they also give you the opportunity to be revived if you get killed, which is pretty handy when you're dicking around. I do wish that their unlockable perks did more than just reduce their cooldown periods though. Like, give them new abilities or weapons or something. Let me strap a rocket launcher onto that bear. There are a couple of fairly consistent niggles that I had throughout my time with Far Cry 5, which by no means put me off playing it or anything, but I do feel like they're worth bringing up. One of these is the microtransactions that I mentioned earlier regarding the premium currency. Full disclosure, I think premium currencies and microtransactions in general are evil and there is no reasonable excuse for them. Unless the game is free to play, obviously, but even then, I have strong opinions. I'm not going to go into a full rant about it here. If you want that, please go and watch my videos on either Assassin's Creed Origins, Odyssey or Valhalla, because Far Cry 5 is not nearly bad enough that it justifies a full-on little nerd rage. But I do think that they needed something to tempt people into purchasing the premium currency here, which is why the weapons progression system is basically non-existent, as the top-end weapons are available to buy right from the off. Also, premium currency means that they would have toned down the free currency rewards for quests, again to encourage you to pay for the premium to get what you want quicker. And I was kinda sick of every safe in the game, without exception, containing exactly $250. That's a big safe, fill that thing up, at least put a gun in there or something. The other very noticeable thing for me was the inconsistent tone of the game. As a reminder, this is a game about a doomsday cult that decorates their outposts with corpses that have been gutted, stuffed full of drugs and strung up with barbed wire. All of the interactions with the cult during cutscenes and missions is very serious and straight-faced, but then you'll get a mission where you lure drugged up zombie-like enemies to you by playing Disco Inferno over the speakers. One operative mission sees us help our buddy getting revenge on a bloke who chops off the fingers of parents and feeds them to their kids, whose lair is littered with strung up and impaled corpses of those who dared to defy him, and we see him burning someone to death. But the next minute we're encouraging a couple of cows to get it on so that we can harvest their testicles for a testicle festival, which isn't what you think, Mom, honest. There's also a couple of bits of dialogue which seem like the developers complaining about making this game. I mean, one of them is about as subtle as a sledgehammer to the ghoulies.
Can't go back to working on shit like Far Cry. I'd rather put my balls in a vice and listen to everyone with their fucking opinions about world building and player motivation and believability.
But the other one is a bit more subtle and seems to me like the developers poking fun at the publishers who thought some cosmetic changes would be enough for a new game.
I'm just ready to move on to a new adventure. Something similar, but with just enough novelty to justify the cost.
I don't know, I stopped thinking about it once that guy vaporized himself and left us with his sci-fi gun that I never used. It's just weird, and I imagine people would say that this would fall into that Marvelization of media where everything has to have funny, light-hearted moments in it. I don't know enough about that sort of thing to comment, but I would say that the jumping between tones felt odd, and especially with the arcade mode being there, all of the wacky stuff could have been kept entirely separate from the main game. Then again, I am a miserable bastard, so think of that what you will. Like I said at the start, I barely touched the arcade mode because that sort of stuff is just not for me. The idea of playing levels created by people who aren't level developers just doesn't seem like an appealing prospect to me, and instead feels like it was included just so people would share their creations on social media and provide free, lasting marketing for the game. Similarly, I also have no interest in the DLC for this game because I've seen that it's just arcade mode content made by the actual developers, but it's completely unrelated to the main game. I also can't speak for the co-op once again, which at least seems like it's drop-in and pretty seamless. My wife enjoyed Far Cry 4 and is keeping an eye out for this one to go on sale so that we can have a go at the co-op, but until then I can't speak about it. All of this barely coherent rambling about a 6-year-old game gives the impression of an aging franchise trying to reinvent itself, to give itself a new lease on life. In many ways it's successful, and I would say that it is a noticeable improvement, but in other ways it's just forcing some elements in an attempt to stay relevant to a younger audience. Basically, this feels like Far Cry's midlife crisis. The positive gameplay changes would be the cool car or motorbike that they buy, because those are actually cool things, but the lack of progression, microtransactions, conflicting tone, and pushing player-created content every 10 minutes or so
Check it out! This game lets you build your own levels.
feels like the already out-of-date haircut and the attempt to start using current slang, which is so not demure and chuggy, no cap skibbity, beta riz. Which leaves me with the final task at long bloody last of deciding where I'm going to put this thing in my ranking. This series has made me wish I was a bit more of a coward and started a tier list rather than a definitive ranking, because this is starting to get difficult. So far, I haven't felt that any of these games are bad at all, and most of them are different enough from each other that they all do some things better than the others. I still think I enjoyed Far Cry 3 more overall than this, and for anyone who hasn't watched my Far Cry 3 video, that's not a nostalgia thing talking. I couldn't even get the fecking thing to work for years for some reason, so I barely remembered any of it when I played it recently. Given the choice, I think I'd still pick Far Cry 2 over this because that thing is just so unique and certainly doesn't have any tonal issues. But would I pick this over Far Cry 4? Well, this is going to upset a lot of people, and I'm sorry for that, but yes I would. Believe me, I was not expecting to. I thought the series would be all downhill after 4, and I've played 4 the most out of any of the games in the series, but I ended up really enjoying this one. Far Cry 5 had more time to reflect on what has worked in the series so far and made several changes for the better, and in my opinion as an overall package is an experience that I would choose to spend my time with over Far Cry 4. If it helps, I will be in trouble with the missus for that when she sees this because 4 is her favourite. So now all the Far Cry 4 fans have unsubscribed and left their hate comments, we could all look forward to playing Far Cry New Dawn, the first entry in the series that I have never played, even a little bit. This is another one that I remember got a lot of abuse when it came out, but now opinion seems to have shifted a little bit, and I've seen more than a few people speaking quite highly of it. So I'm quite looking forward to playing this one myself and putting everyone else right with the only opinion that matters, mine. Thank you so much for making it this far. If you're still here, please do subscribe if you got here without tearing your ears off. That only seems fair, and it really does help out a lot. And so does leaving a like, and that's an even easier thing to do. I am incredibly grateful for all the support and kind comments that people are leaving on these videos. It really does help, and I really do appreciate it. It really is surprising what difference a few kind words can make when I'm feeling unmotivated. Then again, I also really appreciate the negative comments because it still increases visibility for the video, and at least I made you feel something enough to make you want to write a note to a stranger on the internet. Once again, channel memberships are now live for anyone who wants to see these videos a week earlier than all the freeloading plebs and get your name shouted out at the start of the video. Or if you want a free shout out, go and follow the instructions on the wall of text at the top of this video. And now, like all good entertainers, I'll close things out with a joke. I call my car the Pussy Wagon because it's where I go to cry.
Nothing sexual. Good.
Yo, dude. Oh my god, my dude. My dude.
My pal. My guy. Move your supple ass, my dude?
Wikibeania. Just the tips. Gave me the shaft. If you reach around my back now, I'll reach around yours later.
Before we get started, I just wanted to shout out a new member of the channel, Suzuki11457. If you would like to directly support the nonsense I produce on this channel while getting named in the videos and early access to releases, please do consider becoming a member. Or if you just want to get a name drop on the next video, like Schnupfendrash and Gledster, just follow the instructions on the following wall of text. In this long, old journey to revisit and rank every Far Cry game in the series, except these ones, we finally find ourselves at a game that I had never played before, not even a little bit. Here's the current ranking just for anyone who hasn't been paying attention or following along as we go. As I mentioned in the Far Cry 5 video, I ended my initial playthrough of that game when God of War 2018 came out, and I never went back to the series after that. Until now, obviously. I was, shall we say, cautiously optimistic about finally playing New Dawn, and for a few reasons. I was optimistic about it being the first Far Cry to be a direct sequel, and the general opinion of the game seems to have swung massively from everyone hating it to having quite a few defenders online championing the unique aspects of this game. Notice I did say cautiously optimistic, because that magenta colour scheme and general aesthetic was giving me Rage 2 vibes, another game I made a video about, which you should go and watch after you finish watching this one, and while I enjoyed that game, I did find the general tone of it to be a little bit grating. One of the unexpected challenges with putting this ranking list together is that I'd forgotten just how different each of the Far Cry games are from one another. Obviously the first game is completely different because it was made by different people, and I would argue is better classified as a crisis game, which might be another list I do in the future. I had assumed that after Far Cry 3, these games would all be basically the same, but in different settings. But I'm happy to say I've been surprised as to just how many unique aspects each entry has had following that release. With Far Cry 4, in my opinion, being the only game so far to very closely resemble Far Cry 3. Continuing the trend with these more recent games, I found it tricky to get any kind of behind the scenes information about the development for this game. However, I can at least cobble together some bits and pieces based on what I did manage to find about the previous games in the series. In 2015, prior to the release of Far Cry Primal, Ubisoft sent out a poll to select players, asking them to vote on various settings for future games in the series, which included a few options which we have already seen become actual Far Cry games, to some extent. The Far Cry 5 DLCs, which I haven't and probably will never play, covering the futuristic sci-fi setting along with the Vietnam War and zombie outbreak options. And while it didn't include dinosaurs, Far Cry Primal did come pretty close. There's also an option there for a quote Mad Max style post-apocalyptic world, which ties in nicely with a quote from Dan Hay in a Far Cry 5 documentary where he mentions a post-apocalyptic setting as something the team had wanted to do for a while. In a different making of documentary for Far Cry 5, it was mentioned that the nuclear Armageddon ending for that game was supposed to come at the end of Act 2, with the final act of that game taking part in the ashes of Hope County. While unconfirmed, this was most likely scrapped due to time constraints, so instead the idea was clearly moulded into a standalone and slightly cheaper release. I say slightly cheaper, it's currently on Steam for 38 quid compared to Far Cry 5 or 6's £50. Personally, I would not recommend paying £38 for this game. All the Far Cry games seem to go on sale fairly frequently these days, so I would wait until the next big sale and it'll probably come down to a much more reasonable price. It's also worth noting that Ubisoft Toronto seem to have been completely absent for the development of this one, and Ubisoft Bucharest being brought in as a support studio for the first time since Far Cry 3, alongside series veterans Shanghai and Kyiv, with Ubisoft Montreal once again being the lead studio. Who worked on what? We don't know, and fuck you for asking. I know not everybody cares about this sort of thing, but I at least find it interesting. There's quite a few drastic changes in this game, and I'd have liked to have found out some sort of reasoning behind their inclusion. That said, I think I do know the reason for some of these changes, and without giving anything away, I think a lot of the changes have to do with something that rhymes with microtransactions. So with nothing else about the development to go on other than some crazy accusations, let's get into the game itself. Spoiler warning for pretty much the rest of the video here for anyone who hasn't played the game yet, but honestly I don't think there's really anything to spoil here, so I wouldn't worry about it too much. I mean, this isn't 1899's Heart of Darkness or anything like that. The game opens with a cutscene filling us in on what's happened in Hope County since the bombs fell. Told to us through Carmina Rye, daughter of Nick and Kim Rye from Far Cry 5, as she sums up the backstory since the bombs fell and setting up where we join in. Turns out that quite a few people actually survived Armageddon, and several of them have built a settlement together in Hope County, and for a time it was good. Then a group of violent motocross enthusiasts who call themselves the Highwaymen turned up, led by twin sisters Lou and Mickey. Seriously though, what is it with this particular style of post-apocalypse where the bad guys seemingly find warehouses full of motorcycle armor and spikes to add to it? How often do you see spikes ready to apply to shoulder pads in your day-to-day life? That line of thinking also reminds me of those 1%er biker gangs who spend their time intimidating people, running drugs and guns and being all violent and aggressive and such, but then they have to go home, get out their needle and thread and get stuck into some embroidery. Same with metalheads and those denim battle jacket things. They spend all night drinking heavily and singing songs about mutilation and religious persecution, and then go home, sit next to the fire with a cup of tea and make sure the needlework is up to standard on their dying fetus patch that just really brings the whole jacket together. As a disclaimer, you can't get mad at me, I say this as a motorcyclist and a metalhead, though I can't stitch to save my life, so deep down I'm just jealous of their finger dexterity. Jesus, I think that's a record for the inane rambling to start on one of these things. Though it is slightly related because I do have trouble taking the bad guys seriously in this game, and their choice of attire and colour scheme contributes to that. Anyway, where were we? Oh yes, so the Highwaymen have come to Hope County wanting it for themselves, and Carmina has been sent to find a chap called Thomas Rush and his captain, who have been travelling around the devastated west coast on their party train helping people rebuild their little bits of society. And this train just happens to be heading straight towards Hope County, which is frightfully convenient. I'm a bit hazy on the details, so I'm not sure if these chaps were heading to Hope County anyway, or if Carmina found them and asked them to come and help. Either way, the train crashes, which I assume was caused by the Highwaymen, which leaves me questioning how they knew that train was coming. Although, now that I think about it, is a speeding train really the most sensible way to move across a country that is being blasted by nuclear bombs? Is there not the slightest chance that the rails might be a tad warped here and there? In the UK in autumn, we sometimes have trains delayed due to excessive leaves on the track, but nearly 20 years of nuclear dust and lack of maintenance is safe enough to barrel along at full speed? Regardless of the reasons, the train crashes and we climb out of the wreckage to learn that we will be addressed as Captain or Cap for the rest of the game, because we once again have a customizable character just like Far Cry 5, so we don't talk again because that would require 2 voice actors, and apparently Ubisoft just doesn't have the budget for that sort of thing. Go back and watch the Far Cry 5 video for my full opinion on silent protagonists, but in short I think it's an outdated style. However, at least the player character silence isn't as painful here as it was in the last game. Once we are in control of our character, we get the now familiar Far Cry introduction sequence, though the 2 key steps are in reverse order here. Usually we meet the main protagonist and are shown why they are to be feared before having to run away in a hail of bullets. This time, however, we get chased by baddies through a hail of bullets and then come face to face with the intimidating antagonist, or antagonists in this case. This is going to sound like a random tangent, yes I know another one, but do go with me on this because I promise it's related. I remember when The Force Awakens came out that I didn't really like Kylo Ren as a bad guy, or the ginger chap whose name I forget now. It took me a while to figure out why I didn't buy them as intimidating bad guys, and it was only after watching the older films again that I think I figured it out. When Kylo Ren and Ginger McMahon get angry, they stomp their feet and shout a lot and generally have a bit of a sulk. These characters aren't intimidating to me because they don't come across as someone who is in control. Instead, they seem like stroppy little twats that have a bit of a paddy when people don't do what they want. During a scene towards the end of the game, I was reminded of another film called The Devil's Rejects. Now, I haven't seen that film in a long time because I found it to be incredibly tedious and not nearly as good or as funny, apparently, as my mate told me it would be. But in that film, a family of mass murderers, among other things that I don't think I can mention on YouTube, get taken hostage themselves and have similar punishments done to them as they have done to victims in the past. And it feels like the film is trying to make us feel sorry for these groups of horrible bastards that frankly don't deserve any empathy or sympathy. Which brings me back to the twins, Mickey and Lou. If you haven't already guessed, I'm not a big fan of these two or their gang. I think most of it is down to the aesthetic style of the game informing the tone of the characters, something I also had an issue with in Rage 2, which, another plug, you can hear all about here in my Rage 2 video. Please like and subscribe and hit that bell, etc, etc. Something about wearing motocross gear and being keen on vibrant pink seems to go hand in hand with overt violence and an I don't give a fuck attitude, and I'm really not a fan of it. It's a style which was clearly quite popular for a short while but seems to be dying down again now, thankfully. I do feel like the twins were supposed to have more character development during the course of this game, but maybe it was cut for time or costs or whatever. They keep referencing lessons that their dad taught them, yet we never see their dad and we don't know anything about him. We get a flashback right at the end of the game that shows that their dad has basically indoctrinated the twins to the point where they don't seem to care about their mom anymore, but this felt to me more like a last minute attempt to try and make me feel sympathetic towards these two. The problem is that this comes after 13 or so hours of me fighting against this pair of dickheads who have led an invasion into an area for seemingly no reason other than they just want to. What, I'm supposed to suddenly care because they have parental issues? Bollocks to them, who cares? I certainly didn't. Anyway, these two corner our bad selves and Mr. Rush at the edge of a cliff, where they basically imply that you either become their slave or you get killed. Mr. Rush decides that he doesn't like either of those options for us, his loyal captain, so instead pushes us off the cliff. I'm not sure why he thought that was a sensible idea, but luckily for him it works, and also luckily Carmina just happens to have witnessed the whole thing and got down to the bottom of the cliff to drag us out of the water to safety. It's nice when things just work out like that, isn't it? Carmina leads us into Hope County, but along the way we learn about a major new mechanic for this game, that being crafting. It does feel wrong to call the map of this game a wasteland because there's actually quite a lot of life all over the place. The fallout from the blasts has seemingly not slowed down any of the local plants, though it has made them all a vibrant magenta colour for some reason, and the water looks more like a blue WKD than it does fresh drinking water. I personally prefer this sort of aesthetic to having another very brown and barren world to explore, but I did feel like the graphics were not quite as impressive as Far Cry 5. Everything just felt a little too saturated for my liking. But then that might have just been the contrast between the vibrant and more dull colours being used. I can't really tell, I'm not that clever. Anyway, calling this a wasteland would suggest that there is a lot of waste lying around, which just isn't true because it seems that humanity in this world is very keen on recycling, to the point where there will be literal crates of bits and bobs lying around buildings for you to collect and use to craft yourself some weaponry. We get started by crafting a saw blade launcher, which I took to mean we would eventually be able to build a wide variety of makeshift weapons incorporating all sorts of different items to put together a truly unique arsenal unlike anything seen in any other Far Cry game. But no, it turns out it's just this one, which is actually one less weird gun than Far Cry 5. Maybe there's a secret weapon somewhere that fires plant pots out of a boot or something, but after this it's just a typical range of the usual weapons, but made out of hose pipes and sellotape and such. We get taught how to craft weapons and also go through a small combat encounter, during which I was struck by just how gruesome the takedown animations are in this game. I forgot to mention it in the Far Cry 5 video, but I was a bit disappointed by the takedown animations in that game because they're just a bit boring. But here you jam a pair of scissors into eye sockets, tear out people's biceps and jam that shiv into the back of their skulls, and sometimes you even give their neck a quick twist just for giggles. It made me realise that Far Cry 5 didn't once make me wince at any of the animations, so it was nice to feel a little bit of disgust again, even though it did seem a bit over the top. And with the continuing lack of healing animations for some weird reason, this is as much wincing as you'll get from this game. So Carmina leads us to her settlement called Prosperity to meet her mother, who tells us that seeing as Russia's being captured, it's all up to us, and only us, to save their village or fort or whatever they call this. This involves recruiting specialists who are scattered around the map and upgrading the various departments of Prosperity, which requires you to collect ethanol, which I will get into properly later on. During this time, you locate and rescue Rush, which pisses off the twins, who then turn up at your doorstep, threaten some kids, and launch an attack on Prosperity. After repelling this attack, but knowing you won't survive another assault, you are sent up north to make contact with New Eden, the remnants of Joseph Seed's cult. Apparently Mr. Rush witnessed a couple of New Eden guys attack a highwayman camp while he was being held captive. And after seeing two of them so off their tits on drugs that they got shot several times and still managed to run away, he thinks it's now a good idea to start distributing those drugs among everybody else and sends us off to make contact. I did notice that his story doesn't mention them killing anyone, just that they got shot a lot and managed to survive. So we head north to their camp and get turned away, only to be greeted by visions of Joseph Seed pointing us back to Tutorial Island from the last game. This is the first of a series of drug vision missions, which, as I mentioned in the last video, personally I'm pretty sick of. Somewhere along the way, someone decided that Far Cry games need hallucinations or drug trips, and while they've never been my cup of tea while being consistent in their narrative questionability, they've at least always been relatively short. There are a couple of these missions throughout the game that in total make up maybe about an hour of gameplay, and it just brings up more questions about how this is actually happening in universe. Clearly Tutorial Island is surrounded by what I assume to be Bliss. Sure, we can see that. So how is it contained there? How is this airborne drug kept on one island? The next section shows us that the entire northern chunk of Hope County is smothered in Bliss. Or at least I assume it's meant to be Bliss, but I don't think anyone ever calls it that. But you can reverse the effects of the drug by lighting fire beacons? This bit reminded me of those forced insta-fail stealth sections in games like Spider-Man. There must have been so much time and effort devoted into producing this, and no one questioned whether it was any fun or not, or if it adds anything to anything. I suspect this section was added just to pad the runtime, and this isn't the only thing in the game added to make the whole thing feel a bit bigger than it really is. We pass a few trials to be allowed entry into the New Eden camp, where we meet their leader Ethan, who we soon discover has a face with the emotional range of a peeled potato. Ethan is Joseph Seed's son, who is now running the cult in Joseph's absence. Problem is that the followers of the cult are still pretty keen on Joseph and his teaching, so he sends us north to bring back evidence of his father's death. We head north and we find Joey, who has turned into a hermit and has drugged the whole land around him to stop people coming to see him, except for us apparently, because, guess what, we are the chosen one, for the second time in one game. We are extra chosen, apparently, saviour to all. He feeds us a magic apple which shunts us into a drug vision boss fight with a bear, so I don't know if the bear even existed, or if the bear was on drugs. Did it disappear like that because we're on drugs, or were we just having a seizure on the floor and all this is happening in our head? What actually happened here? I don't know, but we take Joseph back to the New Eden camp to help lead the cult against the highwaymen, much to Ethan's dismay. Oh, and we get superpowers now, like being harder to detect, able to take and deal more damage, and the ability to double jump. Video games. With New Eden on our side, we have to upgrade Prosperity again, and then we find out that Rush is being captured again, because apparently he's related to Princess Peach or some shit and just cannot stop getting captured. We go to rescue him, and extra spoilers for the only bit which I think could be considered a spoiler, Rush gets killed. Now, I didn't care that Rush died because he's been pretty useless throughout this game, but what annoyed me here is the stupidity surrounding his death. The twins have Rush held in a room we are told to come to by the twins in order to save Rush. The twins then instruct us to leave our weapons outside, a request which we fucking oblige for some stupid reason, and walk in there unarmed, with these two twats who hardly come across as honourable or remotely trustworthy. Remember in Die Hard when McClane duct tapes a gun to his back? We have picked up so many rolls of duct tape throughout this game. You mean to tell me I couldn't just stick a gun on my back or something and trick these two? Hell, just gear up and boot the door down, surprise these bastards. It gets worse when, once we've entered the room with two people who have proven they have no issue killing on a whim, we then put ourselves in handcuffs when asked. Ugh. Rush is then predictably killed, and we use our new superpowers to Hulk out and break out of our handcuffs and then start beating one of the twins to death, only for the other one to interrupt and shoot us out of the window. We regain consciousness with one of them kicking us on the floor before they both walk away, which left me confused as to why they didn't give me the old double tap just for good measure. But then I realised that this isn't the end of the game yet, and I'm the protagonist, so none of us can die right now. We then earn the trust of someone who can get us close to the twins to finally kill them, which involves winning a car combat match to earn a seat at the table of a celebratory dinner with the two of them. Which sounds a lot more complicated than just ambushing them in the small room that they invited us to moments ago, but whatever. This plan doesn't work though, and they quickly scurry off to attack the New Eden compound, which we run off to for our final showdown. Feels a bit daft to me to have the final showdown with these two here at the New Eden camp. Why not have it in the burning remains of Prosperity, the fort we've been upgrading and becoming accustomed to throughout the entire game? Why not have this duel surrounded by the fallen corpses of the families and friends we've been fighting to protect this whole time? Why did the twins get cocky and throw smoke bombs instead of just gunning us down there and then? Oh right, because then we couldn't have a boss fight. After some bullshit, which I will definitely be coming back to later, we kill the twins after the game attempts to make us give a toss about them, and then learn that Ethan, the other stroppy little shit, has gone to kill his father Joseph for no real reason other than he's a stroppy little shit. We find Ethan eating the same magic apple that gave us our powers, and then chase him into a boss fight where he turns into the giant Joker from the end of Batman Asylum, kicking off a battle that I really don't feel fits the control scheme of this game. Joseph has a bit of a cry, and we are seemingly given the option of either killing Joseph or letting him live, but I was still pissed off I couldn't kill him in the last game, so I barely hesitated when given the opportunity here. We go back to Prosperity, where people have built a little memorial for Rush, despite him being useless and having done nothing, and the game fades to black over a sunset. Or a sunrise, I'm not sure, I wasn't paying attention to my compass. I went into this game with no preconceived biases. I haven't played a bad Far Cry game yet, and while I remember this game getting panned online on its release, the apparent change of opinion made me think that initial negativity was just those weirdos who get offended by pink things and black women. But I have to say that I can't remember the last time I completed a game and felt this pissed off by the experience. The story, in my humble and often disturbing opinion, is awful. You are literally the saviour of two separate groups of people, the chosen one they have been waiting for as the only living being who can help them. The bad guys have no motivation other than being bad. Obvious and sensible courses of action on the part of both the goodies and the baddies are not taken several times for no reason other than the game isn't ready to end yet. Which is ironic because this game takes padding and grinding to a whole new level that I was not at all ready for or expecting. I was disappointed to be left with this impression because I think the game does do some things really well and has some other ideas that I really liked, but they didn't quite pull them off well enough for me. I'm going to attempt an unconventional approach and start with an example of frustration I encountered at the end of my time with New Dawn and work my way backwards in an attempt to properly demonstrate what, in my opinion, is a deeply flawed core set of systems for this game. Our journey begins at my first attempt at the boss fight with twins, where I get my ass firmly handed to me on a bullet-riddled platter because my level 3 weapons weren't strong enough to do anything but tickle the twins, one of which is wearing a hoodie and tracksuit bottoms just for reference. You see, the twins are prestige level enemies, so I need prestige level weapons, which I don't have access to yet because I haven't upgraded the weapons bench at prosperity enough. That requires ethanol, which can only be obtained by conquering outposts. But the outposts were easy because they were all full of level 1 enemies and only had 1 alarm post each, so I've already done all of these. Well, you can scrap your outposts and let the highwaymen take them back with level 2 enemies, letting you conquer it again for more ethanol. Side note, one of my issues with Far Cry 5 was that the outposts didn't get any more challenging due to the player being able to tackle them in any order they want. With New Dawn having a start at the very bottom of the map, I had hoped that the outposts would get harder the further north we went. But no, they are all as easy as each other until you go and click the menu option to make them harder, which you will have to do because there is no other way to earn ethanol. I mean, you can hijack trucks that potter around the map at random, but good luck doing that dependably. This also means that players who want a more challenging experience, like multiple alarm posts with a higher number of more varied enemies, need to grind through easier versions of these encounters before getting to the level of challenge they are looking for. That's just bad design, surely. Let's say you repeated a few outposts and got enough ethanol to upgrade your base to give you access to the prestige level weapons, guns good enough to take on the twins. Well, I just hope you've got enough crafting materials to put that new machine gun together, boyo. Now, to be fair, this was the first and only time in the game where I didn't have enough crafting materials for the weapon I wanted. Materials are everywhere, and the map even shows you which materials are in which spots. Though to be fair, I never found I needed that because I was collecting stuff as I went along, so I always had plenty. However, the prestige weapons I wanted needed circuit boards, something I didn't have enough of and are not found on the map. I did see that you can get 10 of these for killing a legendary bison, but I needed more than that. Enter the expeditions, another new feature for this game and something I felt had a lot of promise. After buying the appropriate base upgrade, you get access to a chap with a helicopter who will take you out of Hope County onto missions to retrieve a package which contains a whole heap of high-level crafting materials, one of which being circuit boards. I gave this a go as soon as I unlocked them, with me being tasked to infiltrate an aircraft carrier which has been beached and abandoned but was now being used as a highwayman base. It was my job to get in, find and collect the package and then make my way out to an as yet undisclosed pickup point. I actually really liked this, and not knowing where the extraction point would be allows for the opportunity to get creative and plan your escape route on the fly. So you can maybe imagine my immense disappointment, the winds being dragged screaming out of my sails of enthusiasm when I discovered that expeditions is misspelled, because the S on the end of that word suggests multiple expeditions, when in fact it is only one. It's the same map, but you get leveled up enemies. Yes, the drop-off point and extraction points change, but the map is the same. By the third time through, I was able to reliably find a spot where enemies can't get to you, so I could just sit there and wait for the helicopter to turn up before sprinting over there and escaping, hassle-free. I feel like this is such a wasted opportunity for this concept, and I really do hope this sort of thing gets built on somehow in the next game, or if not that, please be working on it for Far Cry 7. At this point, everything is starting to feel like an online looter shooter. I didn't have good enough gear to beat a boss, so I've had to replay several instances at different levels in order to save up enough resources to access better gear. I feel like this is as far on the opposite end of some sort of scale to Far Cry 2 as it possibly could be, but then I haven't played 6 yet and now I'm slightly worried about doing so. New Dawn is the first game in the series to give enemies health bars and show damage numbers when you shoot them, something I don't think you need together at the same time. Like, you can see a health bar decreasing, so what use are the numbers? And at this point is when we need to talk about the weaponry on offer here. So let's talk about the guns. Roll the montage. In terms of number of different guns, I feel confident in saying that Far Cry New Dawn has the most on offer in the series up to this point. The thing is that this comes at the expense of being able to customize weaponry like we've been able to since Far Cry 3. Let's just look at these weapons for a second. Here is a sniper rifle where the scope is adjusted with a valve. Here is a silencer that's just a bottle on the end of a barrel. These guns are held together with varying amounts of tape. Why, in the name of all that is holy, is this the game where we can't customize our weapons? Why is the game where one of the key collectible materials is literally duct tape the one where I cannot add parts to my gun? Oh, of course, that's right. It's because they need to gatekeep your abilities in order to force you into this incredibly restrictive crafting system which has been put in place in an attempt to encourage a fraction of the player base to buy packs of crafting materials. That's why there's numbers that erupt from enemies when you shoot them. It's a psychological trick to push you into striving for better weaponry, to make the numbers go up, and having enemy levels and gun levels reinforces that notion that you need higher level weapons, and if you don't want to put the effort into finding rare crafting materials, well, here's an easy to access store which can remove that effort for you. Now I know the comments that I'm going to get for this. It's usually stuff along the line of, well, I never spent any money and I completed the game just fine. And yeah, me too. In fact, most people did. But the thing I don't like about it is that they deliberately make the game worse in order to encourage players to spend extra money. It's like Disney Plus adding adverts and telling you to pay more to get rid of them. That's bullshit, right? We can agree on that. Well, New Dawn added a repeatable mission and told you to either play it several times or give them money. This is the element of modern game design that I personally hate the most, and weirdos on the internet keep defending it for some reason. I don't mind the guns having levels, as I naively thought they would work with the crafting system to improve as the game progresses. The first couple of guns I got took longer to reload, which I put down to their rusty appearance, thinking that as we progressed we'd get newer guns that work better and kill quicker. The problem is that they added enemy levels too, and as a handy poster in Prosperity clearly shows, lower level weapons are shit against higher level enemies. At least the higher level enemies here wear more armor and stuff, so this makes some sort of in-universe sense, which is more than can be said about the animals that can take more than 9 shotgun rounds to the face without so much as flinching. I could go on for hours about this sort of nonsense, and if you combine my rants in the Origins, Odyssey and Valhalla videos with this one, then it probably will be a pretty long rant by now, but this is just another example of a promising system that falls far too short due to corporate bullshit decisions. Luckily, the shooting is just as enjoyable as the other Far Cry games, and when you have the appropriate level weapon, of course. Weirdly, going back to the whole handcrafted aesthetic, I only encountered one novelty weapon in this game, which is exactly half the amount I found in Far Cry 5. The first weapon you craft is the saw blade launcher, like we said, and this can ricochet blades off surfaces. I didn't find much use for it though, as it's slow to reload, and I personally find it easier to just point my gun at the person I want to kill rather than pointing next to said person and hoping the blade bounces in the right direction. Much like many of my saw blades, there seems to have been a missed opportunity to include more handcrafted and unique weaponry here. While I've not played Far Cry 6 at all yet, I do seem to remember seeing lots of this sort of thing in the trailers, which does have me worried that maybe it's gone a bit too far the other way, but we'll have to wait for the next video to find out about that, I guess. One thing I did notice, which may not reflect everyone's experience with this game, was an apparent switch in the frequency of random chaos and animal attacks. I've said before that in my opinion the factor that makes a Far Cry game is the series of independent systems that regularly overlap to create unique scenarios for each player that would be almost impossible to exactly recreate. This seems to happen less frequently here for me, despite there being just as many opportunities for this as the last game. As such, I have far less examples of random chaos to regale you with. Or rather, I do have a few such stories, but the vast, overwhelming majority of them include random animal attacks. I mean, seriously, did someone cover our character in attractive but also enraging pheromones or something? Seemingly, the nuclear apocalypse did nothing but help the population of bears, because they are pouring out of the woods and into my face every few minutes. And they're seemingly all level 3, which turns these encounters into a lengthy ammo tax in the early game. Even the radioactively blue turkeys seem pissed off at me. In previous games, the animals were an essential part of improving your inventory space and weapon slots. But with that system completely changed, animals seem to exist solely to add a bit of life to the world and to jump at you from hedges every so often. I wouldn't mind so much if this cougar didn't take round after round to the face without so much as blinking, just like your mom. But Jesus Christ, why aren't humanity banding together to eliminate the animal menace once and for all? The Australians did it that once. Unfortunately, there is more to add to the pile of good ideas that I don't think got fleshed out enough for this game. First and foremost being the supply drops. Now I love the concept of these and I got excited about it when it first happened. You will hear a plane flying far overhead, usually just after receiving a notification that a supply drop is incoming. The plane drops a crate which is full of crafting materials and it's a race between you and any highwayman in the area to get there first. The thing is, these things always drop right next to you. The plane always flies directly over your head and will drop the crate within about 100 meters of your current position. We're told that the highwaymen have chapters all across the country and that they drop supplies in other areas to help each other out. This seems incredibly organised for a gang of overly violent knobheads, though maybe that does explain why they drop them over the head of the main person defending the area rather than over one of their established outposts, maybe? I hardly ever had to fight anyone for these supplies because they fell so close to me, and one of the few times I did happen to get into a bit of a scuffle was because I just happened to be next to a group of baddies when the crate dropped. Wouldn't it have been better to see the drop happening way off in the distance and you need to make a snap decision about whether you could possibly make it there or not? Maybe zipping past or fighting off trucks and bikes racing towards the drop zone themselves? The final boss fight felt like a swing and a miss to me too, as it doesn't feel like it fits the mechanics of the game. It's a monster fight with glowing weak spots, a monster that will charge directly at you or throw stuff at your face. If we had a sidestep ability or something like that, this would have been more bearable, but as it is, I found myself just double jumping out of the way and waiting for them to bend over to expose their glowing spot. Just like your mom, hey, too in this video. The twins should have been the final fight, with that happening in Prosperity, which itself is another missed opportunity in my opinion. I do like it when we're given a base to build up and improve over the course of a game, but Prosperity barely changes its appearance and almost all of it can be improved through menus wherever you are on the map. So instead of it being some sort of sanctuary you can return to and feel safe in, I found myself dreading going back because it's so far away from everything and I hadn't unlocked fast travel yet. It's not all negativity though, there are some changes made here that I really do like, and my favourite change in this game was the improved buddy system, or whatever they call it. Like in Far Cry 5, we have a range of companions to call upon and help us in a fight, each with different weapons and abilities. In my Far Cry 5 video, I said that I wished these companions could be upgraded in some way, and as it turns out, other people thought so too several years ago, so this is now the case with the 8 companions we have to choose from here, with enough variety to fit anybody's playstyle. They unlock 2 new abilities after reaching different kill counts, which I found pretty easy with most companions, but I did find very difficult to upgrade Horatio, a giant boar which after 15 kills can revive himself, which sounds like a very handy skill. I wouldn't know though because I tended to kill everyone before he managed to get within range. But this upgrade system meant that I generally chose to have someone palling around with me while murdering my way across the county. Some of these guys are unlocked as part of the story, and others you'll have to find on the map and complete a quest for them, just like in Far Cry 5. This is exactly the sort of improvement I wanted to see after playing the last game, and I'm glad they pulled it off here. This is a great system that you can engage with as much or as little as you like. There are a couple of other little changes that they made here which I personally didn't feel was needed. The perk system returns for Far Cry 5, which I am still just as in favour of as I was for that game, but now we have to unlock binoculars for the first time in the series, rather than just being given them. This seems like such an essential tool at this point that I imagine this is likely most people's first unlock, and making it so cheap to do so makes me question the point of making it a purchasable skill in the first place. They also changed the default button for deploying your parachute, which I didn't realise until I first tried to open the thing. Speaking of skills, there's those superpowers I mentioned earlier. You are fed a blessed apple during the storyline, and you unlock a new set of perks to activate. These abilities brought to mind comparisons with two games very different to each other, but both having ties to New Dawn. My first thought was that these are very similar to the Crisis suit abilities. You can make yourself harder to spot, deal more damage, or jump higher. So I wondered if this was some sort of nod to Crytek, creators of the Crisis series and the very first Far Cry game. The powers also reminded me of the suit abilities from Rage 2, connected to this game by basically being the exact same game, just made by different people. It might also be a callback to the powers you were given in the Xbox exclusive Far Cry games, but I'm not sure they'd include a callback to a game that no one has played or remembered, so it's probably not that. All in all though, I didn't use many of the powers that much. I mean, that's a lie, I used the execution one plenty because it just replaces your standard takedown, and while I admit I balked at the idea of a double jump in a Far Cry game, I did end up using it fairly regularly, mainly just to avoid having to climb ladders or to get around more quickly. I did use the one that lets you take and deal more damage in the fight against the twins, but that was about the only time I can remember using it. I mentioned earlier that I was done with drug-induced hallucinations in my Far Cry games, and I don't think swapping them out for superpowers is the way to go moving forward. Personally, I'd much rather see them bring back healing animations, which are once again completely absent in this game. They've also added a relatively slow animation of opening a pill bottle, kind of like in Far Cry 2 when you heal, but this just feels so much slower compared to the very quick injections and medkits of the last few games, and this feels at odds with the fast and frenetic gunplay. Oh, and we actually do get to see our avatar in-game now, rather than just a customization menu screen, which actually gives some purpose to unlocking all those different outfits. When you conquer an outpost, you will see your chap or chapette posing like a boss in their new yard. However, as I was unable to find any clothing which I liked the look of, I instead made it my mission to make him look as much of a prat as possible. Just look at him, thinking he looks so great, just stood there with his hat and his mustache and his shorts, whatever. Which, in a bit less time than usual, is just about all there is for me to say on Far Cry New Dawn. It's a shame I left this game feeling frustrated at it, as I had high hopes going in. I also had a similar feeling when finishing the original game, because the last section of that experience was absolute donkey ass, but the unpleasantness here was spread out across a longer period of time. Even more frustrating is the good that this game does, or at least attempts to do. The buddy system is excellent, and the expeditions and supply drops have so much potential, which I feel was wasted here, and I really hope Far Cry 6 builds on and improves these systems. The shooting mechanics are still solid here though, and there's a timelessness to being able to scout out enemy outposts and plan your attack with the range of tools on offer. This is a solid foundation of systems that permeates throughout the series, but for me, the extras and the unique touches that they bolted onto this entry did nothing but drag down the experience and annoy me. Which brings us to my ranking and leaves me with a little bit of a conundrum. This is a list of the Far Cry games in order of my personal preference, which is tricky because, as I said earlier, many of these games are so very different from any of the others, each coming with their own list of strengths and weaknesses. The reason the original Far Cry is currently at the bottom of the list is because, as I said at the start of the video, it is much more comparable to the Crisis series than it is anything else that shares the Far Cry name. So if I were looking to play a Far Cry game, that would be my last choice. Hopefully that makes sense.
Stupid bastard.
But that leaves me with a bit of a pickle when it comes to placing this game on my list. On one hand, I am struggling to remember another game which disappointed and frustrated me so much with its nonsense decisions. They had a solid structure with the series, and they had to fuck around with it for the sake of padding out what was supposed to be 1/3 of a game into an entire standalone release, and some microtransaction bullshit to force repetitive grinding. On the other hand, this is pretty easily identifiable as what we think of as a Far Cry game. It has the outposts, the weapon loadouts, the takedowns, it has the random elements of chaos that create unique encounters for each player, though admittedly quite a bit less than other releases. This is more of a Far Cry game than the original Far Cry, but unlike any other entries in this series so far, I found myself consistently frustrated with poor design decisions. And I think, For that alone, I would rather play through a game that would be a better fit in another series altogether than play through Far Cry New Dawn again. So yeah, bottom spot. I really didn't think it would go this way, but I can't stand these looter shooter systems in my offline single player games. Ugh, I feel all dirty now. I kind of hate it for people to think of me as one of those people that just shits on games all the time, but this one really let me down and I am upset about it. I'm hoping that Far Cry 6 remedies this a bit so we can end the series on a slightly higher note, but I really don't know what to expect from that one. The problem is it's currently the latest Far Cry game, so everybody still hates it, and that won't change until Far Cry 7 comes out, and then the narrative will change and 6 will generally be regarded as a classic. So it's a good job I'm here to set the record straight. If you've made it this far, thank you very much for watching and good luck with that thing that you've got coming up. Let me know how it went, I know you'll smash it. With the end in sight for this series, I am planning on what I'm going to do once I run out of Far Cry games, and my list of ideas does have a few things on it, but I'm always open for more suggestions, so please feel free to throw some games or entire series at me that you'd want to see a ranking of. Remember that memberships are now live for the channel, so if you want a shout out at the start of every video, you know where to go, and if you want a free shout out, just head back to the quick flashing wall of text at the start of the video and follow the instructions there. If you are still here, please do leave a like, it only seems fair at this point, and don't forget to subscribe like your life depends on it, because it might. I'm not sure how, but I can't say for certain that it won't, so I wouldn't want to take the risk.
Yeah, but what would you do for Ricky Martin? I'd die for Ricky Martin. I don't see you dying.
Like a bullet to your brain.
So here we are, 9 months after setting out to play and rank every standalone Far Cry game in the series, except for these ones, and we finally find ourselves arriving on the sunny shores of Yara for Far Cry 6, the most recent game in the series, and therefore, according to the hive mind of fans who struggle to form their own opinions, the worst Far Cry game. Until Far Cry 7 comes out, of course, then that will be the worst, and this one will suddenly be revered as a classic or something like that. Here is my series ranking so far for anyone who hasn't seen the other videos. Keep in mind that other than most of New Dawn, I don't consider any of these games to be bad, and even that one does a fair bit right in my opinion. This was my first time ever playing through Far Cry 6, and I had little to no idea of what to expect going in. I was personally hoping for this to be to Far Cry 5 what 4 was to 3, that being pretty much a carbon copy but with a few tweaks and additions thrown in to smooth over some of the more common criticisms. I'll admit that New Dawn did have me worried, as I was concerned that the repeatable encounter structure present throughout that game may have been some sort of prototype for the next main entry in the series, but luckily that doesn't seem to be the case. I had pretty much ignored this game when it released in 2021. I'd lost interest in the Far Cry series after failing to complete 5 when it came out, and so I never bothered with New Dawn, and while my interest in 6 was fairly low anyway, the marketing focus on crazy and quirky animal companions and hilarious random stuff like guns that fire CDs and play the Macarena made me feel like I was very much not the target audience for this one.
Maybe I like the misery.
I hadn't watched any videos on this game or anything like that since its release because I'm not in the business of watching videos about things that I have no interest in. But Far Cry is a fairly popular and consistent topic, so over the years I've picked up that people generally don't like this one because it's, quote, not Far Cry, which of course means different things to different people, so that doesn't really tell us anything. And like I say, this is the latest game in the series, so the traditional pattern means that generally everybody hates it until the next one comes out, and then we can all start feeling nostalgic about this one. Luckily though, I'm here now to finally tell you all what you should really be thinking about Far Cry 6. Coming out in October 2021 means that a chunk of this game would have been developed during the pandemic, and I imagine this is the reason why so many studios were involved with this one. As is typical with newer games, I couldn't find any juicy information about the development of this game. This is still relatively new and it is the most recent in the series, so none of the developers are coming out and talking negatively about it just yet. No one's commissioned a behind-the-scenes documentary about it or anything like that. So all we've really got is the promotional fluff about how happy everyone is and everything is just going great, you guys, honestly. For the first time in the series, except for Far Cry 1 obviously, Ubisoft Montreal was not the lead development studio on this title. For reference, Ubisoft Montreal have developed pretty much all of your favourite Ubisoft games, so it's interesting that they were moved to a support role to give Ubisoft Toronto a turn in the pilot seat. Toronto has been a support studio on the series since Far Cry 4, being bumped up to a co-development studio for Far Cry 5 and then being absent for New Dawn, I assume so that they could start work properly on Far Cry 6. Continuing the trend of more recent entries in the series, I could find very little information about which studios worked on which parts of this game. However, a tweet from the game's audio director Eduardo Weisman, probably mispronouncing that, in January 2021 confirms that 11 studios were supporting Toronto in this project, which I would hazard a guess is most likely due to restrictions during the pandemic, but that is pure speculation on my part. Some of these studios have worked on the Far Cry series in the past, like Montreal, Shanghai and Bucharest and so on, but the rest are seemingly new to the series, unless they renamed Red Storm Entertainment or something, and many of these studios I have never heard of before. According to the Wikipedia page, the extensive development of Far Cry 6 began around 2016, which you'll note is 2 years before the release of Far Cry 5. It's interesting to note, well at least it's interesting to me, that of the 11 support studios listed in this tweet, 4 of them were established during the time that this game was in development. Now, at the risk of dating this video to a very specific time in history, I do wonder if the recent trouble with Ubisoft has anything to do with them spreading themselves out across the globe and releasing games which are generally found to be mediocre on average. Then again, I'm neither an economist or a businessman, I'm just some twat with a microphone and enough spare time to make a video about a game people have already formed their own opinion on, so what the hell do I know? While I can't find any confirmation as to why the revolution backdrop was ultimately chosen for the story of Far Cry 6, narrative director Naveed Khavari drew upon his family's experience of fleeing the Iranian Revolution of the 1970s when crafting the story here. I do remember that in the run-up to this game's release, Khavari was openly stating that Far Cry 6 is a political game. I remember at the time feeling like this was a sort of backpedaling on behalf of Ubisoft, who had previously stated that they don't make political games. Which is hilarious because, I mean, Christ, if these aren't political, then what the hell do you think is political? So I do wonder if the Revolution story, a story which cannot escape the topic of politics, was chosen specifically to move everyone past the absurd suggestions that their games about government operatives controlling a disease spread through money aren't political. Apparently, Cuba was chosen as key inspiration for the fictional country of Yara because of the timelessness of the setting. Now, I've never been to Cuba, but whenever people go there in films, you get all those old cars and a kind of mix of older and more modern technology, so the studio felt that this setting would allow a mix of timeless aesthetics while still allowing for modern weaponry. It also brings the series back to a tropical setting, which I've seen many people online be kind of relieved and grateful for, but personally I've never felt that Far Cry should be in a tropical setting. I mean, of the standalone games so far, only 3 of the 9 games are set on tropical islands, so it's hardly the default setting. It sure is pretty though, so I get the appeal there. By the way, I'm going to issue a spoiler warning here for the rest of the video because I'm going to delve into the story all the way up to the end, and unlike New Dawn, I do consider some events to be spoilery for people, so keep that in mind. There are a few surprises along the way, but I wouldn't say the story is anything too clever or special. I mean, this isn't Charles Dickens or Joseph Conrad levels of storytelling here. Before we get into the story, I just want to take a moment to thank the sponsors of this video, the ever wonderful and fantastic channel members: Suzuki11457, Nicholas N19, John Foss, and Nevada Cowboy. Membership is as cheap as YouTube would let me set it and gives you early access to these videos, as well as being credited in future videos, just like I did there. And for this video, I'm giving a shout out to Tivo16, Nicholas N19, again, who is clearly hungry for glory this month, and SXXX for correctly answering the question on the big wall of text that you might have missed at the start of the video. So if you want a free shoutout on the next video, head to that mess of text and follow the instructions. Also, a quick shout out to honorary channel member Spark the Dad for birthing the orange with a face that is my avatar. I've had a look, mate, and I can't give memberships out for free, unfortunately, which seems a bit daft to me, so have a pity shout out instead. The story opens with a brief history of the Caribbean island nation of Yara, which was subject to a blockade for 47 years following a guerrilla revolution that reduced the country to severe poverty. Anton Castillo was voted into power with a plan to restore the country to prosperity, and is doing so by producing a drug called Viviro, which he reckons is the most effective treatment for cancer in the world. What he likely didn't mention in the run-up to his election is that he would be using slave labour to produce this wonder drug, and those slaves have got to come from somewhere. During this broadcast, Castillo says that random Yarans will be selected via a lottery system to be drafted into labour camps to help with the production of Vivaro. And at this point, we start to see through the eyes of Danny Rojas and their friends as they quickly drop some light exposition. Turns out Danny and their mate Aleo have made plans to flee the US, whereas their friend Lita is trying to convince them to join a rebel group called Libertad to fight Castillo. Like with the last two games, we now get to choose whether Danny is a dude or a dudette. Personally, I tend to make these choices based on which vocal performance is going to be the least annoying throughout the next however many hours of game I'm about to embark on, as from what little I had seen of the game, I knew that we had a voiced protagonist on our hands here. The problem is that Danny hasn't spoken at this point, so based on the fact that we were going to be called Danny for the rest of the game, I settled on playing as the female because I can't take a bloke seriously if he insists on being called Danny. Sorry to any Dans out there, but seriously, grow up. Would it have killed Ubisoft though to let us change the gender in the menu during the game? We could in Far Cry 5 and more recently in Assassin's Creed Valhalla, so why is it so out of the question here? Imagine if you got a few hours in and decided the voice acting was just rubbing you up the wrong way. You'd have to start the entire game again. Anyway, the army turns up and shuts off the power to start rounding people up, which Aleo reacts to by throwing bottles at their tank and shouting obscenities. Now, I'm not sure what he expected the reaction to be after we've literally just watched them execute a motherfucker in the street, so he gets capped and Lita and Danny then make their escape as we hear guards looking for Danny, who's obviously been lucky enough to win this slave labour lottery. We dart between military patrols through the city until we finally reach a boat which will take them to America. However, it turns out that Anton Castillo's son, Diego, has smuggled himself on board, and the ship is soon stopped by Papa Castillo, apparently being escorted by Easy Pete from Goodsprings to reclaim his son, who then asks his father to spare the people on board. While Anton technically doesn't kill them, he does have the ship sunk, and Danny manages to survive long enough to be washed up on a beach, which just so happens to be the current hiding place of Libertad, that rebel group her buddy Lita was trying to convince her to join. I felt like this opening section really stood out from other introductions in the series. First and most obvious, this is the first time we have had third-person camera angles during cutscenes. Every other game has had us view everything from the perspective of our character, except those Joseph Seed monologues, which I'm yet to hear a convincing explanation for. This time though, these scenes are shot like a film or TV program, which means we get to see and learn things that our character wouldn't. I personally appreciated this change, though I can understand why other people might prefer the style the series has typically used before. This is also the first time in the series that we have an actual city setting, with several smaller towns scattered around the map, rather than the biggest urban centre being Falls End. Without skipping ahead too much, I do wish that the city was utilised more throughout the game, as the city streets offer a change up in tactics compared to the outposts in open countryside. This is also the first time where our character is already living in the game's setting. Every other game before this has seen us as some outsider coming in to solve everyone's problems and save the day, but this is the first time that we are fighting for our own home, which I'd argue is a pretty important component of a revolution story. Danny stumbles upon Libertad and their leader Clara, and asks for help out of the country. However, Clara and her guerrilla buddies are stuck on this little island due to a blockade, and agrees to help Danny flee the country if she helps them break through and back to their base just off the mainland. This serves as an extended version of Tutorial Island from Far Cry 5, teaching us all the key mechanics in the game, which I'll get to properly later, but for now I'll just say that it does feel like they were trying to make significant changes to the traditional gameplay formula here. In a climactic battle across a couple of battleships, we break through the blockade and are finally taken to Libertad HQ. At this point, we are given the now traditional choice of a not-so-secret ending, which I wish they would just stop doing now. I mean, it was clever in Far Cry 4 because it defied player expectations. If you just followed instructions and sat still, you would complete your objective, learn the secrets, and avoid escalating a war. But that got headlines and people really enjoyed it, so I guess it got added to the list of things Far Cry must include, similar to drug sequences. In Far Cry 5, you could decide to not arrest Joseph Smith at the start, so you all just go home, and here you are offered to take a boat out to Miami, which results in Danny ending up on a beach hearing about the death of a woman she just met in a revolution that she knew was dangerous and so fled the country. To my mind, it just doesn't have the same effect, because the game pretty much signposts an alternate ending. Luckily, taking the not-so-secret option doesn't force you to play through the entire first part of the game again. So once I booted it back up, I got back to throwing in with Libertad because those kooky rebels just won me over with their charm and dressed up reptiles. Having succeeded in helping Libertad through the blockade, Clara has decided that Danny is the best guerrilla in her entire group and tasks us, and solely us, with travelling around Yara to convince 3 different rebel groups to join Libertad in an assault on the capital city of Esperanza, the city we've just escaped from, and finally bring down Castillo. I know this happens because we're the protagonist, and it'd be a pretty crap game if we were just put in charge of guerrilla paperwork or something, but it is a bit jarring that we are suddenly the greatest asset this liberation has, and we are tasked with single-handedly uniting the different rebel factions under one banner on behalf of a woman who plans to lead Yara into a brighter future. At this point, the map opens up in almost the exact same way as Far Cry 5. Yara is split into 3 different sections with a 4th area for the city of Esperanza. You can go to any part of the map at any time, but there are checkpoints at regular intervals along the road, and the skies are patrolled by anti-aircraft guns. So yeah, you can go wherever you want, but you're gonna have to fight for it. Each of the 3 areas is home to a different group that you must convince to join Libertad, and like with Far Cry 5, they all have their own bad guy that needs taken care of. Anyone who watched my Far Cry 5 video may remember that my issue with this style of progression is that because the player can do these in any order they want, each area has to be its own self-contained story. Each area has its own characters for you to meet, and they have their own bad guy to bring down, and the actions taken in one area will have no effect on any other part of the map, and characters will not pop up outside their areas. That problem persists here, and my issue with it is that it makes the act of playing through these areas feel more tick-boxy and less organic. One of the areas has us kill an Air Force general. Wouldn't it have been sweet if after doing so there were less aircraft flying around, less helicopters buzzing overhead trying to kill you? For me, it made the story progression feel very copy and paste, and just like with Far Cry 5, I found myself lamenting having to start the 3rd area, as by that point I very much felt like I was just going through the motions. I chose to start with the western region and work my way over to the east. The western area of Madrugada sees you teaming up with the Montero family, a rebel group who are seen as protectors of the tobacco farmers, with Yaran tobacco being a key ingredient in Viviro. They get Danny to help them kill General Jose Castillo, Anton's nephew and Air Force general, who is also stealing farmers' land and enslaving them to produce tobacco for Viviro. Then I moved on to the central region of Valle de Oro, where Clara wants us to meet her old friend Talia, who is part of a rap duo that publicly speak out against Castillo's regime and counter their propaganda. Other than trying to keep the band from splitting up, they are targeting the Minister of Culture, who spreads pro-Castillo messages to the world's media. She's also Diego's mother, but I don't think the rebels know that, we just learn about it from cutscenes featuring Anton. After killing Minister Maria, they then discover the doctor who discovered or created Viviro, and all the terrible experiments that led to said discovery. We set about liberating captured people from concentration camps and then lead a charge into his laboratory to kill him and bring those angry rappers into the fold of Libertad. Finally, I headed to the eastern region of El Este, where we are sent to meet a group called the Legends, the guerrillas who fought in the revolution of 1967 and are now hiding out on a mountain. The Legends can't be asked to fight another revolution, but luckily Danny bumps into a group of students who have started their own rebel group called La Moral, who are more than happy to brutally murder potentially conscripted soldiers in their sleep. In an effort to eliminate a Navy admiral and a Canadian businessman who was running the import and export of Viviro, those young'uns remind the boomers of just how much fun it is to be a guerrilla, and they all eventually agree to fight alongside Libertad. At this point, we learn that Clara was invited by Anton Castillo for a parley, with him claiming that Libertad have won the war and he just wants out. In a shock twist that no one could have possibly seen coming, he was actually lying, and he took Clara captive and held her in his mansion on his private island. We sneak in to save Clara and find a very sick looking Anton Castillo. Turns out that he has leukemia, and has done for 13 years, but around 6 months ago the Viviro he'd been treating it with stopped working. This revelation kinda comes out of nowhere, and because the cutscenes we have been seeing of Castillo and Diego are specific to the region you are currently playing through, they can be seen in different orders, which means they're not able to tell any kind of story up to this point. We just get glimpses into their life as dictator father and son who doesn't seem too keen on this sort of thing. Anyway, Anton is worried about Diego's future and tells Danny that he will spare Clara if Danny agrees to become his general and to protect Diego after Anton is dead so that he may see out his vision for Yara. During this chat, our buddy Juan is set up outside with a sniper rifle, and as he can't get a shot on Anton, he goes to shoot Diego instead. Danny had an opportunity to kill Diego earlier in the game, but didn't take it because she doesn't like killing kids, or maybe she thinks he's innocent in all this. Maybe it's because he gave her some baseball cards on the boat at the start. It's not really made clear, but she doesn't want him to die, to the point where she shoves him out of the way of Juan's bullet. Anton kills Clara and legs it, meaning Libertad now has an empty spot at the head of the table. Danny takes that spot and leads the assault on the city of Esperanza, fighting our way through the streets toward Anton's evil lair. Up on the top floor, Anton kills Diego rather than leave him to the rebels, who he believes will do even worse to him, and then he slits his own throat. The rebels turn up and look to Danny to take control of the country. Danny rejects this offer and goes off to find Juan. They both decide that they are guerrillas through and through, and guerrillas need someone to fight against, so they vow to keep fighting the remnants of Castillo's forces. After the end credits, we get audio of Juan selling Viviro to a smuggler who has the same voice as Vars from Far Cry 3, suggesting that he has survived his battle with Jason Brody, which tracks. I mean, that isn't entirely impossible. This little Easter egg did seem entirely pointless to me and completely fanservicey, but maybe they are building to something in Far Cry 7? Or maybe they just had some spare time at the end of the day when recording for the DLC and they just threw this in for banter. Who knows? A new feature for this game that I felt added some character and personality to Danny is that they will sing along to music playing over the radio. And it's as Danny was singing along to Livin' La Vida Loca on her way to blow up some government infrastructure that something occurred to me. Far Cry 6 is a game where your tropical homeland has been taken over by a military dictatorship, and you spend the game traversing the nation in a range of sea, land and air vehicles, or a wingsuit if necessary. You take out government facilities that are marked with red stripes and are working towards eliminating the dictator, who wears a white uniform with red accents in a generally light-hearted manner with the odd serious moment that is somewhat reminiscent of action movies from the 80s and 90s. Far Cry 6 is Just Cause 3, but in first person. Now, I love Just Cause 3, I made a video all about it years ago, which is awful and you shouldn't watch it. I've not gotten around to playing Just Cause 4 yet, but those first 3 games just got better and better, and the introduction of a wingsuit in 3, coupled with the terrain layout, made it my favourite so far in that series, and I look back on that game incredibly fondly. In my Far Cry 5 video, which you really should watch, I mean I've already brought it up twice, I mentioned that I had an issue with the tonal conflict in that game. The main story was pretty dark and being taken very seriously, but the side missions were quite goofy and daft. I found there to be a much more consistent tone throughout Far Cry 6, and while it can be serious at times, it generally feels like a more light-hearted approach, again drawing similarities to Just Cause 3 in particular.
Oh no. I've been turned into a cow.
The guerrillas are having a good time making widows and orphans of the families of conscripted soldiers, and there are a whole host of standout characters throughout the 3 separate stories of Yaran rebels. Now, just because I describe them as standout doesn't necessarily mean I liked them. It doesn't mean I disliked them either, but therein lies my trouble with many of the characters here. Like the game as a whole, there is a balance of fun and seriousness with the characters, and the fun side of these people was clearly designed to appeal to a younger demographic than mine. I guess this sort of thing is what the youth of today find entertaining, and I feel it's such a shame that they've been deprived of the more nuanced and subtle forms of comedy that were popular throughout the schools during my youth.
Wasabi!
On the flip side though, when the characters stop showing off for their friends, we get some pretty good characterization that I felt brought some grounded humanity to the narrative. There's more to this revolution, and indeed pretty much every revolution, than just ending the slavery. There's the oppression of free speech, the oppression of sexuality, and different lifestyle choices being fought against, and I feel that the game handles these well. The people also have pretty realistic expectations for the revolution, for the most part. No one really expects things to get better overnight, and they realise that they are in this fight for the long haul. Characters have their time to give a bit of history into themselves and explain how they found themselves fighting a guerrilla war against this military dictatorship, but it doesn't get too bogged down to bring the story to a grinding halt. Except for when the La Morale woman tells us that she's vegan, who does this during one of those follow the NPC who moves too slow moments. If you want me to emphasize with a character, maybe don't try and do that during literally the most infuriating type of gameplay that was ever spawned into existence. I'm not sure this type of mission has ever been in the series up until this point, so why include it now during a moment we are supposed to be appreciating? As a backdrop for a game, I quite liked the revolution angle. Obviously Far Cry 4 did this too, but for my money Far Cry 6 did a better job of conveying the setting of an oppressed people rising up against government forces. The regular checkpoints and anti-aircraft cannons restricting your movement and much more regular air support during fights made the environment feel more oppressed to me than Kyrat ever did. Though I still feel like Hope County felt like a more hostile environment, but I think that's maybe more down to the tone of this game. I did enjoy the different perspectives taken during the cutscenes here too, and this helps to make this game stand out from the rest of the series. I feel that being able to check in with the Cookie Castillos allowed us to be reminded of our ultimate goal, of what we are fighting against, but without having to be repeatedly captured and then escape like with Far Cry 5, and 4 and 3. Although we do get captured once or twice and have enough interactions with Anton that they at least know who we are. I thought Danny was a great character for the story being told here, able to be equally light-hearted and serious when the moment called for it. Of course, it would be remiss of me to not talk about Anton Castillo, the big bad guy on the front of the box, and while not the first villain to bear the resemblance of the actor portraying them, this is certainly the first villain used to take advantage of the fame of the actor. Giancarlo Esposito got famous by playing Gus in Breaking Bad, just in case you didn't know that, a clever and devious villain who is always a few steps ahead of his competition, who can keep cool and remain intimidating in the face of adversity, which I feel you could use to sum up any other character I've seen in play, arguably including Anton Castillo. Again, I liked that the cinematic approach taken to cutscenes here lets us check in with Papa Castillo every now and again, as it removes the need for our character to keep getting captured and escaping in order to allow the villain more screen time. However, like with Far Cry 5, the way the story is broken up into separate areas means we get disjointed cutscenes that could be viewed in any order. This means that the reveal of him suffering from leukemia seemingly comes out of nowhere, whereas a more linear story progression, like in Far Cry 3 and 4, would allow for some sort of build-up and slow reveal to this fact. Speaking of someone who's never done any acting ever, I personally think Esposito plays Castillo very well. But I don't think Castillo himself is as interesting a character as the popular villains that have come before him. The story is more straightforward here, once again being more in line with older action movies and the Just Cause game. He's the evil dictator that is happy to sacrifice innocence to increase his power. There's no shades of grey with him, no revealed backstory that he's actually the misunderstood victim, and I don't mean any of this as a negative point, and while I do appreciate a villain that has some depth to them, it's almost refreshing to just have a straight up bad person be the antagonist for a change, even if it does mean that the talents of the, well, talent hired to bring him to life seems like a little bit of a waste of money. It feels fairly obvious to me to suggest that Far Cry 6 is trying to reinvent the series at this point. Not totally, like they're not turning it into an RTS or anything like that, and the core gameplay mechanics are still there, but there's enough change here that it feels to me like they're trying to push in a new direction. First of all, before we talk about anything else that's different in this game, I have to mention something that I've come to realise is weirdly important to me. It's an issue I've had with the series since Far Cry 3, and it's been eating me up inside, but Far Cry 6 finally addresses this abhorrent exclusion and makes everything right again. It now rains at regular intervals. At long last, someone realised that scouting an outpost from the thicket in the dead of night during a lightning storm is just inherently cool, and they have finally added this as a regular weather effect. Now I know there was rain in 3, but it was so rare that I completely forgot about it, but it's finally here, and it's finally cool as all hell when everything just falls into place. I'm a simple man, and as such I'm amused by simple things, and rain in my games is one of them. Best game in the series, 10 out of 10, woohoo! So other than the cinematic cutscenes, the urban environments, the protagonist being from the country,
the sanitation, the medicine, education, wine, public order, irrigation, roads, a freshwater system and public health.
The first change I noticed here was the return of the minimap in the corner of your screen. Now I welcomed the removal of this thing in Far Cry 5 in place of a Skyrim-esque compass, as I felt it freed up the HUD and let us focus more on the rather beautiful world in front of us, rather than paying close attention to the 2D monochrome circle in the corner. The minimap here is smaller than it was in Far Cry 3 or 4, but I still feel like this is a step backwards. Personally, I preferred following arrows on the road like in the last 2 entries, though I can understand if people found that a bit too intrusive. The minimap operates in the same way it used to back in Kirat and Rook Island. It will show you tagged enemies so that you can keep an eye on their position, and will have icons that show you where there's a chest nearby or a quest to trigger. A new thing it does is show a red haze around the area in which there is a bad guy, which I guess could technically be called an innovation, but to me this just removed some of the tension from scouting outposts. Now you know when you have tagged everyone and you're not going to have any surprises. Again, I felt like the system in Far Cry 5 and New Dawn worked perfectly, and it kept you focused on what's in front of you, rather than checking the corner of the screen every few seconds. Speaking of returning features, healing animations are back, baby! I know it's a weird thing to be excited about, but of all the things that have seemingly arbitrarily become some sort of must-have feature of the series, it was weird that these disappeared in 5 and New Dawn. That said, we aren't exactly back to the Far Cry 2 heights of this, but you do pull glass shards out of your arm, nails out of your hand, cauterize wounds with a cigar, recklessly bung a load of pills in your face, all of that good stuff. I actually quite like the minor changes to the healing system here too. You have one full heal that has a cooldown period, and this is what will play one of those animations. Later on, you can equip healing syringes which fill up your health bar almost instantly, but also give you a second health bar that gradually drains over time. I didn't spot the healing syringes until fairly late in my playthrough, the reason for which I'll come back to later, but this is almost a full return to the Far Cry 2 system. You have your syringes to keep you going, but if they run out you still have your emergency button, which keeps you in the fight. It just takes a little bit longer. If you've gotten to grips with the healing system and you've seen a few of the healing animations, then you'll no doubt have attacked a few outposts and checkpoints, which you may have noticed have a couple of new additions which I actually really liked. The most obvious of these is the introduction of security cameras, which will trigger the alarm if you get their electric eyes on you for a few seconds. I appreciate the additional hazards to consider when approaching enemy bases, but it did seem like the guards didn't give even half a shit about them being blown to pieces, even if they're stood right next to them. Same with the alarm posts, which I forgot to mention in the Far Cry 5 video, changed to making us hold down the button for several seconds to deactivate them now, rather than just push the button, which I'm not a fan of at all, so I tend to just shoot them from afar. Except now some of them are bulletproof, so good luck with that. They've also introduced trip mines at enemy bases, which I absolutely love. I had no idea these existed until I thought I was moving away from a grenade icon, heard that distinctive click as I triggered it, before that brief pause that gives you just enough time to realise a huge mistake you've just made, before having your giblets strewn across the street. I think they got the amount of these just right too. They're not dotted all over the place, and not every enemy base will have them, but they're common enough that you do need to keep an eye out for them. Unfortunately though, it's enemy outposts where you'll be doing the overwhelming majority of your fighting, because in my 30-ish hours with the game, I found myself encountering far less random chaos than any of the previous games, which is mad because I found Far Cry 5 to have so much of it. People who have watched all these videos will probably be sick of me saying that in my mind, a huge part of what makes a Far Cry game is the series of independent systems that can overlap each other and create unique situations that would be almost impossible to replicate. Like that one time in Far Cry 5 where all I wanted to do was ambush a convoy, but the patrolling prison van caught me off guard, called in some air support, and it suddenly turned into a pitched highway battle where I was fighting for my survival, waiting for my own air support to turn up and bomb the convoy before they joined the fight. I honestly cannot recall any similar situations or occurrences happening in my time with Far Cry 6. Sure, some enemies roam the landscape and patrol the roads, but unless you actively antagonize them, they'll usually leave you alone. Outside of missions, I don't think I got attacked by an animal once. And even during the missions, I found a load of angry mongoose when I was doing something in the third area I visited, and before that I think some eagles got angry with me, but even then they had their attack animations removed, so they just kind of bump into you at speed to deal damage. They've also stripped back the buddy system, or whatever they call it here, which is a damn shame because I felt like they nailed this in New Dawn. Depending on whether or not you have the DLC installed, I believe you'll have up to 6 amigos to call upon to support you in combat, except this time they are all animals. The first one you get is a crocodile that wears a t-shirt, then the next one I unlocked was the dog with a makeshift wheelchair that featured heavily in the marketing material. I also had access to a blood dragon inspired dog, and there were others to unlock which I never came across, but then again I never went looking for them. I used these chaps at first because, like with New Dawn, they unlock new abilities as they increase their body count. Oh wait, no, I did find Boomer from Far Cry 5, who's now called Boom Boom and seemingly shipped here from Hope County by Herc, which made me remember that the game ended with a nuclear Armageddon, so I'm assuming the canon ending is actually the one where we leave Joseph Smith and seemingly kill the sheriff in the car. But then that would mean Joseph is the one responsible for setting off the nukes, even though he was clearly miles away from that first explosion. I don't know, I'm sure that other people have figured this out already. These amigos offer different advantages, like distracting or tagging enemies, just attacking people, or offering healing of some sort, but after Boom Boom got spotted by a guard who then triggered the alarm, I just stopped using them. I really didn't feel like I needed them, and while I'm sure it was meant to be cute and endearing, sneaking around a base scouting for enemies got really annoying with the constant squeaking of Chorizo's wheels. They also removed Far Cry 5's ability to recruit random guerrillas to join you, a feature which would make so much sense implemented here given that we are trying to unite different factions together. But hey, maybe not including that meant they had more time to add more t-shirts for the crocodile to wear. Outposts return and are basically the same, and there are smaller versions dotted around the road networks of Yara called checkpoints, which will have spike strips deployed preventing you from zooming through them, which I quite appreciated as again it adds to the feeling of oppression. The vehicles also seem to have received some attention, as I found there to be more noticeable difference in the way that different vehicles handled, and the feeling of speed when cruising around in a sporty convertible number felt great. That said, they have messed with the controls for the planes and helicopters, which were just fine in Far Cry 5, but here, I don't know, they just felt clunky. I was using a keyboard and mouse, and you have to use the mouse to control the rear tail of a plane moving side to side, but then the pitch is on the keys, and you can't look around your cockpit because of this, but you can hold down the right mouse button to look around your helicopter. I don't know, it's probably me being a little bitch, but I felt like they had this done nicely in Far Cry 5, and then they've just messed with it for no reason and ruined it here. Supply missions return from New Dawn, except now they are triggered from set points on the map, and it's a race against the clock to get there, which is nowhere near as exciting as what I hoped they would do with this feature. In New Dawn, these happened randomly out in the world, but always dropped right next to you. I was hoping that they would happen just as randomly here, but just be further away from you, making it a race against the enemy to get there first, and then have a little bit of a standoff when you got there. But instead, we have a little race against the clock before killing 3 or 4 dudes for our rewards. Expeditions return from New Dawn, except now they are called Special Operations. Now, before we get on to this, I wish to acknowledge my massive fuck up from my New Dawn video. I didn't realise that there was more than one expedition in that game. Turns out you have to keep going back to the dude with the helicopter to unlock different expeditions, so I thought there was only one and you just had to repeat it multiple times. I loved the concept, but I hated that there was only one to actually play, not realising that there are apparently 6 others to complete. I feel like the game could have made me return to the helicopter man to claim my reward and then unlock the next one, but that's not what happens. I didn't think to check up with him, so I missed a whole chunk of gameplay that I spent a good amount of time in that video complaining about not existing. We all make mistakes, right? Anyway, in Far Cry 6 we get Special Operations, which are missions set in completely independent maps from Yara. These task Danny with recovering a sample of PG-240X, which is a weaponized version of the fertilizer used to grow Yaran tobacco to make Viviro. The sample will be in a climate-controlled crate under heavy guard, and Danny has to steal the sample and get back to the extraction point. But the twist here is that you have to keep the sample cool. It will heat up in direct sunlight, so you need to stick to the shadows as much as possible and take advantage of any water sources along the way. Personally, I preferred the more straightforward expedition system in New Dawn, as the escape felt more frantic and more like a chase. Having to stick to the shadows and keeping an eye out for water, along with the lack of a timer, removed much of the tension for me and made it feel more like an inconvenience. The maps are also huge, so these can take about half an hour from start to finish, depending on how stealthily you approach things. I only ended up playing through one of these, though mostly because the rewards for completing this task is a little bit of money and an item of clothing, neither of which I was particularly short on at any given time. I get that they were trying something new with the heat mechanic here, but I think this is an example of trying to fix something that isn't broken. Now that I've mentioned clothing, it's time to address possibly my biggest issue with this game, and I consider this to be an absolute butchering of an excellent system. The perk list. That grid of skills that can largely be unlocked in any order for Far Cry 5 and New Dawn that I praised as being the best system in the series. Remember that? Well, forget it, it's gone now. Let's be honest, it was tricky to remember all of the skills and abilities you had unlocked, wasn't it? With all those perks to choose from, it was difficult to remember what tactics were available to you. So now all of that is gone, and abilities are now locked to specific items of clothing. Want to run further before running out of breath? Try these shoes. Or maybe you'd like to move more quietly. A quick swap of those trainers will have you moving as quiet as a mouse. Coming up against an enemy with a flamethrower? Hey, this shirt will protect you from those flames. Oh, but that guy over there is using armor-piercing rounds. Well, that's okay, just pause the game, bring up the menu, find the piece of cloth that grants you extra protection from armor-piercing rounds, and get right back into the fight. Remember when you pulled the pin out of that guard's grenade and kicked them into their buddies for an epic multi-kill? Well, that doesn't work this time because you're wearing the wrong gloves, you fucking idiot. Isn't this immersive and fun? God, I hate this system so much. Seriously, this is awful. Since skills are introduced in Far Cry 3, every game has seen you build up your abilities as you progress in a mechanical way of demonstrating the growing strength and confidence of the player character. Here though, you have to swap and change your hat and trousers if you want access to different abilities suitable for different scenarios. The wardrobe menu does have 4 slots for different loadouts, so one could set up, say, a sneaking outfit with all silence weapons, and then an outfit that's full of defense buffs and heavy weapons, and maybe a third set that lets you run away faster or something. But all of this still involves pausing the game to swap items around to suddenly remember how to pull pins out of grenades. And they don't even let you swap the stats and appearance of your outfit. So if your ideal set of perks leaves you looking like you got dressed drunk and in the dark, then sorry mate, you're stuck with it.
This is what the peak male athletic form looks like.
Looking through your wardrobe for a specific perk is also a pain in the ass. I mean, look at this mess. Can you tell me which one of these shoes will let me run further just by looking at them? Or which hat lets me perform takedowns on guards that have already spotted me? The worst part about this system is that someone pitched it to the group. At least one other person gave it the green light, and then a whole team of people implemented it, and apparently no one thought that this was a terrible idea. So without perk points to unlock new skills, why the hell am I filling up this XP bar? Why do I want to level up at all? Well, leveling up in itself is where the fun is to be had with this game, as it's more like the chaos meter from Just Cause. Complete either story or side missions, destroy enemy vehicles, or blow up billboards and fuel tanks and such, and you'll fill that meter up a little bit. Level up and you'll get the grand prize of, wait for it, access to more guns from the shop. On the face of it, that actually sounds worthwhile, but the problem is that you can find guns in crates that are scattered all over the map, so you constantly have a steady supply of new weapons finding their way into your inventory for free. Which I guess means it's now time to talk about the combat of Far Cry 6. So, let's talk about guns. Roll the montage. After the awful and frankly ludicrous decision to remove weapon customization for New Dawn, all is right with the world and we can now paint our guns daft colours and stick all sorts of both useful and pointless attachments onto them. I mean seriously, who's sticking a scope and a laser sight onto a shotgun? The gunplay feels just as solid as it has in previous installments, though I did notice a lot more recoil in the early game, something which can be easily countered with a muzzle attachment, but maybe it also just happens to be worse with the guns I was using early on. We get the same 4 weapon slots to use too, with one being reserved for a sidearm, which I'm still against. I still think it's a needless restriction. The difference with this game though is that you can swap out the guns in your weapon slots at any point during the game, not just from benches at friendly outposts. To my mind, if they're going to let us do that, then they might as well just give us 10 weapon slots and have the weapon wheel slow down time like in the newer Doom games. But this does mean that I did experiment with some different weapons for a little bit more this time round. That said, as tends to be the case with these games, once I found a decent loadout, that being a silenced pistol, a sniper rifle, grenade launcher and an assault rifle, I pretty much stuck to that exclusively. Unless I was heading into a particularly enclosed area, then I might swap out my sniper for a shotgun of some variety. There is a pretty decent variety of all the usual weapons on offer here, and we also see signature weapons return from the last 2 games. I think they've lost a bit of enthusiasm in the sound department though, as none of the weapons sounded as powerful to me as they have done in the past, especially the shotguns. And I do think the damage numbers need boosting on the rockets and grenade launcher, as surely an RPG or missile would be taking out a jeep in one gloriously explosive hit, right? A new feature for this game is that when tagging enemies, you'll also get a list of strengths and weaknesses, which is an app I wish I could get on my phone, frankly. Try and pay attention though, because this can get complicated, but generally speaking, armoured enemies will be weak against armour-piercing bullets. Okay, you still with me? However, unarmoured enemies will be weaker to soft round bullets, which makes no sense to me because surely an armour-piercing round will do even more damage to some twat wearing jogging bottoms and a beanie. I'm not a fan of the different ammo types here, as it means you've either got to keep swapping ammo types out for different enemies, or just spend several seconds emptying your load all over that guard's helmet, just like your dad. On the flip side though, you never have to concern yourself with how much of each different type of ammo you have, because it's always the same amount. See, you don't collect ammo from the corpses of the conscripted citizens you've just brutally murdered. Hell, you can't even pick up their weapons for some absurd reason. Instead, you top up your ammo at ammo crates, which are scattered around the various enemy installations. Never mind that the soil has turned a deep crimson from all the blood seeping from the chunks of flesh you've just blasted out of the guards. It turns out Danny draws the line at looting bodies, so if you're out of ammo, you're stuck until you find a crate. Seems like an odd line to me, but we all have our own morals, I guess. There are also resolver weapons to play around with here, built at the same benches you use to modify your regular weapons. This is the sort of arsenal that really should have been included in New Dawn, but it's here now, so that's something. Not that I used any of them though, because I didn't really see the advantage they had over a normal weapon. I mean, this one shoots CDs and plays the Macarena though, so that's funny, right? Isn't that quirky? Skibbity-torta-choogy, right guys? Something I did use but barely experimented with was the Supremo. This is a huge backpack that has a bit of a cooldown period that can have some dramatic effects during a fight. I only really played around with 2 of these though, because the others seemed so situational in their effects, like disabling electrical equipment and such, that I never thought I'd really need them. It probably doesn't help that the first one you unlock fires a barrage of heat-seeking rockets into the air and towards the faces and crotches of any enemies in your general vicinity, and will bring down any enemy helicopters that are hanging around too closely. After that sort of power trip, why would I want to deprive myself of that option? I did play around with another one that has a fire AoE attack and acted kind of like the long jump modulator thing from Half-Life, which has the added quirk of igniting the ground beneath you as you jump, which itself led me to realizing that the fire here felt more dangerous and unpredictable than it has since Far Cry 2. I didn't incorporate fire into my tactics at any point really, but I did notice it catching and spreading much more wildly than it has since the game that introduced it, and I hope that they can just keep it at this level of chaotic moving forward with the series. Now I may be mistaken, but I feel like this is the first entry in the series to incorporate some sort of rage poison weapons, kind of like the old Berserk bombs from Assassin's Creed 2. I could barely get this to work reliably as a tactic, but I'm sure people much smarter than me managed to clear out some enemy facilities by exploiting this. I also noticed an increase in the amount of helicopters that will turn up as backup when you trip the alarms. Unfortunately though, it feels like we can't snipe the pilots anymore, or if we can, then it's inconsistent as hell to the point where I wouldn't bother trying because I wasn't sure if I actually did it that once or if something else happened that killed the pilot. My final thought on the combat in Far Cry 6 is that it feels a bit like they were trying to dissuade people from taking a stealth approach, or at least they decided to make life a little bit more inconvenient for people who like to stay quiet, or making things arguably more accessible for the go loud crowd. Suppressors can overheat and break now, which is a first for the series. Get too trigger happy with a silencer and it'll quickly get very unsuppressed. Security cameras are an extra consideration for shadow huggers, and bulletproof alarm points force you to expose yourself in order to turn them off, kinda like you with your misses. In previous games, clearing an outpost would net you a load of XP, with increased rewards for not triggering alarms or not being spotted. We don't get XP anymore, so instead you get crafting materials, which are littered all over the map anyway, and if you pick them up as you go, you will likely never be left wanting for more materials. You get a load of these for clearing the outpost, and extra for not triggering any alarms, but there's no reward for not being spotted. I mean, there's still the personal satisfaction of a successful ghost run, but I deserve some extra tat for that, surely. Combine that with a type of bullet that can shred vehicles in seconds, the ability to swap weapons at will, and a backpack that can clear the area ahead of you almost instantly, and it feels a bit like Far Cry is trying to steer us towards going balls out action instead of sneaking around carefully. Then again, this does mean that when I did get spotted trying to sneak around, I was usually more than happy to jump out guns blazing. This game has two difficulty settings, story and action, and I found action to be pretty easy as the enemies don't get any more challenging as you progress. Sure, you could get overwhelmed if they've called in 3 waves of reinforcements and you can't find an ammo refill, but those are some exceptional circumstances. For the most part, I found that clearing outposts wasn't much of a risk, so going in there guns blazing was a more acceptable option than it has been in the past. But what is a new Far Cry game without some brand new and unique features to justify the £50 price tag? By the way, don't pay 50 quid for this, we really shouldn't be paying more than £40 for brand new games, frankly. The Far Cry series regularly goes on sale on Steam, and I picked this one up for a tenner in the summer sale this year. Anyway, this game does have some unique features that vary in their ability to be exciting and entertaining, so let's get started by talking about the area levels. Each area of the map is given a level to donate its difficulty, a new feature for this series but something we've seen in the 3 RPG games of the Assassin's Creed games. The thing is, I could see no correlation between the number of each area and the difficulty of the combat encounters I've faced there. For the most part, a headshot is a headshot, unless they're wearing a helmet obviously, and I never felt like I was in any more danger in higher leveled areas. Never mind the fact that Danny's level represents the amount of missions I've completed or government property I've destroyed, rather than being tied to my actual skill or abilities. At set points during your progression through the story, the area levels will increase, something which I at first thought would address my issue with Far Cry 5. In that game, the map was split up into distinct territories, much like Yara, which the player could tackle in any order, which meant that the difficulty never increased as each area had to be approachable by a brand new player. When I saw the area levels increase here, I assumed that this would keep the challenge level a little bit higher to reflect the escalation of the conflict that I'm currently waging across this land. But no. It made no noticeable difference. Maybe I missed some details, or maybe I'm just hot shit and too good at this game, I don't know. I genuinely could not tell you what correlation the player level has with enemy levels. I thought the guns had levels, but it turns out the little numbers actually represent the number of modification slots on the weapon. So what the hell do these levels even mean? While the enemies within the areas won't restrict your movement much, as they tend to keep to themselves, the regular checkpoints and anti-aircraft guns will. I quite liked these additions as, like I said, they further the feeling of you being in an oppressed nation. Checkpoints can be captured fairly easily, and AA guns will shoot you out of the sky, but can be blown up with a quick rocket or grenade, allowing you to fly uninhibited through the air. And you can also choose to be airdropped over friendly locations rather than just fast travelling like some sort of scrub. The airways around the capital city of Esperanza, however, are permanently restricted to aircraft, and you cannot destroy those AA guns, which will also take you out if you're flying around in your wingsuit, something I learned the hard way. Esperanza's existence marks the first time we've had a proper urban environment in the series, and there are several smaller towns scattered across the country too, opening up the possibility of street battles. Sadly, the game doesn't really capitalise on that possibility, and while we do have a couple of outposts within the city limits, very little of the game is spent in pitched gun battles along claustrophobic streets. The towns out and about in the countryside are probably better described as villages, and they're made up of small buildings with wide streets and usually at least one big open square, and again there's very little reason to go to them and cause havoc outside of scripted missions. There are a couple of story missions that take you into Esperanza though, with the final one being the final mission of the game, where you and your rebel buddies storm the city and push through the streets to Castillo's evil lair at the centre. I found that mission to be a very cinematic and rather intense fight, with NPCs fighting each other all over the place, explosions going off left and right, and helicopters raining down fire before being dropped by another soldier. And if nothing else, the friendly NPCs in this game certainly seem to do their fair share of the fighting. There are a few little unique touches this game includes that are very unimportant but nice inconsequential things to use as much or as little as you choose. You can holster your gun, which reduces the suspicion you will draw from enemy soldiers, though that multi-barreled rocket launcher on your back apparently isn't worth a quick stop and search. Prepper stashes are called treasure hunts here and operate in the same way as before, but they just feel expanded and more involved than in the last two games. There are also hidden key chests, which reminded me of the rune chests in God of War. You have to follow the markings in the world to find the pictures which are attached to keys that you need to open said box. I did do a few of these at the start of my playthrough, but the reward is more crafting materials which, as I said, I never found myself short of. There's also a cockfighting minigame, which is like its own separate fighting game. You can find other cockerels in boxes around the world and fight them for money, which, like crafting materials, I never found myself short of, and I was too bad at the fighting mechanics to do any good. Should have got my wife to do these bits, as she has some sort of natural talent at fighting games. She once managed to upstage the groom and all his mates at a fighting game tournament he held at his wedding. He might be a doctor on paper, but she made him a little bitch at Mortal Kombat. There's also a wanted system introduced here, which honestly I think is one of the most pointless additions to this game. It builds up when you kill people, but it is always decreasing, so you have to kill a fair amount of dudes in pretty quick succession to get it up to halfway, at which point you will be told that Castillo's special forces are coming to get you. I think these guys maybe wear different coloured armour or something, but that's literally the only difference I could notice. They weren't any harder to kill, and they didn't come at me with any weird weapons or vehicles or anything. And after about 30 seconds of running away, the meter drops low enough that they leave you alone and you can carry on with your murderous day. It's kind of pointless. The final thing on the list of new things I found is the camp side activity, which is probably the most involved aspect of this game that I barely interacted with at all. On your journey to unite the three key rebel groups of Yara under the Libertad flag, you will be granted access to their bases of operations, somewhere where you can call in vehicles, customize your guns, buy new ones, and whatever else. For some reason, you, someone these people have just met, are given the authority to upgrade these camps with up to 2 new facilities which all provide different benefits. One of these is required to access those special operations I talked about earlier. Another might be a kitchen that lets you swap animal meat for long-term buffs. Another one opens up this side activity called Los Banditos, where you can send squads out to complete missions that can earn you more resources. Again, something I was already flush with and had no need for. I barely touched any of this stuff because the rewards weren't worth the effort to me. It really feels like the rewards in this game need a rebalance because no extra activities were ever worth the time investment required to complete them. Also, for some reason the camera swaps to the third person when you're in camps. There's really nothing for me to say about this because it adds nothing to the experience, but it must have taken significant time and effort to put together, just like your mom's Christmas dinner. See, I can do more than just dirty jokes. Speaking of people who can do more, your mom, right? I really didn't think this video would run this long, but there is a lot to say about this game and I'm sure I've forgotten some bits. Oh yeah, you can customize your car in this one and summon it to your location, which I really liked that system. What I didn't appreciate was the absolute twat hammer who delivers the car and then stands in the way of the door that stops you from getting in. Fuck's sake, mate, I'm trying to free a nation here. Also, they seem to have made the discovery method of finding locations that they introduced in Far Cry 5 worse here. There were several instances where I needed to unlock some fast travel spots in one area, but I hadn't been given a quest to show me where the outposts were. In Far Cry 5 we could see them on the map, but here, I mean, your guess is as good as mine. Is that an outpost, or is it a completely useless and empty facility waiting for me to start the corresponding mission that takes place there? Far Cry 6 does a lot of stuff right, and it's wrapped around that solid Far Cry core, with the almost timeless appeal of scouting outposts and planning your assault and your tactics, and then adjusting to fuck-ups on the fly and still coming out on top. The driving and shooting feel great. For the most part, I enjoyed the new cinematic approach to telling the story, I enjoyed Danny and most of the other characters, and I like that we didn't keep getting captured over and over again before escaping. But I felt like a lot of the new ideas implemented here fell flat, several things were changed for the worst, and they kept the worst aspect of Far Cry 5 progression style, splitting the narrative into 3 completely separate and independent stories that have no effect on each other, leaving me forgetting who I'm directly fighting with and against. There's probably loads of other stuff I forgot that I'll remember about 2 hours after this video goes live. Oh yeah, the DLC, I bought it on sale because I liked the idea of learning more about the villains from the older games. Turns out they're just roguelikes, and not particularly good roguelikes in my opinion, with some cinematics to look for. I played the vast one and I really can't be asked to play the others. I might do them one day, but I wouldn't hold your breath. Which leaves me with nothing left to do but to add Far Cry 6 to my list and finally complete my personal ranking of the Far Cry series, my order of preference of the Far Cry games. Now I know I was wrong about the expeditions in New Dawn, so there is an argument to be made that I should reconsider its position on this list. Honestly though, if I had have found the other expeditions, then that would have been my favourite aspect of that game. And that side of it is so totally different from traditional Far Cry mechanics that I think the game as a whole would still be my least favourite Far Cry game. The expeditions are great, but they could be from a completely different game altogether. But now for Far Cry 6. I once heard a quote along the lines of, "It is more damning for a piece of art to make someone feel nothing than to have them hate it, because at least it made them feel something." Far Cry 6 did stir some emotion in me throughout my 30 or so hours with it. Some of it good, some of it less good, but chunks of it didn't make me feel anything. Again, that core Far Cry formula is there, and it didn't leave me feeling angry at the end, so personally that puts it above New Dawn. And because it is undeniably a Far Cry game, it goes above Far Cry 1, and to my mind Primal. Now I prefer Primal as a game overall, but if I wanted to play a Far Cry game, I would recommend 6 over Primal, which I consider to be closer to a survival crafter. Would I put it over Blood Dragon though? Blood Dragon is rather short, but that means it doesn't outstay its welcome, and for my money it was good stupid fun from start to finish, and it's definitely a Far Cry game that I would recommend over this one. So, Far Cry 6 goes in spot number 6. Funny how that worked out. So with the Far Cry Primal fans foaming at the saber-toothed lined mouths in the comments, we can finally look back at another ranking series. I've enjoyed going back to these games for the first time in many years, and I'm glad I finally experienced the newer games that I missed out on when they came out. So now we look forward to pastures new, and one thing I'm definitely doing is staying away from open world games for a bit. First Assassin's Creed, then Rage, and now Far Cry. I'm craving some shorter, more linear games to play through. I've also finally figured out how to capture PS3 footage, so that's opened up a fair few options for the future. I have already started work on my next ranking series, but I won't be putting those out until the new year, as there's a one-off video I've wanted to do for a few years now, which I think will make a nice Christmas present to myself for next month. So make sure you subscribe to the channel to be sure to catch my teasers as to what that could be. And remember that channel members get their name credited on each and every video, and if you want a shout out on the next one, head to the wall of text and follow the instructions, just like these scrubs on screen. Not the ones on the left, those are loyal members and are better than you, I mean the scrubs on the right. If you're still here, then frankly, I think I've earned a like, because Jesus Christ, my attention span is barely long enough to watch videos this long anymore, not in one go at least. Sharing the video also really helps me out, and I do genuinely appreciate it, even if I just did call people scrubs a second ago. This channel has had tremendous growth over the course of this ranking series, and I'm hoping that people are keen on angry Spartans performing QuickTime events so that we can grow this weird little corner of YouTube further into 2025 and beyond. Anyway, I'm bored now, go watch something else. I've just busted whichever hand it is I edit with.